sorry for that really long intro there. I suddenly realised there was a couple things I hadn't actually got ready, but I thought I'd got ready. Oh dear, but okay, I think we're all in a good place now. Hi Pixie, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, I wanted to like a bit chill today. Because the work's quite slow, so it matches it nicely. Right, I will need to change. I have, I think, slightly changed the camera. 2 seconds actually. Let me just check this has gone through. Okay, yeah, that's all fine. Oh dear, me and technology, we're not the best of friends. I have slightly changed the camera angle is what I was gonna say. Just because it makes it look like the monitor resting on my bed is a bit safer. Is it? I don't know, but it looks like it is. Because before it would really like rock backwards and forwards, whereas now it's not quite so bad, but it does mean we have a slightly lower angle. I might need to lift you up a little bit. There you go. Is that too high? No, now it's too high. Ah. Try that. Happy medium, there we go. So today, we're going to be continuing where we left off yesterday. Unfortunately, yesterday I was not very well at the end of stream, so I had to another day. But that's alright, we can do it. Oh yeah, I feel alright today, I just haven't slept a lot. Thankfully, I don't have to think too much doing this. So last night, I popped these bits in, which I don't think we'd started on stream, and I finished this, which I know we did start on stream. So this is all on this side. That is like the bust and up armor. I haven't done that on the other side yet, so I do need to like nip around and do the other side, but that's what it's going to end up looking like on both sides. It's got these like 3 panels, which took forever for me to work out where they were meant to be, because I was looking at this, and it kind of shows it, but also it doesn't really show which one's meant to be where. So I was like, oh no, I know all 3 of them go in this area, but I'm not sure how, but we got it, they are there now. They look really cute. I like them a lot. Also, Anime, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Oh yeah, I could put these next to each other as well. Yeah, there you go. If you want a side by side, there you go. That's designed to reality. Oh dear. I mean, they look quite different, but I think that's because the plan, of course, we did in separate pieces, so that it was nice and easy to work out which bit was going where. Whereas, of course, my final one is all done in gold. So yeah, it looks quite different, but I like it a lot. One other thing, oh, did I misplace them immediately? I literally only just found these. God damn it. Well, they're gone. I found, so really, really early in the costume process. I'll get rid of that now. There you go. I decided that I wanted to all of the lace parts, add some translucent sequins, like see-through sequins. Basically, they just add like a holographic sparkle. So I will be putting some of those into the bust, but they won't be like along a line. It'll just be like one here and one here. So it looks like the lace is generally shiny, not so that to do like any patterns or anything like that. I just want it to look sparkly. Was there anything else I needed to go over? I don't think so. Because I wasn't very well yesterday, I didn't really do too much. I just kind of finished the work we'd already started. And now we need to do it on the other side, which is where I had it set originally. So we need to put all of the stuff in over here. And I've got them just here. So I will need to like knit backwards and forwards and make sure that I'm putting them in the right place. But hopefully this shouldn't be too bad because we did do it on the other side and it was all right. Yeah. Like that. Gets it like a nice line from that bottom bit to the front, see? Even though you won't really, of course, under the arms you'll see a little bit, but the back you won't see very much. Because bear in mind, we're going to be covering it with wings and then a cape, and then a tail comes out. So, yeah, you won't see as much of the back, but still worth putting a bit of effort into it. Is that about the same gap? I think so. I think it comes down a bit more. Oh yeah, that would make sense, because then it needs to go to... well, about here. And then I'll have a little look at the back and make sure they're both lined up. But if we can get the first one lined up, the other two just stack beneath it, so it's not too bad. Go. Oh yeah. It looks a little higher on this side. That's okay. That's scoot it up a little bit. Like, there, I suppose. Well, that seems like it's still going to be kind of low, though. Can I put it to there? Is that too high? That might be too high. How about to there? Sorry, it's a little difficult because I have to pin it while not pinning it through the mannequin, but there you go. And that means that can just bend under there. So I look all pretty. Thank you, Anime. I appreciate it. It makes me so happy every time we add a piece of gold. I'm just like, yes, yes, this is what I've been waiting for. More gold. It's very very happy for me. I'm sure anyone who's made a cosplay from scratch could feel that though. When you watch everything come together, it's like, yes, finally, all my hard work, people will see it. There we go. Make sure that's out nice and flat. And then pop that one there. Yeah! Again, you won't see a lot of this, unfortunately. But because it might shine through, I'm putting a little effort into it, but because it is going to be right underneath where the cape is, so the cape's going to be a two-part cape, so it hangs down both sides of the tail, because otherwise, of course, it's going to hang over the tail and be really bulky, which is not what I want. So we're going to have one go down one side, one go down the other. But because of that, a lot of the armor pieces that we put around this area will end up being covered by the cape. Of course, you should. It's like a kind of see-through cape, so you should be able to see through it a little bit, but yeah. It will be a little bit more hidden, unfortunately, than the rest of the armor. But that's also why I didn't put the most detailed armor on the back, because I knew you weren't going to really see it. Wampa, the gold is a good Wampa. Really? First thing in the morning, Wampa? I just woke up. I hope you're having a good day, though. Welcome on in. Oh. Wheel. Right, which way did it go on the other side? That side up, okay. Sorry, it probably looks like I'm being kind of rough with it. I'm not, I swear. I'm not being that rough with it, I promise. I just need to see a couple bits properly. It can take it, it's covered in armor. But if it was real gold, it'd be even more shiny. I mean, could you imagine how expensive this costume would be if all of this was real gold? Oh my god. That would be an inconceivably expensive costume. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure it would look really good, but that'd be like probably one of the most expensive cosplays ever made. Oh dear. Here we go. Ooh, there you go. Right. That should be why I want them all on that side. Where's that string coming from? I think that's from my mannequin. I'll just tuck that in. Oh dear. It's bedtime for me. Your voice is comforting. Oh, bless you. Thank you. I hope you have a lovely rest of your evening. I'm grabbing my cup of tea. I need this. I'm going to put it on this side, I think, because I think it's more useful to me over here. Even just seeing the, like, the bust of it done makes me very happy. Was it yesterday I was doing that? I think after stream yesterday, after lying down for a bit, I think I did. Oh no, I remember lining some things up. Kind of. I think the bit under here has to be done in a really weird order. Oh, I'll try and remember that before we do it, but I'm pretty sure I have to sew in the majority of the little curly bit. We've got... Try not to put my tea in my hair. Where are they? There's one. So like these bits, I think I have to like not sew this bit at the top, but sew the rest of it. So sew up to the tail, but not the curl at the top. Because I think then I tuck things under that. It's difficult. my memory is failing me, but I'm pretty sure I made those plans. Ah. Put that back in there. Oh dear. Actually, how about you guys hold my tea? There you go. You can hold it. Right. I need thread, needles, take that embroidery off the bed, and we can go through this. I think that was the needle I was using. I also saw last night. So, again, I've mentioned this before. I don't really feel the end of my fingers that much at this point. I don't know when that stopped happening, but like for a while now, like the end of my fingers are very numb. So I don't feel any of this. But when I was it showering yesterday? I was noticing, I was like, something looks funny on my fingers. Like there's water catching on my fingers. What's happening? There are probably like 20 tiny little like on this finger. And I can kind of see them if I look really close. But it's really obvious when you put it under water because it catches on all of them. It makes my finger look like a little waterfall. With like rocks sticking out. But actually it's just me having gone into it, I think. Probably just pushing it with the needle through with my finger. That's really where I should be using a thimble. Ah! Come on. No. Play nice. Come on. I threaded you 2 seconds ago. Oh, okay, fine. I'll recut you. That's all good. Gonna be like that? Fine. Have it your way. There you go. We got it. I'm not gonna let go of it this time. I'm pretty sure I did this off stream yesterday, to be honest. I think I did it in the evening. And I think I just finished the bit that we had started off stream, on stream, because I don't remember going through my process with this part, really, on stream, and I feel like I would have, because I had to pin all 3 of these parts at once to make sure they lined up well. I don't think I remember going through any of that with you, because when I did it just one, it was getting really difficult to fix the other 2 afterwards and be like, oh, yeah, where would it fit in? Not really anywhere, unfortunately. Oh yeah, right. I'm gonna start with the top one and then move my way down to the bottom. Actually, no, I'll do what I did last time. So I sewed them all to like this part of the cup here, which I know is a little bit subtle to you there. But I sewed them all into this and then I moved on. And honestly, that worked really well for me. So I'll do that again. The most difficult bit with this is that you're kind of going into it with the needle every time, like it's not curved out. You're having to like work against the curve. Fortunately, it's not been too bad, and I don't think I've made any mistakes with it so far. I very nearly have a few times, but I think I've managed to avoid them. What else did I find? I'm sure, like, there are a couple things I was doing yesterday that I can't really remember. Oh, I was planning... Okay, so, I don't know if I've mentioned this to you, but I am planning to basically... wherever there's like big sections of purple, excluding the scales. The scales will be the only thing that is excluded to this. But any parts where there's big sections of purple, I'm going to be putting in more purple beading and sequins. Basically just in streaks, so it looks like the purple really, really matches. Because we've done purple beading and purple sequins elsewhere, it kind of makes sense that I'd also want them on the bodice, which is the most detailed part of the design. So on places like, for instance, the cups, where there's a bit of purple here, I'll probably put a couple lines of sequins and blah, 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 beads. And this is all drawing back to when we designed this with circus fashion in mind, where there's very rarely any areas that don't have some kind of sequin or bead on it and stuff like that. So it kind of comes back to our inspiration a little bit. But I think that's a good thing. We have like a real direction for this costume, even though there's only one concept image, you know? I keep getting caught on the beads down there. But yeah, that's the plan. Oh, 2 seconds. Okay, all good. Sorry. Being a good bean. Good bean. Secretive good bean. Oh dear. We've had a few... Oh, Wait, what's happening here? Through this? I'm trying to work out the easiest way to sew this because they are so close together and it's like 2 lines of beads right next to each other. I think this is the best way I can do it. Of course, I want the stitching to be subtle, but like I also want it to be kind of strong. I think this is good. This is a sock stitch, what I'm doing now. So sock stitch, you can do both sides of the stitch. So like you can be doing it and not pulling it tight, and when you pull it tight, it just goes zoop. Like if you've seen satisfying like hand stitching videos, likelihood is that they have at some point used a sock stitch, because you got both sides with a running stitch one side, running stitch the other side, but then because of that you can just pull it and it just goes zoop, whatever 2 things you're putting together. I don't use it very, very often because there are stronger types of stitches you can do. But sometimes like this, for instance, where it's difficult to do anything else, it's still a good stitch to use. Cons, welcome on in! I hope you're having a good day. Oh yeah, we are having hopefully a productive day today. I think I had a pretty productive evening considering that I was having a migraine. I chipped away at it. Oh dear. I'm feeling a lot better today, thankfully. And to be fair, I kind of saw it coming. I genuinely thought I wasn't going to be able to stream at all yesterday because I was assuming that I was going to have a migraine, which I didn't have first thing, which was really nice. But like, I don't normally get away with doing 9-hour streams. Oh dear. That's alright. Honestly, it wasn't too bad. I have had far worse migraines than that. That was like mild, baby level spice. Come on now, I'm a seasoned professional at having migraines. You can give me something a bit harder than that. Oh. There we go. Come on. Get that. Oh. Not through there. Not through there. So this bit's kind of hard. Again, working against the curves of the outfit. And it just wants the needle to go back into it. Oh, there we go. We're getting there. Dragonfly, welcome on in. Hi, Jelly. It's starting to look like art. Really? Yes! Yes! That's what I like to hear. It's starting to look like armor. Oh, dear. You know, I think this would work semi as armor. Because they're all quite stiff pieces because of the glue in them. So they're not like so soft and malleable as embroideries and fabrics normally are. Like these are pretty stiff. I wouldn't be great armor, but I think you could use it as armor. Okay, we're getting a little higher now so I can start to get my hand in there and help myself. There you go. Come on, stop getting stuck on things. There you go. I'm gonna take this pin out too. Just because I think I can do it by hand now. Just hand press it in. There we go. Because it's a sock stitch, pull it really tight, except I do want the beads to be out there, so let's just make sure I pull it really tight with the beads out. There you go, there you go. Alright, now I'm going to stop doing sock stitch, because as much as it is kind of an easy stitch to do, I don't like it for the strength of it so much. That's okay. I'm wondering if maybe I just quickly sew the bottom one on since it's like most of the way there anyway. Like we're already most of the way there. Should I just finish this bit? Or should I go all of them? Decisions. I'm not sure. So, stop! The other thing is I don't think I've gone through the purple really, which I should be. There you go. Go through the purple a little bit. Would have been difficult to do that with sock stitch. Oh yeah. Nice. A strong connection has been formed. Alright. Spin you around a little bit so I can work away in here. I might just go the whole way around this bottom one and then come back to the top ones. That's not what I was going to do, but I don't know. I just I'm feeling going around this top one. Why not? It's the starter stream. I'll do all one. I'm just gonna... If I want to go around this bit, hey, my costume. Oh, but actually, no, I can't. I want to, but I can't because these guys aren't really in there strong enough yet, and they'll start to move around. That's okay. That's okay. I'll do it the way I was gonna do it. Go the whole way up first. And take that pin out so I don't sew it in. Should probably move my pin cushion not behind the keyboard because I'm gonna end up smashing the keyboard by accident. And get that through the purple. And then through there. Ooh. There we go. Will you stop hooking my thread? I swear. I don't remember it hooking my thread that badly on the other side. Right, what can I do? If I fold this up, maybe. But yeah, there you go. So now you can't see any of those little hooks down there. The danger of having hanging things on your costume early. And if you stitch anything, it'll get caught on those hanging things. Every time. I like them, and having the hanging things on there makes it feel more finished to me. Oh! I think potentially the sweet street cleaners are outside. I don't know if you can hear it, but there's something going on outside the house right now. I think it's street cleaners, if I had to guess. It sounds like that kind of whir. Ow. Oh. Very nice, very nice. Okay, then get that in there. Sew that up a little bit. And then go through the bottom, go through the purple, and into here. There you go. Very nice. And take the pin out, so that's not moving constantly. And get that bit sewn in. I'll hold all those in nicely as we work around it. I kind of got lucky doing this the first time. I don't remember why I went around this way. I think it just had some spare thread. But it made it a lot easier than doing them all individually. Oh. Need somewhere to go through? Come on. You can go through there. It's not that thick. There you go. There's that, and then give it a little stitch through to the top of there too. I'm pretty sure on the other side I have those bits. Yeah, they touch for like 1/4 of an inch. Also, sorry for the banging. That is my headphone cord hitting against things. Oh yeah, there you go. And then onto there. Nice. Okay, now I can turn it around again. So you guys can see the back a bit more, which is where we're aiming for. Let's get this bit on there. I can't decide if I want to have any sequins underneath this bit. Again, it's going to fall to the, well, you won't really see it very much, so is it worth doing? But then also, because sparkles like sequins will probably show through the cape quite well, maybe it's worth it just for that. Oh yeah, there you go. And it's through there. Is that a loose thread I see? It is. 2 seconds, we got a thread. Honestly, we haven't come across that many, considering how bad I am at trimming my threads. We've really not come across a lot of loose threads doing this. I feel like this might be the only part of the costume that I actually trim the threads on. Oh, are they coming back? Street cleaners, you okay? You've already done this area. There we go. That down there. And oh, like that. I have a bit of nerves adding all this. So, like, when you add stuff on top of something you already made, it can also quite often make it tighter. A little nervous about it making it tighter, all of this. Oh, because the original underneath pattern was so close to my body. Because I wanted it to be tight, because, you know, that's what the costume looks like. It looks like it's tight and then it goes out, right? Alright, I'm gonna put you around the other side of the light, because you're being silly. There you go. Thank you very much, headphone cord. But yeah, because I want it to be tight, it meant that the underneath body of the dress is like basically my skin. It is my skin. It's very, very close to my size. We made it using a duct tape pattern ages ago. Like probably back in August, I'd say again. We made that ages and ages ago. And it is tight, but it's meant to be. So that bit doesn't really bother me too much. But what does worry me is adding all this is going to make it even tighter. And because of the corset, it feels, very tight. And this is just going to be like an extra layer of thickness. Although, because there are gaps in it, maybe it'll be okay. But that being said, actually, no, I say that there's going to be some areas where there aren't gaps in it. That could get even tighter. Oh, dear. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. At the end of the day, if it's way, way too tight, I can add like a little extra panel. I can fit my bod into it. Oh. Come on, there you go. Oh. And very nice. I kind of think I'd like some downward striping ones here, but I don't know if that would actually look good. Also, Grobbit, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are continuing on with the armor. I actually did, as you can kind of see, this is all sewn in down here, so I'm pretty sure I did that off stream yesterday, and I finished the work that we did do on stream. So we're almost finished what I would consider like the bust part, because you could like take that separately and wear it as like a bra. And then we'll be moving into all of the layering underneath. The layering underneath, I've just kind of designed it so it slots over itself, kind of like, what's it called? The armor where you have like it sewn in on top with a big streak. Is it like samurai style armor I'm thinking of? Maybe. I could check. Samurai armor. Is it this? Yeah. It kind of like this. So where you've got like the long pieces and they just like fall over the top of each other to create the armor. Yeah. That's kind of what I've inspired this bit by doing. So we'll just be sewing the top part on and layering it over the embroidery underneath. Yeah, like this on the shoulders. I see it. Yes. So that was kind of the inspiration for that, which I'd say makes sense, you know? It's Final Fantasy. I'm pretty sure Final Fantasy is from Japan, right? Nah, that's the plan. But we have to get all this top bit sewn in really tight first. Before we can do any of that sort of layering. And this will be where our wing plate goes. Look at that nice space for wing plate. I got a really nice big chunky zip as well. I did have a smaller zip originally, but I don't know, something about it. It was just not quite what I was looking for. It would have been very difficult for me to take myself in and out of my costume. And I personally think that it's important that I can get out of my own costume if possible. Like, or at least loosen it off if I need to. Like, if I'm overheating, I need to, like, unzip it a bit at the back. Yeah, I want to be able to do that myself. Will you see the zipper? Probably. I'd say yes. I think... So the wings are going to get clipped on probably here and here. So, like, these kind of spots. So there'll be a whole board that will go over this area. Again, that's why I've left it unembroidered, because, like, there's just going to be a board here. But they'll probably be just behind the shoulders. since there's a lot of structural support in that kind of area, so I don't actually have to add any kind of harness. This is part of the reason I wanted a corset, is because I could get as much structure in this as possible without having to add extra harnesses. Now, for the tail, I did need one, because unfortunately the tail is just a bit too big and moves just a bit too much to not have a harness. But my wings won't need one, because they'll basically sit on the boning of the corset. Oh yeah, it's pretty cool. I should say that's not my idea. I have seen other cosplayers do stuff that's very similar. I am not what do you call it, leading the new technology of cosplay. But nah, it's just a nice way of having a slightly more comfortable outfit with less harnesses, because I already have straps. Well, I have to make them still, but I'm already gonna have straps to the petticoat, and then like the harness for the tail. Another harness on top of that would be quite a lot, especially to wear in the hotter months of the year. So yeah, attaching them to the dress is, for me at least, a lot better. And also my wings will not be very heavy. Plus they're not got any electronics in them. So it's not like I have to worry too much about any of that. Oh! Come on. Come on. Get in up there. There you go. Okay. Now we need to go around it. How do I want to do that? I think I nip that in there, maybe. Oh dear. Oh dear, that's no good. What are you doing over there? Huh? What's all this? There you go. Get that. Same here. I think of my something myself and see if anyone else has done it, and then merge both ways to make it. Yeah, I think that's really common with cosplay, right? It's like, right, I need my wings to work like this. Has anyone else done something similar that I can follow? The one thing with wings that I just find in general is there's not a lot of tutorials on how to make the harness, right? So that kind of still feels a bit like you're working it out yourself. But I guess it also is difficult because depending on the costume, you'll have a completely different type of harness for it. Because, you know, some will need like extra support underneath and like places for battery packs and stuff like that. Whereas my one just needs both sides. So I guess it also kind of depends on what you need. I really would like to go the whole way through this quickly. It just feels a little bit floaty at the moment, so I'm just gonna take it through the whole costume quickly. This is my solution whenever something feels a bit floaty. I'm just like, I'll just take it through the whole costume. There you go. Put it through everything. Put it next to the boning. Done. Nice. Oh dear. It's funny, until I hit the boning, I can't even feel it. I know it's in here. There's one. But until I hit it, it's really difficult to find. Go. A bit smaller. There you go. There's only a small gap between these two, isn't there? Yeah, just a little gap. Oh, what did you even get hooked on? Oh, I should say as well, I don't know if I mentioned this yesterday. These hooks here, they won't look like this. I do have the circle sewn into both sides, and there's some under here too, but those will be attaching to the tail. So you really won't see them because the tail is about this wide. At the base, it's absolutely huge. So wherever these are, you won't see them. They'll be covered by the tail base. But I have these so that I can, instead of clipping them to each other, I can clip this onto the tail where this is going to be. So that all the hooks will be on the tail and then all the loops are on the costume. That way, when the tail is on the costume, when it's swinging side to side, there's no break between the dress and the tail. It's not for support, it's just for how it looks. Because of course there's quite a hefty hole in the dress from like here to here. Oh, it's even off screen nearly. Here to here. It can open up and look a lot wider. The other thing is it makes sure the corset's still nice and tight around my waist. That bit is kind of for support, I suppose, but like not support as in shaping my waist as much as support as holding on things like the wings. And holding the weight of the dress over my entire upper body rather than just having it in one area. I think this was talking about this on their channel the other day, that they've had like welts and bruising just from wearing heavy costumes, and I have absolutely been in the same boat there. One way you can kind of avoid it is by having really strong structure, like having a fully corseted top, which is why I wanted fully corseted bra included, things like that. That way, I hopefully should have, however heavy this gets, it will spread that way over my entire upper body, which is a lot easier to handle than, for instance, it all resting on the hips, which tends to be where it is if you don't put that structure in. And I have left cons with like such intense bruising on my hip, it looks like it's broken. Like, it is quite intense how bad, like, if you have a heavy costume, if it only rests in one place, that it can get really bad. But again, adding a lot of structure helps with that. And I should say, I don't think often straps are enough as well. Like, sometimes you can get away with straps as a structure. If it's a really heavy outfit, I probably wouldn't rely on just straps, because that just moves the area that it's going to push in onto your shoulders. Like, I'll do straps for the petticoat, but then the entire dress needs to be structured. Oh no, I hope it does not happen with this cosplay. I've worn it a bit already, so I have a fair idea where the weight is, and at the moment it is over my entire upper body except right at the front, which makes sense because that bit is like open. I feel it, it's there, but it doesn't feel heavy as much as it feels tight. Which is perfect. That's exactly what I want. Listen, it's allowed to feel tight till Kingdom Come, but I do not want it to feel heavy. So, as far as I'm aware, I mean, these are the kind of tests you do a little bit earlier as well. Like, if I was worried about the base of this dress, I wouldn't have started sewing all the armor into it too much. The base is very, it's got, we spent time doing that structure early on. We spent a long time doing that, so like, it's just takes like 6 months for it to pay off. Okay, nice, yeah. We made the bodice, I think I'm pretty sure I made the bodice on stream. I did, of course, the duct tape pattern off stream because, unfortunately, if you want one really close to your skin, best just to not wear anything underneath. Just do like cling film and duct tape. But then that would be very TOS. Very against TOS. Twitch would have a field day with that. So, yeah. We do that off stream. I think everything else was done on stream though. I think we did the boning. Oh, actually, yeah, I remember this bodice. We did like a test for it. Then we did the embroidery patterning. Then we did the boning. Oh my god. We did so many tests for this to make sure it was right. I remember. It was ages ago, but I remember. We made like 4 iterations of this bodice. Like we made them. Not from the final fabric, of course, but like from, I think it was sheeting fabric, just something cheap. To make sure that we were happy with how it sat. And how tight it was. And I made alterations on the final one as well, because I ended up lowering where the arms were. So like bringing it lower under my arms. Because while I do want it tight there as well, because I'm going to be attaching some of the armor. Just decoratively, but attaching it. I was a bit too tight to start with. My poor arms were like, we can't breathe. It's too much. Go. And get that all the way across. Oh. There we go. Oh. There we go. Oh. Oh. Give my shoulders a bit of a wiggle. Oh, I know you can't really see this, but I'm stitching underneath. It's a little hard. Gotta do nice hidden underneath stitches. There we go. And then across there. Across there. Oh. Oh, I think I found another cosplayer who might be entering TwitchCon Amsterdam as well. I have to go find their name for next stream, but I'm pretty sure. Oh, 2 seconds. We caught myself. I got caught. I'm pretty sure they're making a costume of Legolas. Ah, god damn it. Sorry about that. I'm just gonna hide quickly. Yep, there we go. I'm not gonna start again for a second. I caught my finger. Specifically, I caught my thumb. But no blood on Twitch, so we have to be a bit careful. We'll leave it a second to recover, and then we'll get back into it. And if it keeps going, I'll go get a plaster. Unless I have any there. No, that's okay. That's okay. I'll hold it this way so you can't see it. Ooh, I don't even know how I managed to do that. I think it's caught with the side of the needle. I don't think I even caught it with the end of the needle. I don't know how I managed that. Why do you not like to sew through that bit, huh? What's wrong with that bit? There you go. Oh, shoot. Okay, 2 secs. We've had a thread snapping incident. So what I need to do is unpick it a little bit now. It's a pain, because we'll have to redo this, but that's okay, that's okay. It does happen is the thing, like, I'm sewing through very thick fabric. Of course it's going to snap every now and again. So what I do is, I unpick it to a point where I could consider rethreading it and putting it through to the center, just to keep it nice and subtle. Az, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good morning. Thank you so much for popping by. We've actually just had some thread snap, so what we need to do is some emergency maneuvers to fix it. Which probably sounds a lot worse than it is. Basically, we need to thread it back through the needle after unpicking it a little. There you go. And then, oh, it's gonna be difficult. I might not have given it enough. Sew it back through, basically. The whole way through the costume. And then, once it's on this side, I'll tie it to another piece and we'll go back through and continue from there. It's of course a little bit of a pain to have to do, but I used to like absolutely panic whenever my thread snapped. I don't remember where I saw first person do this, but as soon as I saw someone do it, it made so much more sense how you could fix it. And of course, again, no one wants their thread to snap, but if it's gonna snap, it's nice to know there's a way that you can fix that. Oh, so you don't have to just have like a really gross knot on the top of your costume. No one wants that. No one wants a gross knot on the top of their costume. Let's get that. And then, with the piece that just did this, I might have to... Yeah, what I'll do is I'll unzip this bit so I can easily get to the inside. I'll put it back together in a second because it does make it a lot easier for me. But there you go. Take that off. And... get this bit. And I'm gonna do 3 knots to be safe. Oh, I say as I keep undoing my first knot. How are you gonna get to 3 if you keep undoing the first one, huh? And then... get that in there. Fiddly little job it is. Well, then again, I didn't unpick that much, which probably made it harder. I could have unpicked more, but nah, actually, I didn't want to. And then tie it a 3rd time. Because unfortunately, the kind of knot I do here can kind of slide, whereas that should be pretty slide proof. Oh, I say, no, it can still slide. God damn it. Not, please. Okay, we'll do one more then. I'll do a knot with itself separately and see if that helps. There you go. Oh, yeah. Alright, can that slide? No. That's not a sliding, don't worry, that's just it's stretching out. Also, did you not while I was doing that? That would have been very rude taking advantage of that. I had it when it snaps in the end. Yeah, I know, I was just about to tie it off as well. But it's okay. It's okay, it happens. Oh dear. Meh, welcome on in. Or Met? Met? Med. Hope you're well, thank you, I'm very good. I hope you are doing well. We just had a bit of a thread snap. So I'm just fixing it. So that, there we go, we don't have a knot on the outside of the costume that I don't want. Boop. Should be nice and safe now. Let's get this back onto the costume. Make the rest of my sewing nice and easy. Oh, I say, sorry. My thread is trying to knot as I do this. Thread, please. Work with me. Right, and then we'll get that done back up again. There you go. Good stuff, good stuff. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, Montague! Montague, was that on purpose? If that's more than you were planning, let me know. Because that's an awful lot of money. Jesus Christ, Montague! What? George comes in like, it's real. Are you sure? Like you don't wanna reconsider that? That's, if I remember correctly, that is literally more than this whole costume costs. Okay. If anything happens in the next 24 hours and that's not okay, just let me know. Because Jesus Christ, that's a lot. Now you've got the butthole badge. Oh my god. Heck, thank you so much, Montague. Jesus Christ. Like, I don't know how to process that. That's a lot. Also, Peasant, welcome on in. If you prefer a different name, please tell me, because I feel a bit bad calling you Peasant. Oh, God. Heck. Oh, for God's sakes. Hype. Oh, God. Jesus. You didn't. Oh. There wasn't even any text to speech. Oh dear. Oh, I should have said hi first, but you know, yeah, like hype stuff. Oh, I have to try really hard not to cry at the moment because I've got cheek eczema, so I'm just here like we're not gonna flare this up again. It's just healing. I know, that's me, anime. Normie or peasant is about the same. Yeah, I was like, I don't want to call you normie, I don't want to call you peasant. Well, welcome on in. I could shorten peasant to P, and then you'd be a little P. Welcome on in, P. Oh, dear. Ugh. Okay, 2 seconds. I'm literally just gonna blow my nose, and I don't want you to have to hear it. Ugh. 2 seconds. Okay, it's fine. I don't want you to have to listen to gross, like, snort sounds. I'm already sniffy because of hay fever. How's the morning going? It's going good. I did a bit of work off stream yesterday, I think. So I got these bits done, and I'm doing them on the other side now just so we have it matching. We've had one thread snap, which hopefully doesn't bode too badly for the rest of the day. But then we're going to start layering the samurai-inspired armor. I think I had a little look up at samurais, and it does look like where I took the inspiration from. So it kind of, I'm gonna sew the top bit in, but leave the bottom loose so that it can layer up and create like a little like layers of armor where they just hang over the top. But then it should be when I'm moving with me. Thank you for the horn, Outru. Welcome on in. Big heart. Oh yeah, of course, because now you have tentacles. Oh. I forget that there are two tentacle emotes sometimes. We have the tentacle heart and the tentacle clap. Well, the tentacle clap has a special place in my heart. I like that a lot. I really, that's like the one emote where I'm like, I made that for me. I wanted tentacle claps. Very nice. Yeah, we're getting there. Sorry, George, I know you're probably a bit busy because you have, at the moment, one of our other mods, Dem, is streaming. And George was on their stream helping out, I'm sure. But they're doing some more Elden Ring. So if anyone is a fan of Elden Ring and is looking for somebody to watch, Dem's been doing really well recently, and they have a bonsai tree for hair. It's like, what really more do you want from character design other than a tree on your head? Oh, okay, let's get to the second place. So this is stitching through here and stitching through there. And then we're gonna, to be fair, because I rethreaded it, we have a lot more thread to go around this place now, which is nice. Dem, thank you for shouting out Dem. Yeah, if you're looking for some Elden Ring content, click that link. It will take you to Deimos, one of our mods, who is currently playing Elden Ring. All starting to come together. Heck yeah, it is. We got like, if I switch it to the front for anyone who's just come in. Ooh, yeah. We've nearly got, I need this bit to sew down, of course, but like a full bodice. Like, look at that side. This side, I think, because I think it's getting a lot thicker, it is kind of looking more like armor now. But, oh my god. Yes. And it's so, I don't know how to, like, oh, I will say, if I'm wearing the costume, please don't start running your hands over my, my shoulders. But as the person who's made the costume, it's very pleasing texturally. I just got back from watching Plants for my aunt. They have a lot more than last time, so take a moment. Oh, that's kind of lovely though. I love homes that cultivate large amounts of plants. That's good stuff. Dem was having standard rage at gravity and momentum. I love Dem because Dem's literally like the most honest player of games. Like, if they're pissed off, they're like... It's so funny. Oh, dear. Because, of course, a lot of streamers, they either, like, they play into being angry or they, you know, they just keep it sweet and upbeat and stuff like that, which is both good in its own way. That's still good. But Dem's just there like, oh, good damn. What? Honest. It's the most, like, honest rage. Oh, dear. Oh, Tisa, welcome on in. Heck yeah. I love the tentacle clap. Tentacle clap. Again, like I said, I kind of made that one for me. I didn't know if anyone else would want it, but I was like, you know what? I want a tentacle clap. Because I listen to a lot of music streams when I can, and it's just... I wanted a clap that I could go to these music streams and put in their chat. You know? So it was very much a selfish emote because I wanted it. The rest of them I was like, I wonder what other people would like and use. But this one was like, man, do I want a tentacle clap. I love that one. Me too. Ah, dear. It makes me happy. It means I can go into people's chats and put clapping tentacles. It'll be a menace to society. Yes. I love it too. It's just like a big tentacle clap. I genuinely am tempted to make the arms, like arm sleeves that look like the tentacles, so I can also do the tentacle clap. But, oh. Nah, I like that one a lot. But... Whee! Right. Should I take that pin out or should I leave it in? I'll leave it in a little bit. Yeah. Oh my god. So much dancing and clapping. Thank you for the dances and the claps. I do like the jelly dance as well. But that one I thought other people would like. Whereas the clap, I was like, I want that one. That's the one I want. It's like, maybe other people prefer dancing. That being said, I've had good use out of it. Like, whenever I have dancing emotes, like, I think Shifties is one I do it to a lot. Basically, you know when people have, like, intro music to their stream, and they're just starting the stream, so you're, like, dancing at the beginning? I'm one of those people that will come in and be like, the music is good? Okay. Let me find all of my dancing emotes and put them all in at once. Anything that looks like vaguely like it could be used in music, I'm like, yeah, this one will do, this one will do. We've got any dances here? There we go. There's a dance. What about over here? Basically, yeah, find all the dancing emotes, and I'm just like, yeah, there we go. Let's go. I'll just spam that until they start stream. Be like, I'm in here. I'm dancing. Oh dear. And that's one of the nice things about being in people's streams really early is you can come in and just spam. Nothing to stop you spamming. Oh, that's a cute one. Was that with the little glow stick? Heck yeah. I like the ones which have those bright colors on it. That's why I like the pug one so much, because it's so bright. Oh. Gotta have my dance emotes. Gotta have them. Gotta have them. Oh. Okay, spin it to the back a bit, and we'll go around this. This bit's... I think the thing is, this took so long because I was going in and out of all these bits, because all of these are so much quicker. So much quicker to do. Yes! Is that Squidward dance? Oh my god, that's a good one. That's a good one. Promising. You have to go, oh, Anime, take care of yourself. Thank you so much for popping by. And good luck with the rest of your costume. I saw the scales in the Discord, not scales, the feet in the Discord the other day, and they looked fantastic. Yeah, no, take care. Enjoy the rest of your day. Yeah. Yeah, Squidward dance. That's inspired, that is. Oh, dear. Thanks, no, it's good. Yeah, very heckin' cool looking. I think... Also, sorry, Anima, you need to go. Please do go. But I think feet, what you call it? Modification, stuff like that is one of the few parts of cosplay that still make me quite nervous. Like, altering shoes to that extent. Like, I'm happy to alter a shoe to look like another shoe, right? But when you add big mods to it, that's when I get a bit nervous. Because I don't have a lot of experience with it, to be fair. I've made a lot of shoe covers. I've changed shoes from scratch, like with this one where I just used the heel. But, you know, doing big mods like that, it still makes me a bit nervous. I guess it's one of those things I'd have to do a few times and then I'd probably feel okay about it. Is that a little corgi? Or Shiba? It's a corgi, isn't it? Yeah! That's so cute! Oh dear. Let's get that there. Oh yeah, heading out to dinner with family. Oh! Heck yeah, have a lovely dinner. I hope it goes really well. I'm sure it will. I'm sure it will. You know, a nice birthday dinner, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. Take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Sounds like you're gonna. Oh dear. Thanks. Catch you later. Yeah, catch you later, George. Look after yourself. Oh dear. Oh, actually, not to George specifically. George, go. You need to go. But to everyone else, I'm going to announce this properly tomorrow on Twitter, but I'll talk about it a little bit now again. So next Thursday, so not tomorrow, but a week Thursday, is our 2-year stream anniversary. And I kind of have thought long and hard about what I kind of want to base it around. And so for the stream anniversary, we're going to be raising money and hopefully also quite a bit of awareness for a charity called the Migraine Trust, which is one that I've depended on quite heavily in the past as someone who suffers with chronic migraine. So I want to talk about that a little bit. I want to talk about the charity, the things that they do, and stuff like that. So next, not tomorrow, but a week tomorrow, and I'll be posting about this on Twitter and Discord and stuff like that as well, so people know that it's happening. We're going to be raising some money for them. And again, I just kind of want to talk about the stuff that they do, so that if you yourself have migraines, if you know someone who's suffering with migraines, I think they also cover cluster headaches as well, but it is predominantly migraines. You have somewhere where you can go and somewhere that you can basically find other people that are going through the same thing. As I mentioned the other day, it is quite difficult to meet people with chronic migraines out in the wild. A lot of us are sort of just stuck at home, but they still have a lot of really useful stuff. And they do talks, they do in-person things if you live in the UK. If you live outside the UK, it would mainly just be the stuff they have online. But yeah, they're a really, really wonderful charity, and I want to do some stuff for them because they've helped me so much. Like, I am of the genuine belief that I wouldn't be here without them. And so they're such a fantastic charity, and I just wanna raise some hype for them. So we'll be doing that next Thursday. I don't actually know what we're going to be doing along with it at the moment. So any suggestions of things you'd like to see or that we could do? It won't be like last year's stream anniversary where it was like 13 hours long, just because my migraines were a little worse than they were last year, and I can't guarantee that I'd be able to stay here the whole time. But if anyone has anything they'd like to see, anything you'd like to do, I was thinking we could do some community games and things like that. That'd be nice. We'll take a little break from sewing and do something a little bit different. We could maybe do some art. I don't know. Kind of like if anyone has any things they want to see. There we are. Yeah, it's kind of like a soft announcement, since we'll really be putting the announcement out there, yes, tomorrow. But because I'm not streaming tomorrow, I couldn't really talk about it. I prefer just talking things. I find it easier to speak than I do to type. Oh dear, it's a nice idea. It'll be a great stream. I hope so. I think regardless of whether it's a really, really good stream though, at the very least, like, it gets word. I know a lot of people that have come into my chat have heard that I have migraines and are also suffering with them. And it's like, it'd just be really nice to get that out there. A showcase of the costumes you made, how you do them. Oh, I could definitely put on some, or like pop through some other costumes. Yeah, that'd be fine. I could do that. I can go through some of my really old ones if you want. I just don't have them with me anymore. I only have pictures of them. Yeah, I could absolutely do that. Oh dear. Do you knit, crochet, cross stitch, needle felt, or anything else along those lines? I do crochet. I've done needle felting before, but personally it's not my favourite. You know, at the end of the day, you find crafts that you like and crafts that you don't. I can definitely appreciate people that are very good at needle felting. I am just not someone who enjoys it so much. Knitting I've done. I kind of moved on to crochet because I preferred the smaller projects that you often do with crochet. And what was the last one? Cross stitch. I love cross stitch. I love cross stitch. That was the first craft I ever did. Love it. I don't do it as much anymore because so much of what I do is cosplay, but I always love a good cross stitch. I find it very relaxing. So kind of yes to all of them, but there's definitely, I have favourites. And thank you for the luck, George. Thank you, thank you. Diamond paintings. I've not done diamond paintings before. I've seen them. I often see them in some of the craft shops that they have like ready to do diamond paintings, but I've never done one myself. I guess because out of all of them, that's the one I think would be most difficult to work into costumes. And so probably that's why I haven't given it like the time to try it. Not that that should necessarily be how I approach craft. I approach craft and like, can cosplay? Can use for cosplay? And I'm like, knitting, crochet, felting, embroidery, all of that kind of stuff. I'm like, yeah, I can use that in cosplay. But then diamond painting, probably not. Or it'd be difficult to. I'm sure that you can, it's just like, maybe I'd need to get a lot better at it. To start learning how I could use it to start diamond painting my costumes. Oh dear. I crochet too mostly. I knit a tad, but not a lot. Yeah, it's basically the same boat I'm in. Like the first year I was doing stuff, I was only knitting. So like I know how to do stuff with it. It's just a lot of the projects were a lot longer and took a lot more balls of wool, so it was a bit more expensive. And since I was only doing it as like side relaxation stuff, it was kind of a lot. So I decided to try crochet, which was a lot cheaper. And you can make smaller things, so you could literally finish something in an evening, which is nice. And honestly, I got along with it a lot better just because of that short time frame, since it isn't my main craft hobby. Being able to do things that are a bit smaller, I just preferred a lot more. But I could totally understand that being a main hobby as well and just putting all of the love into that because it is very nice. The time that I've spent crocheting has been very relaxing. But for me, it is cosplay. Me, I'm a cosplayer. It's nice to give all the different crafts a try, though. Because you never know. And also, as far as like approaching my main hobby, it's meant that I have like a lot more options open to me. Like if I wanted to do a crocheted edge, for instance, I could do that. Whereas before, if I'd only ever stuck to specifically cosplay skills, I might not be able to do any of these things. I also collect crochet hooks at this point. I don't know why. I've got such a weird collection of crochet hooks. I'll show you guys at some point, but yeah. Oh, that's another thing I'd say. If anyone has any ideas for, challenges to do if we hit certain milestones for a charity stream, you know, that kind of stuff. I can't do spicy food, not because I don't like it, but because, yeah, I have some stomach issues, so we have to be a little bit careful about adding too much acidity to my stomach. But anything else I can do. Anything else I can do. Unfortunately, I actually bought loads of really hot chili spices before doing another charity stream, because I was like, I'll do this. At a milestone, I'll do like a different spicy sauce. But then I was told by the doctor I shouldn't do it. So I was like, oh, okay. Because I was like, I should probably check, just because I know that I have some pre-existing issues. And they were like, don't you dare. We're working so hard on fixing your stomach. Don't you dare. Oh, also, Nuke, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow. It's very kind of you. Sorry, I was just rambling. Oh dear. Do digital draw? Yeah, kind of. I actually prefer drawing by hand, but I've digital drawed a lot in the past for things like I made all of my own VTubers, and I made a few other people's VTubers as well. So I did a lot of digital drawing around that point. Generally though, for drawing, I still prefer drawing in a sketchbook. Again, it's not my main hobby, so like, it's something nice to do on the side, and I find it much easier to pick up a sketchbook and do some doodles than I do going and doing digital. It probably doesn't help that I don't use a drawing tablet, so all of my drawing is done by, well, previously it was done by trackpad, now it's done by mouse. Which, they're not the easiest tools to draw with. Maybe if I had like a proper drawing tablet, I would, you know, use it a bit more. Oh dear. Oh. Yeah, I have a drawing tablet. Do you like it? Also, with your drawing tablet, is it one of the ones which is like completely blank, but then you see your drawing on the screen? Or is it one where you can actually draw into and you can see the drawing on the tablet? Because I think I'd find it easier if it was one where I could see the drawing on the tablet. I find it a bit difficult to separate my brain from tablet to screen. How do you find it? Oh. Deary me. Get that up there. 50, thank you so much for the horn. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Oh dear. We are getting some of the more side pieces of armor done. We've already got it on the other side. It's just on this side now. We're nearly done, and then we can move on to the next bit, which is, I think, complicated, but I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure. No worry. Heck yeah. Ah dear. Shifty. Without going into too much detail of exactly where, have you tried any new food places out recently, or not yet? I don't know how I can ask it subtly, but I think that'll do. Have you tried any new food places or not yet? Oh, we're thinking of going out for some dinner on Friday, because both of us have had quite a rough week, and we're like, yeah, we'll go do that. Not yet. Ah, that's fair. That's fair. At least have you at least have a non-screen drawing tablet, but mine is 16-inch. It takes up quite a lot of desk space and isn't as portable. So those are the flaw of those. Is more of a stationary setup. I see. I didn't even think of that. I've always assumed oh my god, Zay! What is up with you all today? Zay, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. That's very kind of you. Who'd they go to? Cicada, Outro, Potato, Fired, and Clouds. Jesus Christ. Thank you so much. Zay, in the future, if you're ever gifting subs, the magic numbers are 3 and I think 4. because I haven't made alerts for those, which means you get 3 horns in a row or 4 horns in a row. But thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. I appreciate it a lot. Listen, I'll tell you the secrets of my channel. The secrets are I forgot to make some extra panels. I was supposed to be going somewhere today, but couldn't go ahead. Oh, I see. That's fair. Well, to be fair, I'm sure any food places are not going anywhere. So you can pop in anytime. Hey, good gift sub. Heck yeah. I didn't think Jeebus Croissant got a sub. What is Jeebus Croissant? Oh dear, you're like, you didn't think about that. No, I genuinely have always assumed drawing tablets were things that you hold and like you just take with you. But yeah, it makes sense that there'd be some much larger ones. True. Yeah, you know, food doesn't go anywhere. Oh dear. How are you doing today, Shifty? You alright? Oh, we're just chipping away at this. In a minute, I have to go around this little bit down here that's like flapping up. But in a minute I could turn around and then we'll have the whole like bust part done and we just have to do the hanging bits underneath. No migraine, good to see it didn't follow through. I wasn't very well yesterday. But probably by about in like going to sleep time, I was feeling a lot better. Going to sleep time, the evening. I was doing a lot better. So it started quite quickly after stream. So I immediately kind of just went to bed, slept through. And then, yeah, by going to sleep time, it was okay. It was like mostly on its way out at that point. It was a nice little speedy one. Other than cancel plans, doing good. Cool, good to hear. Oh dear. Anything about when I got mine, I feel sort of stuck, and also lots more cords to get. Oh my god, yeah, that's another thing I didn't think of, the cords. Yeah, if it's that big of a thing and it's also corded, ooh. That'd be something to think of, huh? Going to sleep time. Oh, are we having a snack break? Hi, Nate. How goes it? 5 views on Jesus Christ, say. Didn't get one of the previous. True. Unfortunately, you know what? Actually, no, it's probably fortunate that Jesus doesn't sub to this channel. I don't want to be smited. Struggle to put setup away. Yeah. Right. Where's my snack? There's my snack. And you guys have my tea right now. Oh dear, it's that kind of thing you don't think about when starting a new hobby. You don't think about, yeah, how much space it's gonna take up and stuff like that, and it becoming a more permanent fixture. Hello there. We have snacks. I started getting gift subs to channel I don't even follow. Yeah. I kind of like it though. Sometimes it means I'm like alert to someone who has really good, you know, emotes, even before I know what the channel does. Looks like a tasty biscuit. It is. It's one of the fly biscuits. So it's like a shortbread with raisins in it, and then it's got like granulated sugar on top. The emote game was on point. Exactly. It just notifies you to the existence of channels with excellent emotes. It's like, heck yeah. Oh, Gone, how goes it? I hope you're having a good day. Almost put together. We're getting there. Like, the skirt's pretty good. There's a couple things I want to alter, but, like, I can do that in my own time. It's only little things. And, yeah, the bodice part, the bit at the top, it's, like, zoom in. I think the bit that we did yesterday that we had to stop on, this bit here, is probably the longest it's going to take to put any of them in, because it's so in, out constantly. Yo! Listen up! Here's a story about a little guy that lives in a blue world, and all day and all night, and everything he sees is just blue, like him. Inside and outside, blue his house, with a blue little window and a blue Corvette, and everything is blue for him, and himself, and everybody around, 'cause he ain't got nobody to listen to. Yeah. I'm blue, dabba dee dabba die, dabba dee dabba die, dabba dee. Oh my god. Wait, Shifty, that is such an intense. That's such an intense one. Dee dabba die, dabba dee dabba die. I'm blue, dabba dee dabba die, 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 dabba dee dabba die. Yeah. Thank you so much for the blue. I have one desk in my room. I had to assemble. I said, oh my god, it's a pain. Yeah, that does sound like a pain. Because you crochet, knit, sew, draw, traditional a lot. Yeah, because my main hobby is sewing and I do mainly sewing, I'm quite good to keep my machinery out, but god does it take up a lot of space. If I want to do something else, like, time for a whole room move around. It's so sparkly. Wait till I turn it around to face you gone. Wait till I turn it. I have to get this stitched in because it's like sticking out at the moment. But once I get this stitched in, you wait. I'll turn it around to face you and you can see all the front. Because the back doesn't really have that many sparkles. But the front has a lot. Oh dear. Oh, fuck. No. Is that a thread snap? That sounds like a thread snap. I wonder actually if I can get away with it though, because honestly, that one kind of, I think it snapped because of a knot, which means I might actually be safe to just keep going. I'll put like a little stitch over the top of it just to hold it in place, but if that did that because of a, what do you call it, ripped because of a knot, then yeah, I think we're actually probably okay not to have to do anything to it because the knot's holding it in place, which is why I couldn't stitch it through. Right? That's some logic right there, right? Using that jelly logic. Because yeah, it's not budging. That's staying right there. I might die from the shine. Nah, I gotta show you. We'll take a risk, gone, because I wanna show you. I just need to get round. Pixie, sorry to leave and come back. Thank you for the recommendation. Smoothie was fantastic. I had a blizzard. Oh, delicious. Very nice. Dear. Well, I literally plan trips around places I like to eat at. Same. I like going out to eat is one of my favorite pastimes. Finding a new restaurant I've not eaten at before and going there and like, sure, I might do a couple other things that are important while I'm out, but like mainly I just want to sit and eat at the new restaurant and like try something new. And it's before pandemic hit, that was one of my main types of outings, was like once a week or once every other week we'd go out and we'd eat somewhere new. And it could have been like a cafe, like something quite small, or it could be like a full dinner. But like, regardless, we'd find somewhere new and try it. And it was so fun. I think that was one of the main things I missed coming into the pandemic, was that I couldn't do that anymore. Yeah, especially since we just moved to a new place. So like, of course, we have like loads of new restaurants and stuff like that. But it's okay, because we're getting into it now. Oh dear. I literally, yeah, starting to feel much better. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Oh yeah. We are about to turn it around so I can dazzle gone. I want to dazzle gone. That's my hint of the day. Okay, well actually Zero gave me the idea for this hint when they were asking yesterday. So hint of the day, Sonne, is that it is being made with an event in mind. So I am making it thinking that it is going to go to a specific event. Yes. That might not initially sound like a hint, but I swear it is a hint. Well, think about costumes you take to events. What are they? You know, have a little think. That was one to maybe like ruminate on a little bit. Have a good think about it. What could this mean? Arguably, it's one of the better clues I can give you. Yes, give us a hint. Shifty, you know. Oh yeah, I went yesterday when I had the fiasco of trying to send a spoiler message and I just... Oi, dazzle, sparks from here. Oh! Just you wait, gone. Just you wait. I'm nearly done this row and then I'll be ready. Ah, dear. Need the fruits. TwitchCon Amsterdam? Nah, this is the one we're making for TwitchCon Amsterdam. I can tell you that much. It's not for TwitchCon, because, of course, the costume I'm making right now is for TwitchCon. This is Jelly's version of Wordle. It kind of is. I don't think you guys are going to get it, but we'll give it our best shot. Listen, it's not going to be a couple months till I even start it, so if you think you're going to be getting any juicy clues right now, nah, you gotta wait till we're a bit closer to maybe considering making it. Jurdle. Jillerdle. Yeah, that's the one. Copyright that. You do know, you do. Right. Oh yeah. Look at that bust. Again, let me just get it to the side, put it there, and bring in the embroidery picture so you can look at the map versus, so like our plans versus where it's at right now. I think that's a good indicator of like how far we've come with this design. Oh dear, and also, of course, like all the stuff we're about to add down here as well, because this is the next piece now, is going down. Oh dear, wait, so what's being talked about then? I'm confused. So the next costume I make after this one, people are trying to guess what that costume might be. They're getting one hint every day. I'm surprised no one's like documenting it in the Discord, because I mean, I'm not gonna help you. I'm not documenting the clues myself. If you forget the clues, that's on you. Chat will never get it. I don't think so. Cut, print, and copyright it. Yeah, Sai, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Just a bust move. Oh dear. There we are. What do we think? Are we happy? Can I put away the embroidery thing now? You've seen it. There we go. But yeah, here's where we're at. We now need to add all the bits that go down here. Yes. Which I might actually, so I've had these pulled because it helps with the top part, but I think I might undo these just so that it's not wrinkling the costume too much. Because, yeah. Well, we'll just put that like that. It'll still be a little wrinkled, but it won't be as bad because it's not going to be pulling it that tight. But at least it's still on a circular form. Oh dear. Right. I remember that these were the bits that I wanted to start with next. But I don't sew them the whole way down. I just have to like pin the majority of it, right? I think. And this goes to here. Yes. Like my little chest moustache. Yeah. Very snazzy. Very snazzy. What got you into cosplay in particular? Going to my first con is what got me into cosplay. So we were planning a big trip. I didn't live near any conventions growing up, like at all. So like we were planning a really big trip to go to the London convention. And you know, when you look at the web pages for it where you buy the tickets, lots of people in costume. And at that point I had been making like big runway wedding dress style stuff, right? So I'd already been sewing a little while, but I was like, you know, all these people are making their own outfits and stuff and going to this convention. So if that's kind of what people do at conventions, I want to do it too. It's my first convention. I want to give everything a try, right? You know? And I was going with my sister, and so I wanted a costume that we could do together, since neither of us were super confident, right? You know, we were both quite young, but also like we hadn't been to a convention at all before, so we weren't sure how many people were going to be cosplaying. So I did Zorn and Thorn from Final Fantasy IX, and yeah, we both picked, well, one of those. They were reasonably simple and comfortable costumes to walk around in, but we went and it was amazing. It was just fantastic to be part of that cosplay atmosphere where everyone else is just like cosplaying the things that they love, and then you join in on that. It was really, really lovely, and since then I've just wanted to do it to every convention I go to. I thought that there'd only be a few people in cosplay the first time I went. I thought it was going to be like not that many people, and then I got there, and this would have been years and years ago. Like again, I was like 16-ish at the time, like I was very young, and the majority of the con, even at that point, was in cosplay. And so as soon as I got there, I was like, oh, I don't feel out of place anymore. In fact, I'm so happy that we did this, because I felt like we would have missed out if we didn't. And yeah, That's kind of what got me into conventions. It was literally cons. Going to cons is what got me into conventions. I'm not gonna going to cons is what got me into cosplay, excuse me. Because, like, as a kid, and let's say, like, a young kid, this was when I was, like, still going to primary school. When I first saw cosplayers, I thought they were nerds. I was like, ew, why are they all dressing up from World of Warcraft, an online game? Do they not have better things to do? And this was because, like, the news had been, like, doing news stories recently about World of Warcraft because, like, there were people queuing for new releases and stuff like that. And a lot of the people queuing were in costumes, and they were, like, interviewing them and stuff like that. And I remember getting up and, like, before going to school, seeing that on the news and being like, ugh. And then here we are. But, yeah. That's what got me into it. Where's the other half of this one? I'm losing it. Where is it gone? There it is. Back there somewhere, right? Oh. I didn't ever see a big event. Maybe it's related to that. It is related to that. Yeah. That was the first convention I went to. And I absolutely loved it. I had such a good time that I just wanted to go all the time. I was like, you know, if it was this fun this time, surely it'd be just as much fun next time. And I think I've had more fun basically every time that I've gone. This one needs to be pushed up a little higher, I think. That's okay, we can do that. We can push it up a little higher. So getting all this in place, tricky. Very tricky. Because I kind of need it like that, I suppose. Yeah, and you know what? That makes sense. I'll have it like that, have it like that. And then have those two bits down the middle. So these bits are all kind of, not side pieces, like they are quite important, but lining them up is very important. And how did I line them up on the original? Yeah, I had them lined up like that somehow. I'm not sure how we managed that. I don't know quite how I managed that, because that would be like this. Unless these are a bit further out than I think they are, they might be. What if I... They kind of look like they go the whole way around. What if I, instead of pinning this to the costume, I pin this to the top of this, and we'll sew these bits together? That might be a better idea. Because yeah, I want that to go over the top of this anyway. I could just sew this to this, and then I guess find a way to fit it into here. Because that needs to be like there. So I guess if I want this to be more like that, then it needs to be like that. Oh, it's difficult, huh? All this planning. I think that's right. But then I'm kind of like, do I want to move that to the side a bit more? Kinda. That does leave that bit there. Unless I want this to be like a double... Oh, I could do it like that. Okay. So I think the reason this is a bit different, I should probably mention, is probably because we added extra drops so that basically it's a little bit different shape than the original plan after this point, after the point we've already done. But if I put that through there, and put this there, and then put this there, yeah, we could do that. Sew those together. It's a little different than the original plan, but I think it would still work. And it still gives that overall shape in the center that I like. The only thing is it does overlap that a bit. But if I push it up to there, and we pin that like that, let's say. Let's pin that there, and we'll pin the other side there. We'll work this out, don't worry. We'll get there. My brain is not working super well today, but we'll work this out. If I get that there, and then this one can go in there, that should still give us the look we want, right? Like, I still get that look that I'm looking for. It just means we have to have it kind of like that, because, yeah, because otherwise it's gonna get, it's gonna get bombed by this, which is no good. It needs to be underneath that. But I can do that, and then how will that work with the bigger piece that it goes around? Sorry, I'm working out what's going on here and trying to fix it, but I think that would be okay. Because I knew that was going to go over the top of the woman's head anyway. But it doesn't really interfere with this too much. I think that's okay. Yeah, by doing this it drops it a little bit lower, but... Yeah, I think that's okay. It puts over the woman's head, but I think that's alright. Right, gotta go. Oh, thank you, Shifty. Have a good look. Oh dear, I love animal costumes. Me too. Hello, dress looking lovely. Thank you. I'm just trying to like puzzle through this bit in the middle because it's a little complicated. It's just a little bit complicated. Basically, it needs to be done in kind of a certain way so that no pieces overlap each other too much, and it's a little difficult, but we're working our way through it, and I think that would work really well, to be honest. I knew that was going to be in the middle. Unfortunately, my skirt's a little shorter than it was originally going to be as well, because I got short legs. So I think, within consideration of my short legs, this is probably for the best. It's a bit weird though, because that seems to go much further on that side than the other. Maybe I need to pin this here and go to the center. I guess because the center line's about there. That does, yeah, but then it doesn't work because it's not the center line going down. So we'll put that there. There you go. And then put that about there. A bit earlier on this side, but that's okay. I don't think it'll be noticeable once we add the swirls on top. And then come on. In through the fabric, please. What's it not liking? What's it getting upset at? Is it going through this as well? Oh yeah, that's why. Like, it's not liking this very much. Oh, did I sew this onto the... Ah. Can I just... 2 seconds. Emergency procedures. Bit cold in the Netherlands, but... No, I will not. I don't think I'll win it, but I appreciate it. But look, listen, we just want to get in. Goal is to get in. I say I've sewn it to the mannequin a little bit, so I'm just gonna try and cut the mannequin, because I'd honestly rather fix the mannequin at this point than fix my sewing. Come on. There you go. Got it. I was like, we're not doing this. I will break the costume after breaking the mannequin. Right, so this then should be pretty well pinned in there, which is about the same place on both sides, right? I think so. That in there, and then that in there. Yeah, actually, that works well. That looks about like the same place. We'll just put a pin in this so that it doesn't move too much. And then on this side too, so it doesn't move too much here. Go. It does look very wide on that side though, which I don't really like. It's difficult because I'm kind of pushing it in now, but I think even if it's pushed in a little bit, it will look better if it's here. And because I'm hand stitching, I can probably sew it so you can't see that. Sorry for all the pinning work. I will do some actual work in a second. It's just the pinning's kind of important here for making it look even. Yeah, I think that's okay. And then what we'll do is we'll just pull that up to there and sew that in like that, I think. Yeah, and then we need these bits will end up going, what, over the top, like like this, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose so. That's alright. It does leave this really big empty space in the middle. But I can do something about that, I think. Do I want to do something about it like that? Sorry, I'm having so much indecision because this is like the center of the costume and I want it to look good. Better sewn to a mannequin than sewn to you. True. Very true. Tunes and jelly peering into cleavage. Sorry. You know what? That's kind of standard here at this point though, right, Sunkoi? Like, I'm sure that's kind of what you expect, right? That's what everyone expects. Jelly, come into Jelly stream. Jelly's peering at cleavage again. If I do that like this, it's just not very happy at the bottom. But I do think, in the grand scheme of things, it will look better. A solution to this might be to unpick the top of the woman. And then put these little folds underneath. I do just think it looks a little better right in the center, to be honest. Because it's not meant to be that big of a gap. And it becomes quite a big gap otherwise, which is just not exactly what I want. So, if I was to sew those bits underneath, I think that would look a bit better. What I'll do then is, I won't sew that bottom bit, I'll sew the rest of it, and then I'll unpick the woman so that I can fold these bits underneath. And I think that's the best solution for giving this the look that I want. Which is going to look a bit funny right now, but then hopefully it will look better once we've worked into it a bit and we've done that unpicking. Also, why are you pinned like this? Come on now. What are you doing? No, stop that. Get that through. Ah! Are you? Okay. Okay, listen here now. You will go through the purple and then you will go through the rest of that gold piece and you will like it. There you go. That's better. Oh dear. And then down under there, just get this bit onto this, which I think should be to about, it's quite high up honestly, but I think it should be to about there. And then on this side, do the same thing, pull that down, and then pin that in there. And yeah, we'll just fix that bottom bit afterwards. Otherwise, it just doesn't look like how I want it to look if I'm altering it. Like, I have an idea of what I want it to look like, and that wasn't it. Sorry, I'll show you what I've been pinning this whole time. It's literally just these two big bits here. Like, oh, that bit's come undone already. Okay then. Okay then. 2 seconds. Let me repin you. It's literally just these two bits though. They're just being a bit of a butt because they're a little bit too long. And unfortunately, because of that, they poke into the head of the woman, which I don't really want. And I can't really trim them without damaging the structural integrity of the embroideries. There you go. Please ignore this one. It needs to be pulled down, really. There we go. It just gives me my heart at the front of the costume, which I wanted. I wanted that heart. What a way to join. Indeed. Dress looks amazing. Thank you, and thank you for the hydrate. Actually, you guys have my tea right now. Very much standard cosplay things, yeah. That way now, we can have this bit go over the top of it and cover that top bit later. But yeah. Because it kind of accents the top with all of the sequins. But I want it to be there, I think. That's what the plan was. That's always what the plan was. I just have to unpick, as you can kind of see, because it's floating over the top of her head. I'll make it so they tuck underneath. I will say the bits that go around the outside will not be tucked in. So like these bits will still very much go like here, around the side of the woman. But yeah, like that. But that'll be one of the last bits we end up putting in, to be fair. So, no, it's just this. Looks kind of cool, huh? Like these big waves. All these waves crashing in the center. Maybe I should unpick it first, because then, well, logically it means that I could do it straight away. Like I could fix it straight away. 2 seconds, let me grab an unpicker. And also have another sip. Alright, unpicker time. Oh my god, my leg! Oh! I should have stood up earlier. Oh my god. Oh! Oh! I think I've been sitting on it. It's a bit dead. 2 seconds, I'm just gonna like... Oh. Stretch. Oh! Stretch out my leg a little bit. Oh! That's a nice clunk you're doing there, leg. You okay? You okay? Oh. Oh. Cosplay, the most dangerous of hobbies. Right, let me get all this unpicked. Probably shouldn't have that in my mouth in case I swallow it after hiccuping. That would be a bit unfortunate. That should let in that side. Ow. Why you do this? Just to check. That's fine, I think, but yeah, it's fine. That lets in that side. And then this side needs unpicking too. There you go. And then we can pop that in there. There. Very nice. Okay. I didn't take any of those, did I? No, I don't think so. No, it's just a bit looser. That's okay. Let me pop the lid back. Oh, there it is. Pop the lid back on the unpicker, and I'll show you this. Oh yeah. That's what I wanted. Now they both go into the head at the bottom, because otherwise it was just kind of getting rid of the work we've done here, because it's still the biggest embroidery on the costume and the one that's taken the most work. I don't want to like hide it too much. Put those down there for now, I don't need them. What we do need to do is sew all this on, and a lot of it will need to be sewn from underneath, like this, so that we don't end up pushing that in by accident. There's bits that I want tight and there's bits that I want a bit more floaty, and I definitely want this bit a bit more floaty. So let's start building this bit up. Well, where'd I put my blue scissors? If I can't find them, it doesn't matter because I do have the big scissors behind me, but I guess they're lost again. Oh dear. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, Sunko, I should say, how is the planning coming along for your costume? Or both your costumes, because you've got the... Oh, there they are. You've got the D&D themed evolutions and your Monster Hunter armor. How are they coming along? Or planning coming along, I assume. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. Right, let's get this center bit done first, shall we? Oh. Said, shall we? Come on, I believe in you. Okay, get that out there, and then pop this through the end with the knot. And then make sure both sides get pulled through. There you go. Nice. Planning is going well. We have a third cosplay in the mix. Oh god, yeah! You guys, I remember seeing you doing all the skulls for that one. It was so intense. That was a big project, that one. Oh, that's very exciting though. You have so much to do. I believe in you though. You were very dedicated when you were doing the Zag costume, so I assume it'll be just fine. And honestly, it's a normal cosplay thing, right? To work on several costumes at once. Oh my god. Sorry, trying to get the needle out of this area. Oh my god. It doesn't like it at all. There you go. Get that through there. Somewhere. There you go. And then get this bit through here. Try and make sure it doesn't go through both layers, but oh no, it's that. Okay, that's fine then. If it's not that bit, then that's fine. And then just get that through there. It should get easier after doing this very center point. The center point's kind of a nightmare, honestly. There you go. And that bit kind of swept in. And get that bit in there. Oh, yeah. There you go. And now this bit attached to the inside of this. And I'm going to make sure some of this extra thread gets pulled out now, because otherwise that's going to look messy later. The con crunch is strong. Oh, I don't envy you. I can't deal with con crunch stuff, honestly. It just makes me ill every time, but yeah, good luck. I hope that it goes heckin' well. It is rough when you have several projects on the go and events to take them to too. Yeah, you have all of my best wishes with your costume making process. I need to sew this down now, just to make sure it stays. What I will do is, if I can, tie it to one of the bits I've left. I think it's like this, yeah. So if I can tie it to that, I'll do my best to do that. Ow. Oh, did I wrap that around the wrong side? I did. Okay. And get that down there. Quite a lot of thread here. Maybe I can tie it off here. So yeah, because I unpicked it before, it just means that there's a few areas now where there's some spare thread underneath. But I should be able to tie this here, I think. And then I'll sew back up and start going around the bit we just pinned in. Get that in there. And then do it again. Do it again. And one more, just to be safe. I'm always a bit worried about these bits where you've unpicked it, that it's going to become like a point of weakness on the costume. But I think that feels okay. And put that back through. And then we'll work our way back up again. Oh dear, going for a meeting. Oh, that's fine. Sunkoi, good luck with the meeting. I hope it goes well. We're just taking it a little bit at a time. Honestly, I think with these two center bits, once they're in, I'll find it a lot easier. Because they kind of dictate where the rest of the costume goes. But while they're not in, it does make it a little difficult to imagine where the rest of the bits are going to sit. But getting these sewn into the woman underneath is a lot less pressure on me now, thankfully. I was so worried about it, like, completely taking over that space. Oh dear. There we go. And then get this over to here. Okay. Right, and now we can stitch around this. So this bit is also going to get stitched in the whole way around, as will the swirl at the top. It'll be the bits that drape down either side that then end up not getting stitched along the bottom, specifically so they can start folding over each other a little bit. Because it is meant to be armour, and I think that that looks most like armour that I've seen in this world. Oh, is that a tiny, tiny knot? Oh dear. There we go. Get rid of that tiny, tiny knot. And just continue to sew. I'm keeping my hand underneath it, so underneath this fold here, because it means that I don't hopefully sew through too many layers. So every time I go back in, hand underneath, pop that through there. It also helps me get a really good angle on the needle, to be fair, so that I'm making a really small, subtle stitch, rather than some of the more intense stitches I've had to do in other places. There we go. Get that under there, so we don't need that pin anymore. Go, and I'm gonna get caught on that blue pin, I think, at the end, basically every time, but that's okay. I need that blue pin for a minute since it gives me where I'm going. It's my direction right now. Go. And doing these teeny tiny little stitches. But yeah, unfortunately this bit has to lay flat because so many other pieces lay around it. It needs to be behind them, basically. Working back to front again we are. Go. Oh. Oh. Let's... Yeah, I'd really like to do something detailed underneath here since we have that part. I don't know what I'll do yet, but I want to do something. I think it would look nice just to have some like streaks of purple or something. There's some extra beads or some extra sequins. I mean, like the rest of it, we can probably kind of make the design up since the picture is not super clear what goes on in any of these purple spaces. I use that to my advantage and make it up. Make up something I think looks nice and fits the rest of the design. Go. There. Oh. Oh. And not the side you're meant to go around. One. Over here, please. Yes. Very nice. And across here. I don't remember if the character actually looks like they have a heart in the middle of them, or if I just decided I wanted a heart in the middle of them. I wonder, do I have a bigger picture of Mateus? I do. Brilliant. Yeah, I don't know if that is meant to be a heart. It's difficult because I can kind of see areas that go up and look like the outside of a heart, but they don't look like they mimic the other side. No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. At some point I decided that was something that I wanted though. That's okay. I've made all the embroideries for it now, so no going back. It'd be a waste. I'm not here to waste materials, that's for sure. Excuse me. And what's here? Oh! Come on. Right, can I take that blue pin out yet? Or should I go a bit close? I'll go a little closer. The closer I get to it, the more it hooks on it, but because this is quite a difficult... it was a very difficult piece to pin like 5 minutes ago. I'd rather maybe keep that pin in for a minute, even if it's a bit of a pain to sew around. I don't want to repin it. No repinning. I don't have the patience for it. Go. And do one more and then I'll take that pin out. Oh, subtle please. Thank you. And then put that on top and then take that one out. Yes! No more getting caught on that pin. Then what we need to do is pull this and sew this the whole way up. It's gonna make it a bit of a shape if I do that though, so maybe do it like that. Oh, yep. And go over that end. Oh, come on. Get that like there, yeah. And then let's go up and start going this way around. And then we'll sew this the whole way up. I think I don't have to pull that out completely straight. In fact, I think it would look better if I didn't pull it out completely straight. I'll try not to. It's difficult because I want to hold it underneath. Look at that, damn gone! Yeah, we're slowly adding pieces, right? And every time we add one, not only does it get more gold and sparkly, I feel like it looks more like the costume. Oh dear, we're getting there, we're getting there. These are really big pieces I need to get on first because they go behind a lot of things. But then we'll add all the layering at the side. I think the layering at the side is what's going to really pull this together and make it look a bit more like armor. In my mind, it will. That's kind of what I'm imagining to happen. I'm imagining that we'll add all the armor on the side and it will be like, ah, yes, an armor set. I see it now. Okay, so I want to push that back a little bit just so I get this right. I want to sew it along here. I don't want to go too far through. Yeah, like I don't want to go through like that. Okay, try it again. There you go. Got nice and tight. And then pull that bit there. And then this bit's a little difficult because there's a lot of extra fabric basically, because we added these these extra bits on the skirt that were not actually part of my original design, but I don't regret them. I think they look really good. Like that is what I wanted to be there. But because they weren't in the original pattern, it means these bits don't lie quite so flat over them. That's okay though, we just have to be a little careful when stitching it. Make sure we stitch with that in mind. And get this now into the main bodice. And back through. Whoop. Yeah. And we should be on the main bodice now, which is a bit easier. It's a lot easier to stitch on these bits than it is on the flaps underneath because again, like, it was made for this, but it wasn't made for the extra bits. Doing data recovery on my PC, it's stressful. I can't sometimes detect my hard disk. I'm a new PC owner. Oh god. No, I think that would be stressful for anyone gone. That's like not a very nice job to have to do. I hope you managed to recover everything you're looking for. Yeah, no, I think that's the kind of job most people would get pretty stressed out about doing. There we go. I think that looks alright. And now we just have to make sure we don't sew through the mannequin. Oh dear. I mean, if I do, I suppose, but let's try not to. Let's try not to sew through the mannequin. Mannequin doesn't deserve to be full of holes where I've just cut the costume out from them. And through there. And then across over here. Right. That should... I keep putting things down and then picking something else up. That should, I think, work pretty well for adding that bit. Which will probably sit to about here. Thing is, I don't want these bits going too far around because they start to hit tail territory. And if the tail's smacking against them, they'll probably get damaged, which is why I've tried to make it so they cut themselves a little bit short. They don't go the whole way around the back. Because if they did, there'd be tail there, and I worry that that tail will end up damaging them. So I've kind of tried to prevent them going the whole way around and stop them all a bit early. It might look a little bit weird when we don't have the tail attached, because it'll be like, why is there this really big hole in the back where there's no embroidery or anything? Like, that looks a bit odd. But I think once we add the tail, well, first of all, you won't see that big gap, but also I think it'll make a lot more sense, just to try and prevent the embroidery from getting damaged over time. Oh dear. Oh what? Oh what? What's oh what? Well, there we go. Because what I don't want to have happen is beads beads everywhere at a convention. Oh, that'd be so stressful. Oh yeah. Same reason I haven't put any embroideries under where the wing pack's gonna go. I mean, first of all, once again, you won't see it, but also it would probably end up just getting damaged over time, which, that's no good. You don't want that. Get that there, and then nick that through there. Well, not through the beads, just a thread, please. And then get that in there. And then that. Oh, no, just through that, just through there. Ah, daycare toddlers are so cute! Aww. That is aw. Oh dear. Oh yeah, because we've got Gongput. I had a good time teaching in daycare. Some toddlers really tolerant with each other now. Many new kids have close friends. It's a wholesome scene. You're right, Cons, that is I missed that. They can be crazy, but sometimes they give you nice lessons like, you know sad, you smile. Oh. Oh. That's the thing, kids can be a mixture of terrifying and adorable. Like some of the things that come out of kids' mouths, it's like, Jesus Christ. Where'd you learn that? But then some of it's just so damn cute. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There we go. I'm just getting these two bits attached to each other, and then I will attach it down as well. Attaching them to each other in this particular case is kind of important. So I don't want them to be moving apart. I want this to look nice and even. Nice even heart in the center. Just keep doing this. And then I got this little like nose bit in the middle. And then go into the sequins and attach that to the top of here. Oh, well, that's very tricky to sew through. There we go. I did not like that, huh? And then get that through there. Okay. I need out the other side. There we go. And do that again. This one, right at the end. And put that in there. Might just attach the other side while I'm down here. Saves me having to do it later. And then I still have to go around the inside, but that's okay. We can do that in a minute with some separate thread. That's okay. Come on. That through there. Oh yeah. Attach that to this side. There we go. That should look pretty good. Nice in there, and then I just need to get the inside bit done so I don't have two little pockets. As much as it'd be kind of nice to have two little pockets actually, but I don't think that's where I'd want them. I think they have to move somewhere else. And move that into there. Let's tie this off and get some more string. I'm tempted to leave those as just two little pockets, because like, wow, that'd be kind of nice. Like accidental pockets. Yes, please. Okay. Pull that into that. Ooh. There. And trim that off. Ooh. That's pretty cute. So that's all attached around the outside. I just have to go around the inside, which is going to be a little difficult because it's the sequins, but it's possible. I can still do that. Oh my god, fries! Heck! Come in self-care. Good at getting live, let's dog us ways. Has anyone got good tea and breakfast today? You know, Jelly eats crackers just then. Yeah, I have biscuits. Oh dear, speaking of which, thank you for the hydrate in the snack break. Actually, fries, for the posture check, I might just stand up in a minute quickly and give my legs a bit of a stretch out, because whenever I'm finding that my knees are the ones that are kind of suffering at the moment. Like, the rest of me is kind of fine. I don't notice until I stand up, and then I'm like, oh! Make sure my body's not going to get stepped on. Lovely. Let's get... Oh. There we go again. Oh. 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 Crack my knees a few times. Oh. Yeah. I'm just gonna have to make sure I get up every now and again so that I don't lose feeling in my knees. Oh dear. How are you doing today, Fries? I hope you're having a good day. We are still working on the bodice. We've got a lot of the stuff here and around here now attached, so we're working more on the center area. These are the bits that go right at the back, so we're doing those first. Them legs got to breathe. They do. My poor legs are just like, why? Why are you kneeling all day? And it's like, because this is too heavy to go on my desk. It just falls over all over the place. We'll get it done though, we'll get it done, then you don't have to think about this anymore. I'm really not sure if I want to sew it on the inside now. Do you think I can get away with not sewing it on the inside and having like a little coin pouch here? Or is that kind of a stupid idea? Because like, the thing is, it won't be damaged or anything. I'm gonna leave that open. I'm gonna leave it open and just do around the outside of the other one, and maybe have like a little tiny pocket in here, just for like, you know, maybe like my ticket, or you know, a little maybe some business cards. I could put some little business cards in here. Could you imagine? I'm just like, oh, you want a business card? There you go. Okay, I'm leaving them open for now, for practicality's sake. Let's stay open. How are you? I'm okay, thank you. I'm doing a lot better than yesterday, thankfully. Nice short migraine. Oh dear. If you wear that but only the dress, it would be most majestic dress for probable. It would. If you took this to your like high school prom or something like that, you would be the center of attention for sure. Very gold, very bold, but I think it'd look nice. Okay, let's make sure that you're not immediately knotting, because I remember you've done that a few times to me. And then tie up the end. What? You don't want to tie up? What's wrong? What's wrong? What? What? Why don't you like tying? There you go. You're like, I'll tie knots if you're not involved, Jelly, but if you're involved, no knots for you. Not happening. Also, I just dropped it. God, where did I just put it? I should be able to find it if I go through from here. There you go. There you go. I need to trim the extra thread off that knot. Oh dear. There we go. And then we'll go around the outside here, and then we can start building up a little bit with my pockets. Oh my god. Accidental pockets. Oh, I'm such a big fan of that. That's great. That's exactly what this costume needed, honestly. You can't convince me otherwise. It just needed pockets. Unpick this a little bit to a point, maybe to here. There you go. So what I'll do is, actually I could put this in here and go up, maybe. So again, just try and make sure it's just this. And go in. There's the knot here, there it is. And then tie it to the piece we unpicked. I'm just gonna eat this so that there's some tension. And then, oh no, need 2 more nuts. Make it careful. Actually, I don't need a tension on it anymore. There you go, I can, bleh. And tie it again. I just, like I said before, I don't trust these areas where I've unpicked it and then I'm trying to like knot it again. But that looks pretty solid. I think we're good here. Now we can start for real. Actually, do I have 2 sides here? I do. Oh, I know I did quite early. Oops. Oh dear, that's alright. Bonk. And then we want to go through like here. And pull that over the top so you can't see what happened. You can see none of the naughty secrets of my stitching. All hidden. Oh, except that's a knot in the stitch. That's no good. There you go. Hide that naughty stitch. Terrible, terrible. I don't know, they dare ask who made it. Goodness, that's say me. I mean, that's kind of what it is like going to. I mean, you've made your own costume, right? Gone. That's kind of what it's like going to a convention when you've made your own costume. It's just like people ask if you made it or where you got it and stuff like that. And it's like, no, I made it. This was made by me. A jelly original, actually. It's like a really nice feeling after you put so much hard work and time into a costume to be able to say that you were the one that made it. Sounds silly because, like, obviously, like, but yeah, it's nice. It's nice a lot. Dinky, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. No, I refuse to believe that. God. The first costume I made, I still had people come up and ask if I made it, and my first costume was god awful. But if people see a character that they really like or respect, or a series that they like or respect, all the time you get some really nice comments and feedback. Even if it's like your first ever costume. Oh dear. Oh, yeah. And didn't you do Guts? Like, speaking of like respected characters, didn't you do Guts? Oh dear. Like, as far as suspected characters go, that one's pretty high up, I'd say. Oh, There you go. There we are. I'm gonna get the pin out now because I think I put enough stitches in and it's kind of getting in the way. The pin's like, it's blocking me from doing all the work that I want to do. Getting pin blocked. Do that, and then I think that's pretty good. Go back around and go around the outside like we did before. Go. Oh, yeah, that's a long stitch. That's okay. Come on. I believe. Give me my needle. Oh, it's because it's going through that. I see. I was confused. I was like, why am I not able to stitch this? It's because I accidentally stitched it through a bead. That would stop it. There you go. Okay, let's turn it this way a little bit. Sorry, I know you won't be able to see it as well, but just while I'm concentrating on this bit. Oh dear, I indeed just got home about to start some diamond art. Heck yeah! Oh, that sounds lovely.
A nice relaxing end of the day. Heck yeah.
The armor still isn't complete. I gotta start saving again. Yeah, that's the thing with cosplay. It can add up quite quickly. Oh dear. I think with cosplay, budgeting is one of the most important skills. Everyone comes in like, but I don't know anything about arts and crafts. Do you know anything about budgeting? Budgeting is such an important skill when it comes to cosplay. You can kind of work out the amount you're going to be spending on it before you even start. Make sure that it's a feasible amount for you. Because of course everyone's going to have different amounts that they can afford to spend on their hobby. And then yeah. Oh. Yeah, otherwise it gets very expensive very quickly. Oh yeah, there you go. Oh yeah. Honestly, I feel like this kind of armor would not necessarily be a miss in Berserk. Maybe not the way that I've done it, but like the design of it, it feels like it could be something from Berserk. Like that high detail, lots of ornaments, stuff like that. Board game, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. I'm sorry, I kind of turned the mannequin away briefly, just because I'm trying to sew this bit and I need to keep my hand underneath it every time I do a stitch. But I'll turn it around again in a second so you can see what we've got to. Because we're making some good progress. We're actually working on below the bust line now. And we're going into basically doing it back to front. So putting the back pieces on front first and then moving on to the ones you'll actually see a bit more in the foreground. Heck yeah. That back to front working. Yeah. Here you go. And push that in there. What? Get off there. Why are you attached to everything? No. There you go. The thread just wants to attach to every bead I've already sewn on. There's a lot of beads it could attach to. Oh. That's not very good. That being said, at this point, you have so many tiny cuts that just add it to the amount. It's fine. We'll take another tiny cut. Why not? Get that off there, and take that pin out. It's so much easier once the pins aren't in it anymore. Oh, there you go. And now, let's sew this bit up. And looking pretty even. Go through there. And then put one, maybe there. Oh, I'm attached to something, I'm sure. I'm attached down here. There you go. Oh dear. And then go through there. Tiny stitch. And then take a tiny stitch. Go. And in there. In there. Thought a bit tighter, I think, but that's okay. And get this one. I don't know why I'm trying to go so neat around this edge, to be fair, because you're not going to see it. There's going to be several other pieces that get attached to this. But it's hard to just, like, let that go and just go quickly. Like, even though I know that you're not going to see this, I still want it to look nice. To be fair, it is important that the stitching is strong at the very least. Because if I'm attaching other armor pieces to this armor piece, if this one comes loose, they'll all come loose. So, at least that bit's important. Okay. Just down there. And in there. And then ooh, into there. Oh, Rafiki, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Thank you. I'm sorry. I've got half of it like hidden at the moment, Rafiki. But it's in here. It's in here somewhere. It's just hidden at the front. Ah, dear, how goes it? I hope you're having a good day. Oh, we are just slowly but surely adding all this on here. Look, it's all good. Yeah, I'm sewing up the side, so I need to be able to see it. That's all right. Once we get to this bit, I'll start doing a different piece. Actually, it'll probably be the 2 swirls at the top. I still can't sew the ends of the swirls in, but I'll sew probably the beginnings of them. And get that through there. Very delicate stitch, very delicate stitch. And in here. There we go. Come on, there you go. Oh. And up through here. Whoop. Whoop. Okay. Let's turn it around a bit so you can kind of see now a little bit more of what we're doing. I'm keeping these 2 bits open so they have 2 little pockets. Just got up for the day. Heck yeah! I hope your day goes well. Okay, get that through there. Might still need it this way a little bit just to get around the top bit here. Yay! That bit. And under there, into there. I need that little sliver of purple at the top as well for the swirl of gold. Ah, I hope it's pretty even. I think it's pretty even. I think it's as even as I can make it. It's difficult when you're working with so many armor pieces to keep them even on both sides. I think we've done a pretty good job so far. And we've added 2 pockets, which, you know, can't really argue with that. That's going to be super useful later on. Come on. And take that pin out, since that's going to get in the way now. Can't wait to see that you have on so much fun seeing you make this. Thank you! Honestly, I can't wait either. And of course, there are other elements to make after the dress. It's not like we've completely finished the costume at this point, but the dress has been such a big part of this costume for so long. I'll be so happy to get it finished and try it on and probably wear it all the time around my house until it gets too warm, because yeah, I love it. It's very much my aesthetic, like the style that I like in costumes, and it makes me very happy to look at all the gold. Okay. That should be pretty much these 2 behind the rest of the stuff bits. And we should be good to start looking at sewing on the swirls. So like I said earlier, I can only sew these on up to a point, but there we go. Now we have 2 pockets as well for business cards or something. And just go whoop, in there, and whoop, in there. It's like a hoodie, but backwards pockets, right? So now we can look at adding these parts. So I probably will pin it first, and then get a look at it. The thing with these are that, again, can't have them, what do you call it? Can't have them sewn the whole way. So at some point it will be just pinned, which will probably be this end bit here. And let's get this pinned in. Oh. Like that. Make sure it's not gone the whole way through. It is not. And then from there, we can pin in this bit at the top. Oh. There we go. That in there. and then that bit there. What I'm going to do with the rest of this thread probably is actually get the two pieces together in the center. So, because we have two pieces aiming for that plot, like that, I need kind of to put it there as well, and then get that bit to there. Yeah. And just trying to make sure that it looks kind of even. Oh yeah. Oh dear, nice, yeah. You have a lot of hours to this dress. Oh, absolutely. Like, it's not the whole costume, and there have been parts of the costume that have taken a long time, like the petticoat and stuff, but it is still easily the longest. The longest part to make this dress, to make this costume, has been this dress, and probably will end up being this dress. I don't anticipate any other part of this costume getting even close to the amount of hours that we've put into this. There we go. So that's the little swirls up there. They've got sequins on them, so they end up being really sparkly. Sparkle. Oh. Yeah, let's start looking at getting these bits attached. In the center, at least. Ooh. And pin both of them at the same time, because I'm probably going to think about just sewing them to each other. So what I would like to do would be basically get that in there, and then get that in there to get them initially attached, and then we could sock stitch this, honestly, but that might be the easiest way, because then I can pull it tight afterwards. Like that. There you go. And I just need to make sure that these go the whole way down. It's one of the more delicate parts of the costume, so I'm trying to be a little careful with it. Not squish it too much, but I think at this point we can probably nip down here. Actually, we might not fit in the beads, might we? Do we fit in this one? We do, okay. I might go down here. The end of the beads, if possible. Actually, maybe to here, because they don't go quite so far as each other, do they? That's alright. There, and then go back up these beads here. Where is that? There it is. Like that. Oh yeah. What's got caught here? Something has. There you go. And then get these sewn through. Pull the pin out this side. Oh, actually, I need to pull it tight the whole way. Let's just do that quickly, because I can see there's some bits back here that are not tight. Like, pull that tight. And then pull, like, this one really tight. And then pull this really tight. Oh. No? You don't want to? I know. Does it have to go like this first? Sorry, this is me trying to tighten it here. Did it not at some point in here and I didn't know about it? It might have. If that's happened, there's not much I can do, unfortunately. I'll just have to fix that up in a second. That's okay though. Ow. Get that through here. There you go. I can manually sew both of those ends, that's okay. What I'll do is, for now, make sure this is stitched nice and close. I'm just going through the whole thing as well, because it's a little easier than trying to attach it to the one underneath in this particular case. Oh no, wait, did that go through the mannequin? No, it's okay, it's okay. Oh, I had a small panic then. I was like, oh god, I've gone through the mannequin again. No, we're good. Wolf flew! I admire the technical skill involved in these.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. It's really fun, honestly. If you like sparkles, you probably would like this. Because it's just basically spending
months working with sparkles. Cleaning up lunch, then off to work to crochet. Oh, Cons, that's fine.
Have a lovely, lovely rest of your day. Thank you so much for popping by. I get you. Busy.
Ah, dear. So on the chest part, is there more that goes that? No, there's a lot more, but well, actually no, it's not true. This bit, like an up, is done. All this bit has loads to go on still. But we're slowly chipping away at it, you know? It's one of those things. It'll be done at some point. Unfortunately, it's quite large, so my finger's getting stuck in it. It takes a little while, but that's okay. Have I left not enough thread to tie this off? I think I have. Let's get that through, and then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to unzip it so I can tie this thread to the next piece of thread we're going to use. Because I may have accidentally left it with not very much. I got too excited and I just kept sewing. Now I have like no thread left. So what we'll do is we'll cut this off right at the top and get some more thread on here. Oh dear. Sparkles. Oh no, my mum does dot paintings. Those are already over the house. Amazing. Also, Stitching Ghost. Oh, 2 seconds. Do you mind if I thread my needle so I don't lose it? And I'll do your shout out. But what have you been up to? Have I tried it on yet? I've not tried the dress on since we finished the skirt. So I finished the skirt and then I haven't tried it on since then. Also, Sherbert, welcome on in. How was your stream? Stitching. Was it good or Ghost actually? Maybe I should call you Ghost because otherwise this is going to get really confusing once I do a stitch. Or I say that I'm stitching something. How was your stream? I hope it was good. Oh dear. Let me tie this off and then I'll do you a shout out. Sorry. Actually, it's good timing because apparently I caught my finger. Ah dear, it was a great stream. How are you? I'm good, thank you. We are putting together the dress that we've been working on for a long time. Unfortunately, I've just had to shimmy the front down so we can do a quick tie. But other than that, it's going really, really well. I forgot that I was running out of thread and I just kept going. Okay, it happens to the best of us. And so I just need to tie this off so that this doesn't become really loose over time. There we go. And then do a second one. And... oh yeah. Is that good? I'm not going to slide around anymore? Wait. Where's the needle thread? Where did it... oh. Wait. I'm so confused. Did I just accidentally tie it to an offcut? I think I did. Oops. That's okay. You know what? That's fine. I'll put this through again and then go from there. Oops. Hi, Magpie. How goes it? I hope you're having a good day. This is a familiar feeling. You know, if you've been doing, what was it? What was it? Oh, I don't know what you were doing, but you were doing some sort of makers and crafting, right? It wouldn't be so different. Ah, dear. Oh, also, Ghost, thank you so much for the follow. That's very heck and kind of you. I'm just being a bit silly and absent-minded today, apparently. And tying things all over the place. Fine. You know what, though? It'll be fine. In the grand scheme of things, I won't notice that I did this. Oh, dear. Get all that out of there. And then fold this back up. With this bit out the front. So we're working at getting all of the armor attached. There's a lot of armor. We are maybe just over halfway, but we got some really big bits to attach is the thing. Oh yeah, there we go. At the moment, we're just working on getting these bits at the bottom straight. Since it's right down the center, I would like it to look kind of straight. Oh yeah. All that. Please. Thread. Work with me here. Okay, let's go around this side first. And what we'll be doing is just attaching it to the stuff underneath.
first of all, I would really like this to be a bit straighter. So if I loop this over the top of it, hopefully it'll like lasso it and pull it down. Nice and flat. There you go. Oh dear, I was working on cross-stitch banner for another streamer. Aw, heckin' lovely. Oh, how far across are you? Cross-stitch takes quite a while, so I'm assuming it's going to take you a little bit, but you're getting done. Also, I should say, if any of the people that joined on the raid need to go get some snacks or look after themselves, please do. Please do not starve or suffer on my behalf. Ah, dear. Very nice, Alpha. Thank you. We've all done it. You got work from home. Oh, lovely. Lovely. Right. What we're going to do here, I think I'm going to try and be a little smart with this and play it so that if I want to make changes in the future, I can. I'm only going to stitch the upper part. And I'm not going to stitch the end of it so that we can tuck the bits in later. I'm trying to play it smart and be like, listen, at some point I'm going to have to tuck things into somewhere. So I can tuck them into here. Oh! Oh, no, 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 no! Internet went bad, but it's okay. With all the things you put on the dress, you know as soon as you put it on, you're going to say, get me out of this, it's too hot! Probably. I think that's a very realistic look at what might happen. But also, I'm used to wearing very hot costumes, thankfully. I've done cosplay for a while, so while I do think that that probably will happen, I'm in a reasonable place to deal with it. I've had it happen a few times now. What's happening in here? There we go. Sorry, my thread was once again getting caught on something that it shouldn't be. And then I'm gonna take this pin out because at this point it's just kind of warping it, and I don't need that. I don't need that. Still fairly close to the beginning, but making good progress. Heck yeah! That's the thing with hobbies like cross-stitch. They take quite a while, but they look amazing when they're finished. It's like one of those things, slow process that's worth the wait. Oh yeah. There we go. So all of my embroideries are machine embroideries. So while I've beaded and sequined them by hand, the original pieces, they're all digitized in embroidery software. I don't know if that's something you'll be familiar with. But basically, kind of similar to 3D printing. You design it on a computer, send it to the machine, and it does it for you. And that's how all of my embroideries are done here. Because I wanted to have fully embroidered armor, which if I had done this by hand, would probably have been my life's work. So I did it using the machine. I did a bit of a cheat. Get that down there and start going through purple and under there. Very nice. Oh yeah, there we go. Now we'll attach these two to each other. Sorry, I'm like having to shift her a lot because I mean, it's a lot of things to keep an eye on, but okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. There we go. We had the, with the right laying, even if it's a little hot, it can still be comfortable to wear, yeah. And we've got a nice cotton lining and things like that, which make it a little bit more wearable. It's got a really big opening at the front, which lets a lot of air in, and it's loose under the arms, so I don't have anything covering my armpits, so hopefully I should stay pretty cool. It's just that it's a very thick costume, so like where the fabric is will probably get a bit warm. But, you know, we do what we can. Yeah, if I had a bowing machine, I would use it for everything. Yeah. I really wanted to try making a full set of embroidered armor, and that was part of the motivation to getting the embroidery machine in the first place. I didn't have a project for it at the time was the thing. It was just like that I knew that I kind of wanted to do. And yeah, it's been fantastic. It's been just fantastic. It's a very expensive piece of kit, but yeah, it made this costume possible. Ah dear, where's the Kevlar? No Kevlar, I'm afraid. I'm sorry to disappoint. Oh. Just lots of embroidery. Just lots of embroidery. You know what though? It's nice. It's shiny. It's got sequins. It's got beads. It's got everything I like on it. Oh dear, I'm thinking about doing a crochet cosplay of Grateful Green Knight. Then I remember how many pieces that would be and go, heck. Yeah, this... I mean, I will get a grand total at the end. I think we've done about 70 embroideries so far for this costume. And we still have a few more to do for the head, wings, and tail. I think it will probably total close to 100 embroideries. Which, when you think about how long it takes to digitize and, like, because all of these, they're patterned by hand, scanned into a machine, drawn up on Photoshop, digitized in Embed, printed, and then beaded embroidery. Like, each piece takes hours. And yeah, it's a real labor of love, that's for sure. Is this piece of your own design or is it an existing character? So this is, excuse me, Final Fantasy Tactical Advance Mateus. If you're interested in the, I should say, in the costume, ! Cosplay in chat. It basically takes you to the costume Wikipedia, so you can find out a bit more about the character and see some pictures a bit bigger. It is a bit of an obscure character, but I really love the outfit so much, and I'm a big fan of Final Fantasy. So I was like, I really would love, 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 love to do another Final Fantasy costume. And so even though Tactics Advance is not one I've played, I've only seen playthroughs of it. When I saw this character, I was like, yeah, that's one I like. That's for me. Oh dear. I'd like to do some more Final Fantasy IX cosplays at some point as well, but not maybe take a bit of a break from this one. Ah, dear. Maybe if I buy a bunch that's soft metallic yarn, I could still work on the base layer, but still, I know. It's one of those things where you look at the cost of it, because the amount of materials you're using, the time it's going to take, and it's like, can I really justify this in my life? Like, this is a big project. But it's just given me so much joy since I started making it. I'm so glad we did. Oh dear. Hi, Burning Emerald. Welcome on in. The real trick is to open your... Oh, God. I mean, I don't know if that's the best option. I think it's just like, don't worry too much about the time and stuff like that is the real trick. Like, if it takes a long time, it takes a long time, and that's okay. Oh dear. No full images of tarot sellers. They have some pretty cool stuff, but lacking minor detail, but it is an option. I mean, everything's an option, but some of them are definitely better than others. Oh dear. Yeah, even with Mateus, there's only one proper picture, I should say. Like, the rest of them are pixel images, which is fine, but it's very difficult to get detail from for a cosplay. You know, it's a shame, but also it's not unusual with some of the more background characters that they don't have so much art. I've always really thought, I don't know if you guys have seen these, because I know I'm quite a big fan of Final Fantasy IX, but not everyone is. Final Fantasy IX has concept images of all of the 8 main characters, right? And they had them on the discs when you were playing it on the PlayStation 1, so that you'd see like the concept images of 2 of the characters on the disc. Now, some of them, like for instance, Garnet, looks very, very similar to her concept images. But if you look at Vivi or Queena, they look completely different. Like, you can like recognize them, but they don't look really like they ended up looking at all. And I'd love to do a cosplay of one of those concept images. It would also, even though it's not obscure, it kind of probably would be a little bit obscure, because of course it's not actually how the characters like look in the game at all. It's only how they look on the discs. But yeah. 9, that's a weird way to say 7. I don't want to cosplay from a less superior game. I will only play cosplay the best games in the series. Ooh. Ah dear. Almost all of 6 art is just watercolors. See, I love that. I think that's so fun. And like, why not? Also, 6 had some really interesting looking characters. But like, why not, you know, cosplay one of those? Like, all hobby metallic yarn is only about $5 to $6, but the other stuff gets super expensive and I want to make them all properly. Yeah. I feel that.
Oh dear. My current cosplay project is Lady Dimitrescu from Resident Evil Village, but I'm a little unsure about wearing it to conventions. I think people would love seeing that at conventions. You would get a lot of good attention, I think, wearing that to a convention. It's of course to an extent what you're comfortable with, because I know that character is a bit more, what do you call it? Curvaceous, and definitely has a dress that shows that. But if you're comfortable with it, I think people would really love to see it. You know? It's a very much a loved character, even though they're so new. Right, I'm gonna stop this here, because otherwise tucking the bits in later will be difficult, but that's part of it sewn in at least. Well, as long as you're 9 feet tall and have vast tracts of land, I'm sure you'll be fine. I'm curious, did you play 9 first? I did. I think a lot of people get very attached to their first Final Fantasy game. I've played 7, I've also played 10, 13, I played some of 8, but I didn't finish it. I need to, it's because we were renting it. And then I've played 14 and 15. Yes. I'd actually really like to go and play 6. That's the next on my list of Final Fantasy games that I'd like to play, if I don't speedrun 9 again. That's always a difficult bit though. It's like, I could play Final Fantasy 6, or I could just do another speedrun. And who knows, honestly, which one I'll pick. It's very common that everyone favours the first one they played. Yeah, a lot of people my age, their favourite one is 7, I think, for that same reason. Because, you know, 7 came out just a bit before, and that was the first one they played. Whereas for me, the first one I played was 9. And I absolutely love it. It's gonna be weird, so no matter what you wear. Exactly, exactly. I'm comfortable with the outfit and have the figure for it, but fanboys be weird. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing though. If anybody touches you inappropriately, if anyone starts saying things that are inappropriate or doing anything rude, report them. Report them. Take a picture with them if you have to, if you don't feel safe to leave. What I always suggest to people, if you're wearing a costume or you're worried at a con about that kind of attention, if people ask for photos with you, ask if you can take a photo too. Ask if you can also take that photo. So I will have Shiny, when people are taking pictures of me, taking a picture as well. Not all the time, but quite a lot of the time. And first of all, it means I get lots of really good pictures at the end of the convention too. But it also means if somebody grabs my ass mid-photo, I can show the picture of them to security. I could be like, yes, this is the person who grabbed my ass. Or like, was like trying to grope my boobs from behind. It was this one. And that way it makes it really easy for them to get chucked out of the con. I know I'm definitely not the only cosplayer who does this, but yeah, it's good. Definitely make me more comfortable with it. At the moment, I have a pointy stick in the form of cigarette holder that I can jab them with. That's good advice. This is the thing. In the middle of having someone do something like that to you, 2 seconds. Oh, that's heavy rain, isn't it? I'm getting battered. Yeah, in the middle of somebody doing something like that to you, it can be a bit difficult to speak out, especially if you're a little bit more shy or reserved. If someone grabs your ass, sometimes it can be a bit difficult to be like, hey, that's not on. But if you take a picture of them, then you can just show it to security and it doesn't have to be something that you have to handle personally. Jesus Christ. I mean, it's weird because my weather is telling me that the rain's about to stop, but like, I don't know, that's hard rain. My last cosplay at a con was Jacob Fry, so very different vibes. Yeah, I get you. I mean, I was first groped at a con when I was underage, and at that point I had no idea what to do about it. I was just a small bean, and I was with my sister who was even younger, and yeah, he asked for a photo with me, and then he asked for a photo with my sister, and I said, we're busy, we have to go, so that it didn't happen to her too. But like, it does happen at conventions, unfortunately, busy places. But if someone does something you're not happy with, and I'd say if someone touches your cosplay in general, and you're not comfortable with it, I think you should feel safe to be able to say something. Like, personally, I'll normally ask people not to touch my costume, just because it's delicate and it could get damaged. And it's not even like a, you know, people put their arm on my shoulder or something. I'm like, do you mind not touching the costume? It's just really delicate. Or do you mind not touching there? I've got body paint on. Stuff like that. just so a lot of people just don't mean any harm. They just, you know, assume that that's fine. And for some people it will be. But there'll also be people like me, for instance, who have exceptionally delicate costumes. Update on Baby Squirrel Saga. Baby Squirrel really wants to stay with us. We're like, little squirrel, we own 2 dogs. God. Aww. Oh yeah. Oh dear. Yeah, that wouldn't be the safest for squirrels. Baby squirrel, you're not going to be very happy once you realise who else lives in this house. I also have a friend that would be happy to cosplay as one of Lady D's daughters, and she's much more willing to make a scene if it comes to that. That's good. Again, if you're someone who is a little bit more reserved, does struggle with that kind of thing, going with someone who will say something, that's really good. Take some of the pressure off you. Oh dear. Yeah, it's unfortunate, and I never want to come across as someone who's like only had negative con experiences or think all people at cons are nightmares, because it's not the case. But also, it is worth just making sure that you'll be safe. If it's like one of those things, like take a precaution, but then you hope that nothing happens. It's just to be safe. Because there's been conventions I've been to, and I've not had a single bad experience the whole weekend. It's sad that this kind of discussion is necessary, but it's good to know there's always plans ahead. Yeah. I mean, I have done costumes that have not been in any way sexy and still had issues, and then I've done really, really, like, more cleavage, stuff like that, and it's been fine. No, I've had non-sexy costumes and I've been groped, and then more cleavage, stuff like that, and no one's done anything. So it's not so much the costume wear as the type of people, and most of the time those people do get banned from cons eventually, and I think, as from my experience, there's been less of it, at least in the UK, than when I started cosplaying. Like, it's definitely become more of a noted issue, and people are a lot more fixed on the rules to make sure that doesn't happen. But yeah, it's better to take precautions and make sure that nothing bad does happen. And, you know, at the end of the day, if someone is doing something inappropriate, you're more than within your power to put your foot down. A Garen doll, that'd be fun. I mean, ultimately, you're going to end up with a lot of socially awkward people, as well as some creeps, so it'd be tough. I mean, most people at conventions understand that it's not okay to touch people without their permission, right? Most people are, even if they are like people who are a bit more nerdy and stuff like that, have basic social norms in them like that. Like, most people know that that's a crime. The people that have done it to me are generally not the people that seem more awkward or shy. They're out there, they're loud, they're happy to be here, and then they'll ask for a photo, quite confident. Like, I had one guy look like he was probably a bodybuilder or something like that. He had really, really defined muscles, and he was like cosplaying as Goku or something. And he asked for a photo with me, and I was like, yeah, that's all fine. And immediately grabbed my ass. Immediately. And then I saw him do the same thing to the next cosplayer he took a photo with. And it's like, you're just trying to see how many cosplayers you can take photos with when you're grabbing their ass. Like, and of course I said something, but at that point I wasn't doing the taking a picture with people, so I just had to describe them as a Goku. One of the many Gokus at this convention. But yeah, I don't think it's fair to say, oh, people that are shy or socially awkward are going to be the ones that do this to you. Because unfortunately, if it was that easy to pin people down and be like, it's going to be you, then this wouldn't be happening still. A lot of the time it's not that. It's people that will just do it anywhere. Oh dear. I came into cons. Oh, I should say as well, if you're a woman, it is just as bad to grab a man's ass. Because, yeah, that happens too. A lot of women seem to think they can get away with it because the man's doing like a topless, sexier costume. And they're like, oh yeah, I'll give him a bit of a feel up. No. No, absolutely not. In the same way that you wouldn't like it being done to you, you should not be doing that to other cosplayers. So yeah, I think the idea that it's all men as well, like, for me, yes, I have had more bad experiences with men, but men probably have more bad experiences with women. Oh dear. I went to cons in the States. I usually went with one of my friends who's really tall, so easy to find them if I'm lost, more physically intimidated than I am. Yeah, so whenever I have my boyfriend with me, it doesn't really happen. But when I'm on my own, the other thing is I get asked for a lot more photos when he is not with me. And then when I'm alone, I'll get asked a lot more. I've worn the same costume and we've taken a break because he's going to a panel and I'm going to do something else. And during that period of time, I had like 5 times the amount of photos taken with me than when he was with me. But then he's also 6'3" and scowls as like resting scowling face. That probably doesn't help. Oh dear. I'm sure it was only 1/4 of all the male cosplayers there. No, this is a thing. You know, I don't think there were that many Gokus, but there were more Gokus than one. I do have a bit of a height advantage. Heck yeah. Oh, thank you for that face. In a weird way, in my eye, the whole point is to show it off. He'd know what was going on. Touching people without permission is illegal over here. Like sexually touching people, whether you're a man or a woman, that's illegal. That is full on against the law. So, just as a heads up, I'm not going to be like, yeah, you know, because they were doing a sexy costume, they was like, that's illegal. I'm going to practice my resting murder face to scare them off. Heck yeah. Oh, you mean getting pictures? I see. Oh, I should say, my boyfriend, he's fine. He doesn't care. Like, doesn't care. I could wear a bikini to a con and people could take pictures of me and he'd be like, yeah. You know, at the end of the day, every relationship's different, but like, he doesn't mind. He's fine with that. It just happens that I like to do really, really heavy costumes that are really difficult to lug around and incredibly delicate. Oh dear. Oh no. He's chill. Oh dear. Oh. Most of the time, it's my comfort level that would stop me doing any of that, to be fair. Also, I need to take this pin out. Oh, I missed that break as well, don't I? My bad. Thank you for the horns, Yeah, I know these are all like negative con stories, but like, I wouldn't keep going to conventions if it was all negative. Predominantly, it's really fun time. Really, really fun time. You want me to hydrate too? Oh my god. Thank you, Az. Going full plate, much more fun. Exactly. We literally travel from one country to another country for this con as well. So it's like, let me just make the heaviest suitcase I can possibly make. Screw your ears, yeah. This is your first time in this channel, right? We're loud here. Very loud. Good. Thank you so much for the raid, I appreciate it. But yeah, no, go look after yourself, that's important. Please don't stay up and starve for me. You're normally not up this early? That's fair. I do stream pretty early. But that's when I get my crafting. My good crafting vibes are first thing in the morning. So this is when I like to craft. Later on in the day, I'm normally really tired and I don't have so much motivation. But like early in the day, I'm like, yeah, this is peak motivation hours, you know? Oh yeah. Now we're just going through this, getting these pieces lined up. Trying to make sure I don't stitch it to my mannequin. Ah. Honestly, it looks so cool. I love this. I know I'm biased because it's my cosplay. I love this. I've been waiting so long to see this getting put together, and it's so satisfying to watch it all coming together. And I've got pockets. I was never gonna have pockets. These are like really strong pockets as well. I should probably stitch that bit at the bottom, but that's okay. We'll leave that for now. I'll move that bit up, I'm not sure. I could move that to there. Maybe make it look a bit more even. I could do that later though, that's like finishing stuff. I don't need to worry about that just now. And then this all stitched. After today, whether we finish the armor or not, I will try the costume on,
because I actually really want to see what this looks like as well. Like, you know, I want to. I don't really mind whether we finish the armor, but like, I really want to see what all this stuff up top looks like because it's so detailed. Like, genuinely for me, this is one of the most beautiful things I've ever made. So I just want to see it. It's good that you love your cosplay. The thing is though, I often make costumes and I find lots of faults in them really quickly, and I'm like, I wish I'd done this, and this. But with this one, it's just taken me so long, and it's been such like a, what do you call it, a journey, that I'm not really picking holes in it that much. I'm just enjoying it. Kind of need to go from down here, I think. So let's sew that into there. Oh, this is difficult, huh? This doesn't want to get sewn. How can I sew this easily, huh? Oh, thank you. I'll be there in a sec. I think I might have some lunch outside the door. I think I've been delivered a pizza, potentially, for the 3rd day in a row. 3 days of pizza? Lucky me. 2 seconds. I'm just going to get this bit all stitched in. There we go. Let me go grab some pizza. Ah, dear. It wouldn't be as fun if you didn't love it. Exactly. Are you going to do wings and the feathery things? Yes, but I'm not going to do them feathery. So the cape is going to be like a big waterfall style cape. And then the wings will be made of fabric, but they won't be feathery. Kind of the same way we've done the scales. 2 seconds. I'm just going to mute so I can get my pizza. I swear. Yeah, I guess technically I'm picking holes for it constantly. You're right. Right you are. I have a pizza. A little pita bread pizza. Again. Getting fat just hearing me talk about pizza? I've had pizza 3 days in a row. For lunch. But it's good. It's like little pita bread ones, so they're nice and easy to eat. I don't think they're particularly weird, but it's definitely not a standard pizza. They're just like easy, you know, like, and cheap. You just throw all the stuff on some pita bread, put it in the oven, and done. You'd be weird having any kind of food near the dress? Well, you're gonna— oh, have I got pasta on my teeth? Where's it gone? There you go. Kind of? No? Teeth. Teeth check. No. I've already got pasta sauce in this dress once. I was eating pasta bake too near it, and I did this off stream, but I splashed pasta bake sauce on it, and I'm not telling any of you where it is. It's a secret. But, I know where it is. And it didn't stain, but it did— well, no, it did. It left a really small mark. So whenever I, like, look at the costume, I'm like, my costume's made of spit, hair, and pasta sauce. How long did you bake it for? This pizza or the pasta bake? Because pasta bake's like 45 minutes, but this pizza's like 10. I can even clean something like that. Topical soap and little rubs. Oh, the dress with the pasta sauce. You can't bake it too long because you'll melt the glue, and that wouldn't be very tasty. So maybe like 15 minutes tops. On like a low setting. This pizza is very hot, to be fair. It's fresh out the oven, Jesus Christ. I'll have to go in a minute.
and take a quick break anyway, because I'm gonna make another cup of tea. Oh! Uh-oh! I knew it. I was like, there's no way we're not in some sort of weather warning right now. I can hear the wind outside. We've gone into a weather warning, everyone. If by any chance the stream cuts out, it's probably because we're in a storm. And I might not be coming back, just so you know. Like, I don't plan to end the stream. Soon I want to sew some more stuff on first. But, yeah. If the storm ends it, yeah. We'll just leave it there for the day. Sat on the porch with the doggy? Yeah. I mean, I like being inside when there are storms going on. It's just nice. You hear the rain and all that kind of stuff and the wind, but you're inside nice and cozied up. Yeah, it's nice. Do I want to eat both of them now? I wasn't that hungry, but now that I'm eating, it's like, ooh, maybe I was hungry. Maybe I should just eat both of them and get them out of the way. Oh. We're pretty close to being able to add some of the big bits of armor, to be fair, which is nice. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's gonna really limit the people that get back to you, huh? Oh dear. I always send, if I have a resume or a CV, I send it to someone else and I'm like, can you just check this for me? Because I've probably done something wrong at some point. This cheese really wants to come with me. Ah. Once again, my nose is losing to hot food. I'm so looking forward to adding the bigger pieces. Like, it's been so long. Oh, it's gonna be so good. I can kind of see where some of them are starting to fit in now as well. Like, it makes a little bit more sense. Do I have any of them to hand? Where is that one? Okay. Fits in there. Isn't that kind of cool? That's why I didn't want to sew the bottom bit down there, because I knew there was going to be bits that like fit in like this. Ah, oh, that looks sick. Hell yeah. Nice to see a project come together. Oh, so nice. We've literally been designing this since August. It's been such a big piece of work to do, that seeing it come together after, how many months is that? That's a lot of months, right? Oh, say Jack, welcome on in. 8 months. What's that? Is it pizza? Yeah, it is pizza. Little pizza. Pita bread pizza. This is my second one. I eat a couple. Hmm. Ah. Still pretty hot, honestly. Ah. How long are we into the stream? 6 hours? I think is my goal. 3 hours. Okay, cool. I was gonna say, I hope this hits about halfway through, because I want to have energy for the whole second half. I might go a little longer than 3 hours, but we'll see. I kind of want to stream until around 3:30. Mm. Mm. Hmm. You know when you can start to see things that's kind of going to bother you? Like trying to eat my pizza. However, this kind of bothers me a bit. I don't know how I can fix it. It's not even that fix it, it's just like sew it, I suppose? Maybe like this? It's a really awkward little bit to sew. I'm kind of just looking at it like, damn, I would like to get that bit done. It's a very annoying sewing bit. Sorry, I know I'm meant to be eating my lunch, but this is annoying me. It just doesn't feel quite right. It's like hanging off. It's not to be hanging. Nice and secure in there. Especially after all the work we've done on them. This one took forever, even though it was tiny, because the secreting around it took so long. Oh, okay. Nom nom! Big nom nom! Mm. Ah! Why are you so difficult to sew? Come on. I could sew the whole way through it, to be fair, to the mannequin as well, but I don't know if that's a good idea. I think I'd end up nicking the mannequin and then I'd have to unpick it. Unpick it or cut my mannequin. Right, let's get that pin out there at least. You are ready at least seems like that. Yeah! We're getting there. We're getting there. I mean, we're having to add quite a few bits today. But most of them are quite large and long, so it's not too difficult to stitch because we're not going to be going the whole way around it either. We'll just be tackling the top and the sides. It would have been nice to have had some cheese on the rest of my pizza, but I guess that's fine. Mm. 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 Right. Sorry about that. Lunch is done. Let's get this all sewn in, and then we can start adding the bigger parts. That's what I want to see. I want to see the bigger parts added in. And
still trying to find a way to sew this easily, but it just doesn't want to go. It just doesn't want to make things simple. It wants to make things really complicated and difficult. How about that? Is that good? Can we do that the whole way around? I don't think so. Also, it doesn't want to sew through it at all. Come on. There we go. Oh. And go, I think, a little while under the purple here, because that will come out the other side, and then that means I can stitch that bit in. Once again, with it being on a curved surface, this does not work on my favour. There you go. And then get that in there. Okay. Okay. And then I'll go a little bit through the top, but once again, I don't want to go too far. I want to tuck things into this. I don't want to make my life hard already. There we go. I might even take that the whole way through there. Bit risky because it's right next to the boob, but that's okay. I've got it. Just because it's going to want to immediately go into that. Okay. Right, that's alright. That's anchored in very strong now. Once again, just going to take this down so I can work out where I am in this. I'm in here? Okay. That's fine. Maybe put the next needle in this next door. And like that. And then I think this will be a good place to start. Let's put that back on, zip this back up, and hey, we're good to go. Next piece. Oop. Where is it? One of these pieces. I think it's this one. Yes. So, this is one that tucks in that I need to sew in first. It's this. It kind of just tucks in here. It kind of looks like it should go here, but it doesn't. It kind of just tucks in here. And it goes the whole way around to there. Actually, would it look better if it went a bit further? It went just a little bit further? Went like there. And then... yeah, I could do that. Okay, let's do that. That looks nicer. So... I will put some pins in this so it doesn't move too much, and then I'll show you the back and why I like this. I don't think you'll see the top of it, unfortunately, because of, again, wing pack. Wing pack kind of means you can't see as much of it, but you should see some of it. And I'd like that to, funnily enough, not pin into my leg. That wasn't what I was looking for. I want to pin in about here. Ooh, I keep moving it. God damn it. There you go. Where can I pin this so it won't move so much? Maybe here? Just to pin something. There you go. Pin that in there. And then, yeah, comes to about there. One of the first layers. That should go in there, there, and then in this across here, and whoa, get that across there, and then sew that into there. So that will be one. And at the back, nice big wave. I think that probably the top of that wave will get cut off by the wing pack, and that's okay. But hey, we put it in. Put in a nice big wave. Yes, we did. So, I would like to do then is sew this in before sewing the swirl over the top of it. Can I don't know that I can. I'm like, how can I do this so it's easier for me? I don't think I can. I think I just have to just go for it. And that through there. There you go. Make sure it's pulled nice and tight from before as well, of course. Then get that in there. And then I could actually, potentially, I wanted to be a little cheeky, I could basically ignore the sequin but go through there and instead attach it using that bit there. That might not be a bad call. Okay. Get that there. Under there. Get that all pulled nice and tight. And yeah, I can kind of do it like that. And that kind of covers that in nicely. Oh, there we go. And then sneakily push it through there, ignore the sequins, and then put it down there. Oh, where did it go? There, there it is. Okay. And then just try to pull the bits from before tight as well. They're a little bit loose. Put that in there. And so there. Yes. Can I do that without going through the dress underneath? That'd be good. There you go. And then get that in there. And put that one into there. I'm trying not to peel it up too hard now because it starts to loosen some of the stitches before. So if I can just go through there, that should be, I think, all good. And then I can put the next layer. I could honestly just start stacking layers now. I don't know if that might be a bit too quick, but I could. So this bit ends up going underneath there, but it will end up going over the top of this bit. It's a bit difficult to do actually. I think I'd have to be done like that. And that creates like a wave just a little bit earlier than the last one. We'll come back to that one, I think. We'll come back to that. Looks amazing. Thank you, Carv. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. We are kind of working out where I want to place things right now. So, like, I think it's difficult because these all get layered up. A lot of them need to be pinned at once, even though they won't be sewn down yet. I think I'll stop that one there, though. Because I'm a little nervous if I go too much further, I'm going to make it very hard for myself. I'll tie it off and then start stitching at the top. Because all of these bits we're putting on now, after this, they're all just going to have stitching along the top. None of them will have bottom stitching. So I'll go all the way around the wave at the back, but I won't be doing this bottom bit. This bottom bit will remain open because I kind of want them to look like little slots sitting over the top of each other. And by having the bottom bit open, they'll actually like move on the body a little bit, which should hopefully make it look like that, like how I want it to look. Yeah, that bit end up going here and then around to there. Gonna look really cool. It's gonna look really cool. And then there's another layer which I haven't done yet, which is this one, I think. Yeah. So I think it goes like this, there, because this one should be coming in there, really. Oh, so that makes me wonder which order I should be having these in then. Should they be top down? I guess maybe. But then that doesn't really make any sense because this one's got a... Oh, also, I need to get rid of this thread, jeez. I'm just flopping this one around. I don't need to do that. Let's take that out here. Oh, there you go. And then... So I guess they are all meant to go over the top of each other. It just, this one doesn't feel like it's meant to go over the top of that one. But I guess that it is. Yeah, it'd have to be because of having that. And then we have another one going over the top of this one. So yeah, we just kind of like layer them up a bit. All stacked. Oh yeah. Like that. Yeah. Then we get our layers of armor. Although again, I keep automatically putting this one behind that one. Whereas this one's meant to go over the top of this one. There you go. I didn't realise, but there you are. Since you're meant to be over the top. And then there'll be one more underneath? I think it's just one more. Oh no, but there's a piece attached to that one more, so it's one more, kind of. Oh dear. It kind of looks like armor a little bit when it's stacked like that, right? A little bit. Is this the most glamour cosplay you've ever done? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Without question, it is the most. Oh dear. It's so much more, like, this is the most complicated costume I've ever done as well, I should say. Oh, so Wolfley, thank you so much for the follow. It's the most complicated, and it's the most sparkly. Easily, without competition, it is the most. But I like it a lot. I'm really glad we did it. I mean, as much as it's been a lot of hard work, it's so worth it watching it come together after all this time. Yeah. Plus, I don't think, if we do get into the competition, I don't think anyone else will have a costume quite like this. Not unless they've also been working on it since last year. Then maybe. Oh dear. Well, how would be easy to do this? Again, what's the easiest way? It might be working from the back to the front in this case. It might be easier. So I'll probably do that. Go. And let's trim that bit. Right. Start at the back. Oh yeah. There we go. I'm just gonna... This is one of the loops we need for the tail. I'm not gonna sew all the way down to the loop because, you know, I need that kind of open so that we can end up putting the tail on it. This should be the only one that gets anywhere near it though. And... oh yeah, get that under there, and then we're gonna hurry up. Just every cosplayer I meet, I mean, they've done so much, yeah. No! Oh god, the other thing is, you also make comics. Cosplay is not your only hobby, right? Because you do drawing, you do commissions for people, and you've done a comic. You have a lot of hobbies going on, as well as, of course, your work. Like, comparing yourself like that, everyone has different things they can put into their cosplay. Some people have lots of spare money, so they can basically fund really complicated cosplays without so much work. Some people have less money, but they have a lot of time, so they can spend a lot of time on their costumes even if they don't cost that much. And some people don't have money or time, and so it just takes a really long time to get anything out. And that's just how it is, right? With any hobby. Oh dear. I think you're doing fine, just as you are. Go. Would it be easier if I undid this? I don't know if it would be. Having the shaping of this really does help a lot, so... Okay, I won't undo it, I'll just keep my hand under it if I need to. Go. Oh yeah. I have less time, money, a lot of heart. Exactly! And passion goes a long way when you're making something, because otherwise you'll lose your motivation halfway through very easily. You won't iron this, right? No, I'll steam it, not iron. This one's not going near an iron. It'll be steamed. That way I can still get the wrinkles out of it, but don't have to take an iron to it. Steamed. Well. There we go.
Sometimes I look at this and I'm like, what have I done? What is this? Is this right? Okay. Okay, past me, sure. We'll go with it, we'll go with it. There we go. Yeah, the pinning's a bit weird up here, to be honest. Well, look, I don't know if I've pinned through both layers of fabric. Or if I've pinned through the mannequin. No, I haven't pinned through the mannequin. It just looks a bit odd. I think it's fine, but I'm noticing it. It looks a little odd. Oh, yeah. Oh, so heavy. So heavy. Very nice texture, though. Very, very nice. Oh, dear. So bumpy. So bumpy. Oh. Okay. More. More hand stitching. Done absolutely much. Majestic. Oh, thank you. No, I appreciate it. I'm really, really pleased with this costume. Again, it's like one of the most intense things I've ever made, so it's... Of course I'm pleased that, you know... I've wanted to do something like this for the longest time and I've never had a reason or the ability to do so. And now I do. So it's really nice to just do something I had it in my to cosplay list for years. But because I kind of knew what I wanted to do, I didn't have either the machinery or the money or the time ever to do it. So it's nice to be able to go back and actually do this costume. In a second, I'm gonna just make sure that it can still zip and unzip because I am putting this very close to the zip. It's incredible when it all comes together. Thank you, Zay. Oh dear. No, I appreciate it. I love it so much. I genuinely absolutely love this costume. I think a lot of it does come from, though, that it's been a lot of fun to make. Like, even the most majestic costume, if it's not fun to make, I think it probably does lose some of its appeal. Whereas this one, a lot of people would not find this very fun, I should say. A lot of people would not find the techniques we've done for this particularly fun, but because they are things I enjoy, it has been an incredibly enjoyable costume to make, from start to finish. I mean, I still have more to do after this. I don't want to act like the dress is finished and I'm done. I'm not. I still need to finish the headpiece, scale the tail, and make the wings. But it is the biggest part, the biggest chunk done. And the part which we'll put the most work into. Yeah. Pataggles, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow. It's very heckin' kind of you. Oh, just working on the back a little bit right now, so apologies that you can't quite see what I'm doing. I just need to get this wave sewn in. Oh dear. It's still a lot smaller than all of this stuff, so. Amazing, but thank you. I appreciate it, honestly. It's been so long in the making that I didn't even know what to expect when it all come together exactly. Like, I hadn't a picture in my head of what it was gonna look like. And it's been so long. I genuinely didn't know what I was gonna be expecting when this was all done. But I'm very pleased with it. I'm very, very pleased with it. It's the biggest costume I've ever made as far as, like, work going into it. But I like it a lot. And I've enjoyed making it this entire time, so... Except the petticoat, screw that. That wasn't fun at all. Sorry, I take that back. The petticoat wasn't very fun to make. And it was really, really heavy and really hot every time I was sewing it. And then I had to hem every single bit because we were doing it out of, like, traditional materials. And I don't regret doing that. It looks good. But damn, that wasn't very fun. Other than that bit, it's been really fun. I have to remember the hell of the petticoat. The petticoat was so unfun. Oh, I'm never doing that again. I'll make petticoats again, but I'm not making them out of cotton. Ugh. Oh dear. There you go. Admire your patience with the hand stitching. Thank you. I mean, with these bits, I don't think I could machine stitch them on even if I wanted to. They're very thick, but also they need such precision stitching to make it look invisible that it's just not worth it. But at this point, I've also, you know, hand beaded and sequined all of them. So I guess hand stitching has just become a lot... you know, I think I've done a lot more hand stitching on this costume than machine stitching. And my machine probably appreciates it. It's like, you know what, thank you. Let's do a little less work. That's probably why it's been so well behaved recently, because I've not been using it as much. So yeah, I need to go the whole way around. There's like the wave up the back, and that's why I want to check, actually, I can do that now. Yeah, it's still fine. Because it's very close to that zip. So yeah, I didn't want to accidentally affect how useful that zip was going to be. More cosplays need a butt flap, exactly. A little. Oh dear, and it's got the 2 pieces either side as well. It's got like a lot of butt stuff going on. Ooh. It doesn't have a flap for like peeing or pooping though. It is missing that, to be fair. It's got a nice big hole for the tail, but unfortunately the tail kind of has to go through that hole. Okay, I think, do I want to switch around how I'm doing this? I think so. Yeah, just to go this way now. There you go, and get that around there. Oh. Is it your own design or is it character from somewhere? It's from Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, and the character's name is Mateus. If you ! Cosplay in chat, just if you're curious, it takes you to the Wikipedia for the character. That way you can see the pictures a bit closer up, and you can also get like a little bit of synopsis for the character. The tail can store the oh! Oh! Grab it! Oh! I'm sure there'd be a logistical issue with that, but it can be sorted out later. Oh god. Ugh. I think that's one of the most grim suggestions I've had doing this cosplay. Put the poop in the tail. Oh. Oh, and also that would mean like the longer you cosplayed in it, the heavier it would get. Oh. Oh no 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 no. No. No, I'm not having like a walking cesspit behind me, actually. I think I'm okay. Oh dear. I'll be like a still suit from Dune. Do they keep pooping them? Surely not. That's gotta be like a health hazard. Couldn't you get like cholera or something? Oh god. Oh. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No poop in this costume. I've spent too long in this costume to suddenly add a tail's worth of poop. Go. And... all the way around there. And then all the way back, but not along the bottom. Keep that bottom open. Should also give me a little bit more movement if I have that bottom bit open, which would be nice. Because God knows it's going to be tricky to move around in this costume with how heavy it's going to be. Okay, now I'll start going the other way around again. Every now and again I just change the direction of my stitching. I don't think you can tell, it makes it a lot more comfortable to do this. You're still in the process of uploading footage to YouTube. Actually, you do a lot. Yeah. It's not like I do a lot. It's more like because I've already streamed it. If anyone wanted to see any of the particular VODs where we're doing specific techniques, they're all there. It's a massive playlist to wade through, but it's there. And also it makes me feel good looking at that. Because it, you know, when it comes to streaming, you know, VODs get deleted, things like that, whereas having it there makes me feel nice. Even if he uses the process in thigh pouches, the walking provides the pumping motion, the poop is dissected for moisture removal, and the liquid is recycled to be... Oh god! No, no, no! Absolutely not. I'm sure you get cholera like that. That's bad. Oh. It's like a podcast, kind of. Like a really, really long podcast. If you're looking for like a podcast that lasts several hundred hours, there it is. Oh dear. Yeah, it took a really long time to upload the, what do you call it? The VOD from Monday, but that's because it was very long. Normally they upload a bit quicker. But that one was like, nope, not having any of it. I had to keep my computer on at night to upload that one. Oh, there you go. And... there. Okay, okay. Getting there. I don't know if I want to build up one side completely or like work from one side to the other to back to the first side. Not sure. Because both sound kind of fun. One means that like, you know, we work our way steadily down. I think that's probably what I'll end up doing. But the other side means I get to see all of one side done, which is also attractive in its own way. But I should probably be responsible and do one side and then do the other and then swap backwards and forwards, you know. Oh. Then I moved a little bit. But it'd be kind of nice if I didn't have to close that at all. I think I will have to, but kind of nice. It allowed for a bit more movement. I mean, not that this allows for much movement anyway because of all the boning. It allowed for a little bit more movement. Okay. Keep going down. Back around. In a minute I'll be sewing into armor again. Which, I don't know if it's easier or more difficult to sew into the armor, to be honest. I think it's easier. It's easier to get a grip of it, definitely. Probably depends on the angle. I think it all just depends on the angle for everything at this point. If I have a good angle, then it's really easy. If I have a bad angle, then it's a pain. Like with this, I can stick my hand the whole way through it, and that makes it so much easier to sew. There we go. And there. And there. Oh. There we go. Do do. Do do do. Okay, last one in just the purple, and then we'll go into the armor. There we go. So that should be. And because this armor is sewn completely down, it won't really move much around the armor anyway. Other bits, though, once we start sewing up into, like, for instance, this bit, because this bit can move a bit, they will move a little bit more, which is very exciting. Alright. Did I get a knot there? I can't tell. Is that a knot? No, it's not a knot. Okay, that's fine. And through there. Okay. And through there. And then here. Oh, that is a bit thick. Okay, yeah. I wonder if I can take that pin out now, because it's not like it can go much further. Now I'll leave it in for a minute and then I'll take it out once I hit it. I should be more careful with my pins since they are actually helping me. And then back into here. Oh, there we go. Alright, now we'll move the pin. Heck yeah, I think we'll have just enough thread to take us back to the beginning again. Very handy. Very handy. Okay. Move that around. Where did it just get stuck to? To there. And that there. And then around to there. Go. Tiny bit of purple there, but I'll sew it into it. Why not? Excuse me. There you go. Ow! Oh! Oh no, wait 2 seconds. Do I have a mirror nearby? Yeah, I have my makeup mirror. Am I okay? Not bleeding? We're fine. That's all I need. I just put the pin right into my chin. Oh dear. Teach me to pull it towards my face. Don't pull the needle towards your face. Not good. Oh dear. I'd really know that by now, but that's okay. You know what? It's fine. Go. Under there. What? What? That's so thick sometimes. Such a dangerous hobby. Honestly though, yeah. Really hardcore. Hardcore and dangerous. You know, mashing your fingers into machinery, catching yourself in the eye of a needle. None of that's all hardcore stuff. A hardcore hobby this one is. Be real careful. We only use sharp objects. And cosplay, if you're talking the whole of cosplay, oh, now that's hardcore. Heat guns, sanders. Ugh, lots of things that will hurt you if you're not careful. We are. There we go. I want that bit down. I mean, we can sew it down. I don't think I need it down, but we can do it. I'm over here, and I've got thread, so... At this point, it's so sewn in that it's like, it's not moving. Nothing will make this move. Which is why I'm like, I probably don't need to do it. But, you know, it's fine, I'm here. There you go. Oh. Burning your hands on a hot glue gun. Oh, yes. Oh my god, the hot glue gun burns? Oh, I have legit scars on my hands from hot glue guns. I think because it's such a common craft thing, people are like, oh yeah, no, that's fine. Oh my god. That gets so incredibly hot. Ah, my worst enemy. I can literally do nothing without burning me. Yeah, I have one that's just on the inside of my finger there. I don't know if you can see it on camera even. You can kind of see it maybe. It's just in there. That was from glue gun. And it just never went away. I did that like nearly 10 years ago. And it's just stayed this whole time. Just can't get rid of that little glue gun scar. Ah, dear. Well, I couldn't do felting. I just stabby my fingers all the time. Yeah. And a lot of needles in felting. Oh dear. There's some felting you can do just by rolling the felts together though, like little felt balls and stuff like that. But, like for jewellery. But yeah, all of the stuff that includes the needles, I'm like, you know what? You know what? I have enough hobbies that hurt me. I don't want to add another one to the list. Oh! Well, I knotted it and immediately ripped it. But if it's knotted it— oh no. It was knotted. It is no longer knotted. 2 seconds. Let me just rescue this thread. Oh dear. For TwitchCon. Yeah, I am doing it for TwitchCon. I'm going to try and enter TwitchCon Amsterdam. They only have 5 spaces per category. So I guess I'm competing for one of those spaces. But I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. We've put a lot of effort into this costume. So I'm really hoping that they pay off and we can get in. That's the plan. We'll see. I've seen some of the competition and there are some very good cosplayers entering. So I'm trying not to get my hopes up too much. Because I know the cosplayers that are entering the fabric or the sewing category even. There's some very, very good ones already. But I'm hopeful. Yeah, because we put a lot of effort into it. And I don't want to think that we won't definitely get in. But I also can't think that we'll definitely get in. We just have to hope. Hope there's a little space that's jelly shaped. Oh yeah. There you go. And then let's tie this one off. Bit of a pain to have to do this right at the end, but you know, better than leaving something that's going to get damaged later.
Okay, there you go. That's fine. Cut that short and hide it. Oh dear. What do you love of your community, Jelly? I love how open everyone is, how creative everyone is here. Not everyone, of course, does specifically cosplay, but we have a lot of people in our community that do a lot of different creative things, and I love seeing them. Yeah, that's probably one of my favorite things, actually, is seeing all the things people do in this community. It's very heckin' cool. I love the things my community shares with me that I maybe didn't know before. That's always been really cool. Especially the memes. People here have good memes. Yeah, the memes is a big one. People share some good heckin' memes. Don't get me wrong, people share their creative processes and stuff like that, and that's amazing. It's fantastic. But people also share some damn good memes. We have a lot of very creative beans here. I wanted to start with my stream, but my laptop seems to be broken, and I could see that you saw the competition. I might chicken. No! No! Wait, you were gonna enter the competition? You're gonna. Oh, no, please don't. Please do not. Please do not. I don't ever want to scare anyone out of trying a competition. Like, I'm very much like, listen, if you've got something ready for a competition, you should definitely give it a go. Especially with TwitchCon, because they, like, literally pay for you to get there if you get in. Like, it's so worth a try. And also, there are 5 slots open. So, like, you got some for each category, so you've definitely got a chance. No. I won't hear that. I won't hear that. Please enter anyway. I also would like to see your costume. Oh dear. Oh, is it gonna go? Or do I have to go from a different angle again? Might be changing the angle time. Oh, actually, no, wait, is this the end? This could just be the end. I know I got pretty close to the end, but I could literally just make that the end. There you go. Very nice. Go. Stick that there. And oh yeah. That down there. There we go. Okay. Okay. A bit annoying to have to go back and fix that, but that's okay, because it is now fixed. Feel blessed for the wins, yeah. You can always make it for fun and just for the con itself. You don't have to do the competition. That's the other thing, yeah. You definitely don't have to enter competitions to have fun. Competitions are fun if you're that kind of person. Like, I love going into competitions, but I know it's definitely not for everyone. I thought of entering with Jinx, but it feels like such a small cosplay. No, because the thing is, at the end of the day, if you do your cosplay well, it doesn't matter. If I make lots of mistakes and make this, like, even though it's a very ambitious costume, if it's not done well, it won't do well. And if you, like, vice versa, do a smaller costume, but make it very well finished, make it all, like, all good fabrics, all good finishing, all good edges, yeah, you could definitely win with that. And then the cosplay, nevertheless, is already in the making, but I might chicken out of the competition because I don't know if I enjoy it as much if I lose with my things. That's fair. That's fair. Cosplay competitions are not for everyone. They're a great opportunity to meet other cosplayers and a really good opportunity to quickly improve your skills because, of course, the feedback you get is quite valuable, which is why I like them so much. I like them for meeting cosplayers and for the feedback. But at the end of the day, if it's not going to be something you enjoy, then yeah, I wouldn't bother. I'd only enter if you think you're going to enjoy it. That goes like that. I said I wasn't going to do this one first, but I'm caving a little bit because I want to do this one quite badly. Oh dear. Shouldn't really build up one side and not build up the other though. Let's be responsible crafters today. Responsible crafters. Oh, you're so heavy. Oh dear. Go and give it the go. Galaxies far and wide. The individual what we say, create all universes unique, express and let the universe know what you made. I was contemplating a male Jinx, but I need the bodysuit first. Ooh. Ooh. I've seen some really cool concept art of crossplay Jinx. Yeah, so like changing or gender swap Jinx it would be if it wasn't actually being cosplayed, right? And yeah, it's inspiring stuff these artists do. Very nice. I like it a lot. There you go. Pin that in there for my second wave. My back waves. Responsible ways I find that true. Let's get that here and there, and then yeah, it's a nice sentiment. Yeah. At the end of the day, if you're entering the competition, it has to be up to you, and it has to be something you enjoy. If you do enter, you'll probably meet lots of cosplayers. What do you call it? I mean, it also, specifically for cosplayers, if you can get in, it'll pay your way there. Because for anyone who gets one of the 20 spots available, 5 for each category, you get at least $1,500. Which is why I'm kind of suggesting that it's a good one to enter to people, even if you're a bit hesitant and stuff like that. Because they literally will pay you $1,500 to get there. So accessibility-wise, it's great. But you also want to make sure you have fun. And I totally get that. That's the reason I wanted to do it. Yeah, because it would basically pay your way there if you get in. And it's so accessible comparatively to the other ones that it's well, you don't lose anything from trying. And if you do get in, even if you don't win anything once you're there, you've had a paid trip to Amsterdam. That's the mentality I'm going into it with. Is if I get in, I get to go to Amsterdam. Because there's no way I could afford to do that normally. That's well out of my budget. But if I do get in, I get paid. And I can go there. For here, it's a very high stakes cosplay, because the only way that I am going to Amsterdam is if I get into the cosplay competition. Love to add some high stakes to my cosplay. 10 out of 10. But we're going at our darndest. I say as I pin this consistently badly. I'm just trying my best, Actually, I won't even bother pinning that. There's no point. Because I'll do that separately now. That's okay. Is that about the same on both sides? I think so. I think it's about. It should be. It should be. Looking at the back. Waves. Oh dear. That's me the one doing. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to go get like that. Honestly, you and me in the same boat there. It's without that money, I ain't going. Oh dear. I have a part-time job and I'm disabled. There's no bloody way. Listen, it's not happening. But if I get in, then yes, I shall go. Oh, I was considering entering Larger Than Life just because they give you a little bit extra if you get into Larger Than Life. I could really use that for hulking all the extra stuff around that I use. But, that's probably a bit greedy. And also, I don't really want to be judged on Larger Than Life. Since this is not... Well, technically it is a Larger Than Life build. It's not... The techniques I've put into this are not Larger Than Life techniques, really. I don't want to get marked down for that. Oh, yeah. 1,500, that's much money. I know, right? Oh, dear. For me, it's not so expensive since I need to take a train or bus and I have 40% off since I'm a student too. Oh, the student discount. Nah, for me, it's... Oh. It's a heckin' lot and I can't afford it. I go to one convention a year. Because that's what I can afford. But that's okay. I don't mind that. That's okay. It's just I do highly recommend Twitch cosplay contest to people because it's a lot more accessible. So for anyone like me who is low wage or has extra things, it's difficult to, for instance, always get to the conventions well, and I need to stay there for an extra few days normally. Yeah, it's basically a lot more accessible. Very heckin' good. That's one thing. It does cost a lot of money to travel. If you always know pretty much the day that you travel you're going to be ill. But that's okay. We're used to it. It's just a pain. Because that's the same thing that we've had to do with London. And London is only a train journey for us. But when we don't take extra days around it for the travel, I end up not being able to go to the convention. It's only happened once where it was that bad. But
I got there and I went there for a total of like 2 hours for the entire convention. I was like, you know what? We might need to change the way we approach going to conventions. Because if we only go for the weekend, I'm just going to be sick that whole weekend. I need time to recover from traveling. Oh. But hey, you know what? It means if I am well, if like, which we always hope for, of course, like if I don't have any symptoms and I'm all good, then we get an extra day in London. That's nice. At least I'm not held back by weight, since you could take the train, Jenny played. Listen, we've already decided if we go, we're going Eurostar. But there's a few reasons. One, I should be able to take, if I have a prop with me, I should be able to take that in my hand luggage. Like on with me, which would be nice since it's delicate. Yeah, I've got to take the train. Train's important. I don't want to go on a plane. That's going to be so expensive. Like, it's expensive enough to stay the extra nights, let alone trying to catch a plane. And also, I'm terrified of flying. Which doesn't help. Like, yes. Go to a thing you like, but you have to fly. And you'll probably have a migraine while you're in the air. Because pressure. Oh. No. Not my favourite, you know? Like, I'm not afraid the plane's gonna crash. That's not my fear with flying. My fear is pretty realistic, which is just that it's gonna be very uncomfortable. Like I'm not gonna be in a very good way probably the entire time. Does that rule out anything in America? Most of the time, yes. But if there's a way that I can be paid to go over there, then sure, I'll do it. But I'd need someone to assist me with it. I mean, to be fair, if there are some competitions in Europe that if you win, you go to America, but you have to win the competition. Like TwitchCon's the same, where if you win TwitchCon, like you win, did the win, then yeah, it's then you can go, but they pay your way. So basically, if you win Amsterdam, then they pay for the plane and the hotel for 3 days. Now, we'd have to pay an extra few days for that hotel because, once again, I'll get there and be sick nearly every time. So, we'll have to pay for a couple of extra days, but the base of it's done. So the finals in the US are not really an option for you? No, they absolutely are, if I get to it via Amsterdam. Does that make sense? I hate flying, but I'll do it. I just need to take extra days once I get there to recover, because I will near definitely have a migraine, and if I'm having a migraine, then I won't probably be proper well for a couple days. And so there's no point in me flying in the day before the convention, because I'll just miss it. And we have to do the same thing with Amsterdam. Even though it's on a train, normally if I'm traveling, unfortunately it will give me a migraine. Even when I go see my parents, often by the time I get there, I'm having a migraine. So yeah, it's just basically about planning a few extra days in so that I can recover when I get there. And you know what? If I get there and I'm not having a migraine, fantastic. Oh my god, such a win. We get another day walking around wherever we go. But better to plan for the worst and hope for the best in these kind of cases, I think. Yeah, totally makes sense. Yeah. Oh dear. It's an option as long as someone else pays for it. Jelly is cheap. Very cheap. There we go. Can I take this pen out? Or yeah, I think I can. That pin can go. You know what? This was the right order to do it in. Because like looking at those waves next to each other, isn't that a satisfying back? I mean, I'm kind of like warping it, but don't mind me. Without me warping it, isn't that a satisfying back? Like, look at those nice big waves. And there's no concept art of it, so I kind of just made it up, but like, damn. I'm satisfied by that back. Not that you'll see half of it because of the cape, the wings, the tail, but I'm still... listen, we see it right now before we add all those things. And I'm satisfied. It's beautiful, thank you! Have you made any... I should ask Pugs, or Pot even. Have you made any of your cosplay on Twitch yet? Have you done any of the streaming for it? Like I said, thank you, Anime. I appreciate it. Honestly, I love a good bit of symmetry in my costumes. I'm a sucker for symmetry. Anything that's got like a symmetrical build, I'm like, oh, very nice. Oh dear. I did say a while ago I was going to go make a cup of tea, and then I completely forgot to do it. I started talking about cosplay, and I was like, ah, the world is gone. I'm just curious, because it would be lovely to follow your progress, Pot. But, of course, up to you. Don't feel like you have to share anything you're not ready to. And also, a lot of people like to keep their costume secret until they enter, and if you want to do that, that's absolutely fine too. Although, I guess technically you'd still have to do the 15-hour streaming. But other than that, you could always do the 15-hour streaming on some really small part, I guess, and then not show the rest of the costume. Oh, go, and just through there. And then back through there. Oh, that's way too high. I know, I'm thinking, can I start going through this like this? Yeah, probably, right? Yeah, there you go. Oh, there you go. And then... oh my god. That all the way up there? This bit's a little thick, but that's okay. Not yet. I started with the wig because it's the thing that's making me the most self-conscious, and after made the lace front, I read about TwitchCon and was like, well, that would have been all the stream I needed to do. Heck yeah. So wait, did you stream... wait, Pot, I'm gonna stalk you a bit. Just as a heads up. Did you stream that on Twitch? I'll send you a follow regardless, but... did I do it? Yeah, I did. So. Not recently, but that's okay. Listen, I'm always up for meeting new crafters. Oh dear, I've never streamed before, but I think I'd like to do it one day, and I think it will be mostly cosplay and art streams. Heck yeah! Listen, if you ever start doing it, let us know. We're always up for meeting more crafters on Twitch. Like, the thing is, it's kind of like a reasonably small community here still, but I feel like it does grow a little bit more every day, as everyone I've met in the crafting community has been such a sweet bean. Hopefully you enjoy it as much as I've ended up enjoying it. Because it's so fun. It's basically just like having people keep you company a lot of the time. Like, we're all making this costume together. I might be doing a lot of the elbow grease, but like everyone's here with their input and stuff like that, and it's really nice. I only ever streamed one cosplay stream and I never finished the cosplay. You know what? We've all been there. Do not worry. Do not worry. I'm sure everyone here can relate to that. Just need to find a way since I have bad Wi-Fi in the room. There are like things you can pay for, right, which are like little boosts to your Wi-Fi. I can't remember what they're called. Or you can get like dongles. But again, it kind of depends on what you want to put into it. Repeater, is that what I'm thinking of? Thank you, Zay. Appreciate it. I'm terrible with the names of things. Because yeah, I know quite a few streamers that started with quite a lot of internet issues, but then they did stuff like that, adding those sort of things to their setup, and it really helped. Well, I call them little boxes, yeah. Oh dear, honestly, same. The small box are gonna help. We're quite lucky. In all the areas of Wales I've lived in, I've had very good internet. I mean, it is part of, like, we always look at that before moving somewhere, because although I, you know, stream, Shiny needs it for their job, so it's quite important that they have good internet. But yeah, we've always been quite lucky. If when I get stuff for Grain Cosplay, have I streamed that? Yeah! That'd be a really fun one. I bet you could think of some good titles for it too. Oh dear, I have repeater and use LAN cables for my crafting setup. Heck yeah, there you go. I actually do it all via Wi-Fi. I don't have my computer connected to the LAN. LAN? Yeah. But then, again, I'm quite lucky. I live in an area with pretty good Wi-Fi. So I just wanted to repin that because it was a little too close to the zip. Like, don't get me wrong, it looked good, but like, I don't want to upset the zip. The zip needs to work. I think it's still symmetrical anyway, so that's alright, that's alright. That looks so cool. What time is it, by the way? Are we good? Yeah, we're good. I was worried that I'm going to go way over what I want to do or something. I mean, there are days like Monday where I can just keep going until I finish the thing, but then other days I'm like, phew. Get stuff done. Thing is, these ones take a little bit longer because they've got like the big waves on it. The ones that don't have the waves like this should be much quicker because we just have to go whoop whoop whoop. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, yeah. There we go. And in there. And then we might have to start thinking about sewing this in a slightly different way, but that's okay. We did that last time too. Although last time we went from the outside inside. We have gone backwards of last time. Am I gonna have enough thread to go around this? I don't think I am. I'm gonna have to get like some more thread for the last few inches. Oh dear. Dun, dun, dun. I okay that goes all the way from booted to my laptop and PC. There is in another room. Yeah. Oh. I mean, it also depends. Someone can correct me if I'm spouting absolute garbage, but it also kind of depends how many computers are attached to the same internet, right? Like, I know when I'm uploading something, Shiny's upload is god-awful. Oh, dear. Oh, heck, Feathered! Welcome on in! How are you doing? Speaking of cosplayers, there's another cosplay right there. How is your work going, Feathered? Is it going well? Is all the embroideries playing ball? So I'm just typing in the name at the speed of slow. Oh, dear. Steve, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in. Oh, you gotta go now? Take care, Anime. Good luck with the work. I hope it goes well. Oh dear. We're currently trying to convince another cosplayer to enter TwitchCon cosplay. Oh dear. Oh, Steve, thank you so much for the follow as well. It's very kind of you. Oh, you were? Yeah! Like, enter! Enter it! Every time we find a cosplayer, we're like, oh dear. I'm here. I couldn't find the end stream button. Oh god. Do you find sometimes, so, do you have text to speech? No, not text to speech. What's it called? Speech to text. You know, the closed captions on the stream. If I don't end those after stream, you can still see me talking on stream after I've ended the stream with closed captions. Oh dear. There's been a couple times where I've just been talking about absolute garbage and it ends up in the stream. But like, I've ended the stream, so you just get like a paragraph of text at the end. I did not realize I'm being convinced. Well, that's because we're doing a good job. Right? Yeah, she said, oh, no, Zealous, welcome on in. I would never. Oh my god, that's good to know. I use that too. Yeah. I've been caught out by that in both my opening screen and my ending. It's like I finish the stream and the closed caption is like, we're not ending, we're not finished yet. It's like, no, please. Oh dear. Lola, I know now and I won't. Garbage is good. God. To be fair, we do like garbage here. We made a whole garbage cosplay. The rat Zello's followed me in. Ah, you're good, you're good. Ah, dear. We are hand stitching. We are hand stitching a lot. I can show you where we've got to, Feathered. Let me just get my needle through here so that I'm not gonna poke myself with it. So the back is looking like this now. The front is here. We're getting there. Oh, Alice, thank you for the follow. Did I find a button? Heck yeah, it was a nice button. So we need to layer up some more down here so it's not just this big area in the center. But we're slowly now adding the side pieces, which basically like stack down the whole way, and they stack across here. I have a few pieces that I could show you. It's like this, there, and then this. Oh dear. So we have like this to put in. Does this kind of make sense? There you go. Wheel. And then there's another piece under that, to be fair. There. We're getting there. There's a lot of stacks, but we're getting there. Oh dear. But at the moment we're just up here. Goddess, thank you! Look at mine. It's looking a little plain now. I don't think you need to go this hard with sparkles, to be quite honest. This is a personal choice, you know? You do not need to go this far. Oh, thank you, Purple. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Oh, yeah. I could try and lift her up so you can see the skirt as well, but oh, she's very heavy. She's very, very heavy. Right, back to the back. Oh, we need to go all the way around this this wave and then get to there, and then we can start adding the next layers. So far, much better than yesterday. Heck yeah. Good to hear. Good to hear. Oh dear. This makes no sense to me, but then again, the world makes no sense to me. Long live the chaos! No, it's our job to defeat chaos. I swear. Chaos. You know, I'm very tempted at some point to do a Final Fantasy Strangers of Paradise cosplay. Because the outfits genuinely look quite good, but also chaos. It's my job to defeat chaos. There we go. The bus I got onto work was in an— oh god, are you— I'm assuming you're okay. I hope you are. That's very scary. Oh dear, I hope you're okay. I hope everyone else was alright too. Oh jeez. I'm now gonna fight with Photoshop. Oh yeah. Feathered, if you have other things you need to get to, or if you need to go take a snack and maybe a little break, please do. Please do not suffer for me. It's always lovely to see you though, and thank you so much for the raid. You're not injured? Good. There is an order in chaos, but chaos is order, so who's the good guy? Me. For it is my job to defeat chaos. Bus was not going fast, but the car involved was damaged. Yeah, that's the thing. I wouldn't expect the bus to be in too bad of a shape because of how large they are, unless it was like a very bad accident. But anyone that runs into a bus, yeah, is definitely in more risk. There you go. And I've lost my scissors again. There they are. We need some more— I thought we were going to run out of thread. We need some more thread to go around the rest of this, honestly. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah. I won't show you my hands. But my hands— you can probably see if they're red or not. But probably not really. They're a little bit sore at the end. Why would run into a bus? They hurt too, you know. It's just not a very good idea to run into a bus. I can take a snack break and then lurk while I'm fighting the Photoshop. My Mac, unlike the PC, will have no problems. Heck yeah. After streaming, it's important to look after yourself. Get some drinks. Speaking of which, I might go make a second cup of tea in a minute. Because, God, I could really use a cup of tea. And I should say again, if anyone is looking to follow more cosplayers, people that are consistently working on crafts on their channel, definitely check out Feathered. They are another cosplayer. They're not making for TwitchCon, they're making for Ultimate Online Cosplay Contest, which is another really, really big costume competition that kind of like jumped up in the last couple years. But, you know, if anyone's looking for more just general craft streams to chill out in, check out Feathered. They're a very heckin' sweet bean, and they're always doing kind of ridiculously big projects. Oh dear. So you can get some hand embroidery. Heck yeah, before you go to work. That's a nice relaxing way to start the day. I can appreciate that. That's nice. Oh yeah, get that in there. Second cup. Wow, I'm gonna need my third one soon. I mean, I was gonna make one a little while ago and it just completely slipped my mind. And I don't know what happened, but I didn't end up making one, that's for sure. So I'm still kind of in need of one cup of tea. But every time I'm like, oh, I'll just finish this bit, or I'll just finish this bit. Maybe I'll just finish this bit, and then I'll have the cup of tea. So I keep putting it off by accident. Oh dear. That's alright though, that's alright. We will have our cup of tea. Takes a minute. There we go. And when I get to the bit where we had to cut the thread, then I'll go make a cup of tea. How about that? How about that? And take that pin out. It's nice relaxing stream to be, but then I drop in and the volume goes up 10 to 20 octaves. Oh god. We're just a loud stream here in general. Like, it might not seem like it, but it's very difficult to lurk to this stream. We're very loud. We have a lot of very loud alerts, a lot of very obnoxious alerts too. And then, in general, if something's happening with me, I'm not exactly quiet. Some of the time I'll be quiet, and then some of the time I'll not be quiet at all. My headphone cable is it's keeps going around the wrong side of the light, which means it keeps hitting against everything. Yo, listen up. Here's a story about a little guy that lives in a blue world, and all day and all night, and everything he sees is just blue, like him, inside and outside. Blue his house with a blue little window and a blue Corvette, and everything is blue for him. For example, thank you, Purple, 'cause he ain't got nobody to listen to. I'm blue, dabba dee dabba die, 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 dabba dee dabba die. I'm blue, dabba dee dabba die, 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 dabba dee dabba die. I generally don't know how I managed to keep my breath gone for that long. Thank you for the blue. Oh dear. Yeah, that'd be one of our louder alerts right there. How long is this sound? 45 seconds, I think? I think it's about 45 seconds. It's long. Egg. Thank you for the egg. Oh, it would sound so good if I had my PC, but I have to wait for tomorrow. What, you'd like blast it through the speakers so that everyone can question you and what you're doing? Sheesh. The whole song is, we covered the entire song. I just cut it down for the sound alert. But like, we did a full cover of Blue, and like, I can't remember how long it was, but it was quite long. But yeah, we did a full cover of the song with my voice being every single track. So basically, I do the drums, I do the synth, I do the voice. That's all me. Oh god. Here's another one. We've done it a couple times now. So thank you for We Like to Party. 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 The Venga bus is coming, and everybody's jumping. New York to San Francisco, an interstate free disco. The wheels are still a turning, and traffic lights are burning. So if you like to party, come on and move your body. Oh god, so much. Oh, thank you for the snack break. Welcome on in, Dis. Oh dear. Home alone, so no one around to hear the crazy. Good stuff. And I hydrate. Do I have any? I still have some tea. I'm gonna have to make another cup at some point because my tea is very cold. I'll get to the top. How's it going? I hope you're having a good day. We got car at the moment. After what you just walked into stepping and hydrate, yeah. I used 10,000 of my voices there. It's a lot of voice. This is tame considering what I get dropped on my end. I don't know, it's very cursed, but it's just cursed really, isn't it? Like, the alerts are just cursed. And long.
Woo! We still have a lot of layers to add in, especially around like this area, so it's not just a random heart in the middle. We're getting there. Thank you for the horn. Let's just get all the loud alerts done really quickly. They're just out of the system for a minute or two. Every loud alert, just get all them done. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate the horn. Oh dear. Right, let's get this around to the point where we had to cut it before. DJ! I love that one. It's so nostalgic. Oh dear. There we go. And whoop, get that pin out. Remember, thin your paints and always use thin layers. Absolutely. Absolutely. Otherwise your canvas will take forever to dry. Or your wall. Oh, right. Ah! Give me the needle. There you go. I think I need to start doing it from the other angle again. Oh, okay. Let's switch that up a bit. For my sanity's sake. There you go. That's better. Nice. Oh yeah, for anyone who's new here or has not seen, if you haven't seen the cosplay in full or the costume we're making in full, the top link that Nightbot just posted will take you to the Wikipedia for the costume. And if you are maybe a cosplayer yourself and you are looking for a competition to enter, the second link takes you to the rules for TwitchCon Amsterdam. So you can have a little look to see if it's maybe up your alley or not. Heck yeah. I have no idea how long it takes to dry on a canvas wall, but my plastic crack edition is... God damn it. Oh dear. Be careful. Look after yourself. Oh. Go. And there. And there. And... It's crazy what just changing the angle can do, because like, so much easier now. And down here. Howdy, McKay! Welcome on in! How you doing? What you building? Final Fantasy Tactics Advances Mateus. Oh, thank you, Purple. And if you need a link to see what that looks like, there it is. It's a big costume. Very large. June 3rd seems so far away. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like the months are sneaking up on me and I'm like, cosplay fast. Fast cosplay time. Time to speed up. Feeling it down to stop losing her sanity. Exactly. Oh, nice. Also brave. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This has been a really fun costume to make. It doesn't feel particularly brave. It just feels really, really fun. Like, it's loads of embroideries, loads of gold. It's all of my favorite colors in one costume. Primarily purple and gold. Yeah. It's just been really, really fun. Really, really fun to make. Okay. And the end of this one is already stitched in. Means to be able to go to here and tie it off. And then I can go make myself another cuppa. Oh my god, a second cup of tea? See. And then get that in there. Tie that away. And lose my scissors. There they are. Nice, very nice. Heck yeah, now we have our back waves. Fun to build, hard to breathe in. Actually, you're right. It's got a big old corset with an inbuilt bra in it. And you sit in it, you're like, whoo! Oh, I've never been so tight. Right, let's get round the front. So at least I can leave you looking at it while I go make another cup of tea, if that's all right. I can put it a bit further back, actually. And then you can see the whole front of the skirt thingy. There you go. It looks a bit funny like that, but at least you can see it.
Oh dear. In the competition guide it says you have to include TwitchCon 22 in your title. Can you change that afterwards when you highlight it? Just wonder because it's not in your title. So I've already done my 15 hours. You only have to do 15 hours with that as your title and highlight those 15 hours. I've streamed over 300 hours of this cosplay. Don't worry about me. I've highlighted those 15 hours so that they can see that. We're expecting this to be about 1,000 hours, and I'm streaming as much of it as possible, but there's a lot of bits that are just a little large for my stream room. So yeah, if I was to put 300 hours with that title, I think they'd be a bit pissed off at me, to be quite honest. They'd be like, listen, we asked for 15 hours, not 300. If you could please remove that so we can find the other cosplayers, that would be great. Oh dear. Yeah, I only titled 15 hours of it for that reason. I was just like, I don't want to piss anyone else off with like my entire cosplay. It does make it easier though if you're looking for other people that are entering, because you can just type in like Twitch cosplay contest and you can find out everyone on Twitch that's entering Amsterdam or San Diego, because at some point they'll have it in their title. Even if it's not for like the full making process. For obvious reasons. I just don't want to be like, I don't know, in the way of anyone else. With my massive VOD amount. I'm just stretching myself out a little bit, sorry. My legs have been curled over for so long. Oh, excuse me, I go drop a bombshell on someone's lap. No! Unless you're gonna sit in them, and then fair enough. Oh dear. Oh. Yeah, it's getting there. I like it a lot. It's just such a big dress. Where did I put my needle? Did I put it? I think I put it back in here, right? Yeah, I did. Okay. I was like, if it's under that costume, I'm never getting it back. Giggity, I swear. My legs. Oh, Techno! Come on back. How's dress coming along? It's like this so far. I'm gonna start adding the bits down the side now so that we can start filling this bit in. But yeah, stop! Guys, my legs! I'm stretching my legs! I swear. Get your heads out the gutter. I've been kneeling for a really long time, so I need to stretch my legs out. Swear. Okay, I'm gonna be taking like a probably like a 5-minute tea break. I just want to pop to the loo and grab another cup of tea. So maybe go get yourself a cup of tea yourself. Maybe go to the loo, go get a snack, something like that. I'll leave this here in the background so you can kind of see it. But I'm gonna go, you know, get another cup of tea. I'm back in a moment. Damn! Damn, thank you so much for the raid. How did Elden Ring go? I swear. Effectively a chair raid, right? A bed raid. Ah, dear. Welcome on in, everyone. I hope you're having a good day. Sorry that I was gone, and I'm still gone, apparently. Ah, dear. How is Elden Ring? If anyone doesn't know Dem's one of our mods. They're a very hacking sweet bean. Thank you for the horn. They do a lot of games on their own channel. They do some cooperative stuff, and they do, at the moment, a lot of Elden Ring. So if that sounds up your alley, please do check them out. They're a very sweet bean. Oh no, welcome back. Thank you, welcome back. I knew you were AFK, I swear. What? This is how we're doing at the moment. We're doing the bodice work, and oh, looks pretty sick, huh? It's pretty hefty. She's a hefty lady, but we're getting there. Now, did I put her on top of anything? I don't think so. I think it's okay. I think we're safe. Oh dear. Right, where's the next bit I need? I think it's this one. This bit goes here. Like so. And then that'll go the whole way around. So let's pin that in quickly. Ah, I thought it'd be nice to surprise you. It was nice. It's always lovely to see you, Dem. Yeah, I will say though, because I know you've been streaming a while, if you need to get some snacks, if you need to look after yourself, please do. Please don't worry about us. Go look after yourself first if you need to. I don't want you starving or anything. Or if you need to sleep, to be fair. I can never remember exactly when it is you go to sleep. I know it's an unusual time for that side of the world. I can never quite remember when it is. There we go. Oh. And that in there. Oh, did that go through the mannequin? Maybe. Let me just double check. Oh no, we're good, we're good. Save. Oh, actually, I can show you the back of this Dem really quickly. Look at this. Isn't that satisfying? We've actually got some back decoration going on now. Oh dear. And then we'll have this bit come in next. We'll cover up that bit. That goes quite far actually. I didn't think that was going to go so far. Did I muck something up somewhere? Oh wait, actually that's another thing. This doesn't have to go through the purple, does it? It only goes through the armor. I remember now. I had plans. I forgot them, but this is only meant to get sewn through here. I forgot to have breakfast or lunch before dinner before stream, which lasted 6 hours. Oh god! Dem! Please go get yourself some food. Please, please, please. That's a long time to not be eating. Oh dear. I am going to change this a little bit because this actually needs to go in about there. So this is where we get to the point where we're sewing armor to armor for the most part. There'll be a couple places where we don't, but a lot of it will be sewing the armor directly onto another piece of armor so that it can kind of move a little bit. That's the goal. We want it to be a little bit more mobile. So attach the armor to the armor. There you go. And then this bit will end up going like there. And that should look really good. And then, of course, the bit over the top of that is huge. And this one, I think? Yeah, I think so. We do that. Very nice. Getting there. We're getting there. It's a lot of layers, but we're getting there. One layer at a time. We just need another cup of tea, so we should be good to go for a while now. Tonight I sleep a bit early as I wake up early. I'm still here for a while. Oh, that's fair enough. If at any point you do need to nip off, just do. Do not worry. I don't know how much longer we're going for today. Mainly due, I think my fingers need a day's break. I was looking at them under natural light, and I can't count how many cuts my fingers have on them. Like, it has become an uncountable number. Because I have today's cuts, which are much more red, but then I have yesterday's and the day before's cuts. Also, this isn't a cut, so don't worry, but can you see my nail? Oh, I don't know if you can see it. It has just got worse and worse. It was also bleeding underneath it earlier, but it's okay. Nah, it's not going to focus on it, is it? Basically, I have got so many scratches on this nail from catching it with the, it looks like I've sanded the edge of my nail. Just from catching it with the needle over and over and over again. So I don't know how long we'll be going today. When we do end, it will probably just be to give my fingers a bit of a rest. Oh my god, Queena! Welcome on in, how goes it? We are still doing this, but putting it all together. You would have seen it, I think, when we were making all the armor pieces, right? So now you get to see them on our costume, finally, after many, many months. Okay, I'm gonna put a little bit under there. And that's where the knot's gonna be. Nice and hidden under here. I have sound tests on my computer. Have you gone? Are you planning to stream with sound and audio more? Like more talking streams? That'd be very cool. Of course, it's completely up to your comfort level at the end of the day. But I think that'd be pretty sick. Oh dear. You should do a little alcohol rinse so no cuts. Oh, I see. I got confused. I was like, you mean like drink a bit so I don't feel it as much? You're right, Dem. Let me go grab the whiskey. Okay. Alcohol rinse sounds great. You know, to prevent me from feeling my hand so much, I'll just get wasted. Oh dear. I know that's not what you were suggesting. You had legitimately good advice, but I was, let me twist that advice to something that probably isn't good advice. I can operate my PC again after so long. Let's go! Heck yeah. Heck yeah, gone. Very exciting. Very exciting. Oh dear, this is what happens to the nails as it seems to refuse to use a certain tool. I have no idea what you could be referencing. I have absolutely no idea to what you could be referencing, Zay. I don't think there is a tool that protects one's fingers from hand stitching. I don't think it exists, and I definitely don't own some. If they did exist. Oh dear. Oh. There you go. Get that under there. I shall need to upgrade my Twitch stuff. I researched about the basics of OBS Studio. Luckily, there are a lot of like YouTube videos which are super, super helpful when setting up. That's what I did. I just I spanned all over YouTube looking for little OBS tutorials and how to set up stream elements and stuff like that. And honestly, it was not too difficult. Once I watched the tutorials, I felt pretty well educated on how to do it, and it wasn't too bad. It didn't take me that long. And I'm definitely not a tech guru. I'm pretty bad with that kind of stuff. So, oh, I keep lurking. I want to know how many stitches went deep into. Oh God, how many? How many? Go on, let us know. Okay. Dun, dun. Dun, dun. Dun. There we go. Oh yeah. Yeah, that standing out just looks. Again, I know it's not going to be to everyone's taste, but I really like that. Just like slightly standing out from the costume, it feels a bit more armoured. Like, of course, having some of the bits flats is going to be important, but having a few parts stand out a little bit, I just think looks really nice. Cosplayers, no doubt about paw protection. Also, cosplayers refuse to use it themselves. Basically. Gone, you summed it up. I don't know, I wonder. Oh, okay. I thought you had a mannequin and you knew. I thought you knew traveling. You were like, haha. I think so far for us over here, we've only had one stitch go into the mannequin and we cut it out, which was not ideal. But you know what? It's okay. I mean, there's still time to do it again. But once we get past this waistline piece, it will be quite difficult because I'll have my hand underneath it the whole time. So I'd have to go through my hand and then into the mannequin. And somehow not realise. Ah, dear.
Yeah, plus with these bits, because we're now sewing armor to each other, not to the purple, it's a little bit more difficult. And well, hopefully after this point we won't have any more instances of that. That'd be nice. Okay. Well, there you go, there you go. Right. Let's start getting this now. And making it so that it can go through there and then go through there. There we go. That looks pretty good. Okay. Oh dear. David, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. I'm just going to swish this around a little bit. Also, it means you can see a little bit more what I'm doing right now. I'm getting this piece in. Just all these drops of armor. We're getting there. We're getting there. Slowly but surely, the purple will be completely covered up. Well, no, it's not quite true, but we will cover up a lot of the purple. More purple on the skirt, less purple on the top. There you go. And in there. Oh, yeah, it's still early. Heck yeah. Do you use Streamlabs or OBS? I've used both. So I started with OBS and then I had a big issue with my OBS. It was really difficult to fix. So at that point, about 3 months into streaming, I switched over to Streamlabs. And then I streamed with Streamlabs for like 1.5 years. And then I'll have come back to OBS again. Benefits to both, like both are good. I think Streamlabs is a little bit easier to get off the ground because it's all part of one program. Like you have all your widgets and everything and all your pop-ups in Streamlabs as well, so it's a little easier to do to start with, but OBS gives you a lot more flexibility. So it's what you really value. If you want to be able to set up a bit easier, OBS is a little bit easier. Oh, sorry, Streamlabs OBS is a little bit easier, so slobs. But if you want a lot more flexibility, OBS is a really good option. Ah, dear. Also, Furball, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. I think I was still early. Heck yeah. Oh, we've been going for a little while now, I think. Nearly 5 hours? I've still got stuff to do, to be fair. I'm not quite ready to wrap it up yet. Plus, I just made a new cup of tea, so definitely not. I want to get a few layers in on either side. There is one bit that I am thinking I might not sew in that I had in the original design. It's a bit lower down, but there was a bit behind one of the waves, which I think might be a little bit too close to this wave down here. So they might look a little bit like clashy. We could still use that embroidery elsewhere, I just might not use it on the bodice. Everything else though should be going on pretty well. Sometimes you can't see that these things are going to clash until you've made them, unfortunately. But it was a very small embroidery, so it doesn't bother me too much. If it was one of the really big ones, I'd probably be a bit more fussed, but it's not. You okay? Oh, excuse me, everyone. We've just snapped the string again. We should have a jelly snaps the string counter at this point. How many times have I snapped the string? I will tie this off because I only snapped 1/2, which should actually mean it's actually okay. It's not going to be unpicking itself too easily, and I can just, well, I'm going to cover the whole thing in a bit of glue anyway, so that's okay. Make it extra shiny. I started Streamlabs because you're going to port your stuff into OBS and you make the switch. Yeah, I tend to recommend starting with Streamlabs. But at the end of the day, it's not that one is better than the other necessarily. Like, they're both really, really good. They both have lots of tutorials out there to help you learn. After using both, Streamlabs is easier, but OBS has a lot more flexibility. So once you're a bit more confident, it's a really good one to switch to. But if you're just starting out, you might not appreciate that so much. Okay, get that into there. Okay. I wonder if I have any other string I can use, because honestly, this is becoming an issue. 2 seconds. I'm gonna just do a little thread search up on the desk to see if there's. I could maybe use this one. Sorry, I think you can see my ankle, and I apologize. Very lewd of me. No ankles. I think I could use this one because it's a very similar color to the thread that I'm using, and it's just a little bit stronger. So I might use that one. Just see how I go with it. If it's not making a difference, if it's still snapping, then I won't bother. But I think it might be a good option. Oh, although I need to trim the end. I'm so tempted to take a picture of my hands so you guys can see. Jesus Christ. But it's kind of gross, and I also don't want to like spook anyone. Excuse me. There's a lot of tiny little divots in my hands. From where, Jelly Rage. Oh yeah! How many times have I hogged out? Thanks, Deb. I've hogged out on threads 1 time. You're gonna have to make that like 10, I think, for today. Jelly Rage a lot. Because yeah, unfortunately we snapped a lot of strings today. But I think that is probably to do with the string. Rather than what we're doing, because it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Also, we might be getting a lot of backlight because it is sunny outside suddenly. Sorry. Welcome to backlight the stream. Ugh. Okay. Let's have a look. See. Can I flip this up at all? Or did I take that out? Maybe I take that out. Another Jelly Rage. Hooked out 11 thread. There we go. There we go. That seems a little bit more accurate, honestly. I just need to get under here really quickly. And then okay. That to there. There you go. A nice little hidden knot. Very good. Oh, right. It's a VIP command. Nice. You're back, and I have ramen slurp. Heck yeah. You know, Feathered, those ramen things you recommended to me ages ago, I just sent one of each flavor to my parents to see if they like it too. We're now sharing it around the Jelly family. Jelly family is like, ooh, food? I'd like to try it. Let me try it. So thanks for making it a VIP command, I appreciate it. Otherwise it's gonna get spammed. Oh dear. We shall convert the world, yeah! Well, I mean, I was saying that that's what I had often for a snack, and they were like, oh, so what is it? It's just like a ramen? And I'm like, yeah, kinda. Like, it's got like different sauce packets and little stuff like that, so it's very similar. They're like a pot noodle, and I'm like, kinda, but nicer than a pot noodle. So then they were like, we'd love to try some, and I was like, yeah, cool, let me get you some. And so I got them like one of each of the packets that I eat. I didn't want to get them too many in case they didn't like it, but at the end of the day, my family and I have very similar tastes, so I think they'll like it just fine. I just want to expand that a little bit. I think it needs to be a little looser. That's okay. We can do that. Out. There we go. Very nice. Oh. Way nicer than pot noodle. Healthier? Absolutely not. But it tastes so good. Also, like, I don't eat pot noodles to be healthy. Personally, I'm not like on a health binge and I'm like, let me have pot noodle. They're so full of salt. Like, nah. Okay, let's keep going around this like this. Pretty good, looks pretty good.
Jesus. Kittens, thank you for the follow. Oh dear. Got sploosh jumped. Heck. You know, it just, obviously I was focusing way too hard there. If I get jumped by the splash. Oh dear. Right, let's get this one in here. Dun, dun. Oh. Right, should we do a little twist really quickly? Little twist. Oh yeah. Get it aiming towards the back. So we actually have a second wave that we're putting on here. It's just 2 waves at the back. You won't see them a lot, unfortunately, because of the tail. These are the only ones that will go slightly behind the tail, but they also cover up one of the tail like clips in here, so you know. A necessary evil, but they must be anywhere near the tail, because the tail, I fear, is going to wreck stuff. Well, we can hope. I had crispy ramen noodles for the first time last week. Dear Lord, they're tasty. I have some ramen packets that I'm not a fan of. Now I don't need to throw them away. Hey! I really want to try the milk ramen. You know, when you cook the ramen in the milk. I want to try that. And it becomes like a sauce. Oh, it sounds pretty good. Oh, Unluck! Welcome on back, Sonny! How goes it? Is your day going well still? I hope so. We have had some threads break, but then we've also had a lot of success with adding some difficult pieces of armor. So, you know what? Overall, I'd say a win. Overall, I'd say a win. Ups and downs, but mainly win. Okay, let's get this in here. And in there. Oh, playing League and losing. No. Oh no, Sonny. Oh heck. What? League's a very dangerous game. You'll lose hours in there. Oh dear. I hope your next matches are more fruitful. I think the Animal Crossing OST is telling me that I need to restart it, because this is, yeah, all the sounds. I want to know who thought of throwing uncooked ramen noodles in hot oil and then want to shake their hand. I haven't really got around to experimenting too much with it yet, to be honest. But then I've only really been having it since December, right? So I'm a bit newer. But the one that I did see, the hack that I saw that I was like really interested in was cooking it in milk. Like, you have to be quite careful with it if you're cooking it in milk, because the milk can boil over, but apparently it tastes really good. I wondered what those sounds were. Yeah, it's the part of the OST where they just do sound effects. Oh dear. Like, don't get me wrong, I love Animal Crossing and I love those too, but probably not for background music in my stream. Okay, let's just go around this bit. And then, do I want to change the direction I'm sewing yet? No, we'll do a couple more stitches like this. And then maybe change direction. Let's do it to there and then start to change. So this way round. And then up here. Oh, oh. There you go. That through there. And that through there. And we only have to go up and around it because we don't want to sew it down flat. That's actually really quite nice and easy. We just have to go around here. Heck yeah, heck yeah. Let's, oh yeah. Oh, actually, I could hold it like that. There you go. Trying to find an easy place to put the needle through. There is no such place as an easy place to put the needle through right now. Put it through there. Go on. Real careful of the lame in there, but that's okay. I have to say, the milk one doesn't appeal, but that's probably because milk does not agree with me and causes... Yeah, that's probably... I'm probably going to have the same reaction as that. But I don't know, it just looks so nice when everyone makes it. I'm like, ooh, that looks good. Even though Milk doesn't massively agree with me either. I'll suffer through it a little bit. I'm lactose intolerant but love milk, it's a struggle. Have you heard, Sonny, of something called Wonder Milk? Wonder, like with an A at the end, and then of course just milk. Because it's a milk replacement, but it actually tastes like milk. And so it's made of peas, I think is what it said it was made of, which was a bit unusual comparatively to the milk replacements I normally get. I'm used to like, you know, soy and all that kind of stuff. Oh dear. Yeah, it was really good. I was very pleasantly surprised by how much it just tastes like milk. It just tastes like milk. It's a little bit thinner. Oh dear. So it's like really good for tea because I like oat milk on its own, but I don't like it in tea, you know? That's not dairy is also very accessible in Denmark. Heck yeah, I love oat milk. Lactose-free milk is fine though. Yeah, it kind of depends, I suppose. I really like the pea milk. The pea milk is like just very heckin' good. But, oh, until recently I hadn't tried that one. I don't think I'd even seen it. There you go. Pea milk, not that kind of pea. Wrong kind of pea. Funny. Like peas. Like peas in the pod. Pea milk. Oh dear. And then put that through there. Going around these kind of curves is always going to be a bit complicated, but that's okay. Give it our best shot. And then... Come on, come on. Oh, needle, please. At the very least, stay there. Okay, try it again. There you go. Honestly. And that in there. God damn it! Also, what is it? Encouraging crunchy dinosaur corky derp. I love taking you out of context, but able to do. I hope the Twitch judges see this. Good. It's like she's just making a cosplay, but then she starts talking about pee, and I'm not sure we can endorse this cosplayer. Like, they were doing fine, but then the pee talk came up, and like, it's not quite against terms of service, but it feels like there could be terms of service like in that. I'm not sure. Oh dear. I hope the judges don't see most of my streams, honestly, because there's so much just random crap that we talk about here that's like absolutely not on topic at all. Like, we're here making a cosplay talking about pee. I don't know if I want the judges to see that as their first impression of me. Oil. Actually, maybe what the judges really shouldn't see is the quote list. Maybe if they see my streams, it's fine. Just don't look at the quote list. Whatever you do, it's very cursed. Okay, do that a couple times and then go down in there to properly secure that. There we go. And then we need to go around the outside. Oh, it's only against TOS if it's a fetish, right? Yeah, but as long as I don't actually pee on stream, I think it's fine, because then that would be a problem. But if I don't pee, everything is good. Oh dear. That, you know what though? I feel like that makes sense, right? You know, I'm not gonna lie. I think as far as rules go, I could understand why, you know, Twitch might not want people peeing on their stream. Oh. Just making sure things don't get caught underneath here. But we're doing pretty good, honestly. I said it would be nice and easy to go around this, but honestly, I underestimated it. It's not been that easy. It's been a lot of fiddly sewing. It's still a lot quicker than some of the other bits though, to be fair, so I can't complain too much. It is quicker. I'll just put it through there. No, not really. Okay, how about if we go backwards then? So what if I, say, put a stitch in here and then said go to there? How about that? You like that more? Is that the order of stitching you'd like to do? Maybe. And then put that one in there. And then, yeah, this feels a bit better. It's still tricky, but it's like very manageable. Trying to get these stitches in, I swear. It doesn't make it easy. Get that up there. And then put that in there. Oh, did I get it stuck in there anyway? I can't tell. That might just have... Yeah, no, that might just be the thread, actually. Let's get that across there a bit more. That's better. And then in there. And then stick that there. And stick this one here. And then that should be as far as we go with this one. Because, again, we don't want to cover up the join where the tail's going to be. That would be pain. So let's stop that there. It's all pulled through nicely though. And then tie a little knot. There you go. And tie that knot. That there. And scoot that down so that we have somewhere to tuck the thread. There you go. One. Now we need to do the other side. Oh. Oil. Ooh. I can. Oh no, I can do it up in a second, but I need to wait. I need to do both bits first. Although I am tempted to do the other bit on this side first, because I think it would look really good. Where is it? Where did I put it? This one. There you go. I'd like to put this one in first. Very tempting. Honestly, very tempting. Just to scoot that in there quickly. I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing that now, right? It's a little early, but if I wanted to do this one next, I think that'd be fine, right? All right. I think it's fine. My costume, I say fine. I want to put this one in next. Oil. Which means I'm gonna have to pin it quickly. Pin it in a bit so that the rest of everyone can see you. There you go. There you go. So, I need to get this bit to fit in there, and then the rest of it just goes out like that. I love it. It's so nice and sparkly. Let's just attach this to the back of here quickly, because that will end up being pretty hidden, because it's going to go up under some of the sequins. And then put that out there. And then this can go up to maybe in here. Oh, actually, which one? I think that one. There you go. Oh, did I do it from the back? That's my bad. Okay, that's fine. I'll... I was meant to do it like this, but that's okay. Where? Like so. And just make sure that all of that's done up. Even though I made a little mistake at the beginning, that's okay. I think I get away with it. I think I get away with it.
So put that underneath, and then put this one under there too. And I don't really want both bits going around the sequin like that. I think around like that should be fine. There you go, there you go. That's better. And then I could just quickly put one through there too, for safe measure. And then just... Don't want it on the center of the sequin. What if I do this and then come back around to there? There you go. And this one then needs to go on top of this one. Oh. I haven't even pinned this one in, which I probably should, but the first bit doesn't really need pinning it because it's so small, and then you can kind of just follow it down. I'll put a couple stitches in it like this, and then I'll pin it because, you know, I'm spending a lot of time on this costume. I do want it to work. It'd be a shame to mess myself up now just for not pinning it. Let's get that in there, and then get some pins. And then I can spin it a little bit so you can kind of see it. Well, that's a very bent pin. That one's not going to work. Get one about... Huh? Oh yeah. Do you have the storm now? Oh, Phoenix, we had that storm a couple hours ago over here in Wales. Literally the water just went whoosh. I was so confused because like something's hitting my window. What is that? Like the most intense rain that we've had this year? It's just arrived. Yeah, it was really wet for a hot minute. Oh dear. There we go. Getting some. Oh, it looks so good. Oh, I have been waiting to see this for so long. I probably will actually go across. Maybe I'll use the rest of this thread to attach this to this. Because I think it'd be a shame not to actually. Yeah, let's use the rest of the thread here. Just to scoot underneath to the other side. And consider attaching this to this. And there we go. So I need this to go to like here. Right? That's about right, right? There you go. Have them touching. As you're hammering down my conservatory, it sounds like a drum set. Yeah, see, I could hear it on my window, and my window is like there, and I was like, how is this like hitting my window? My window, that's not how that works. No, it's just raining so hard that like it was horizontal and smacking against my window. It was pretty intense rain, honestly. We've not had that really this year so far. I guess it is spring, but still. I don't even remember saying that on the weather forecast. It just came out of nowhere. What's happened here? Do you want to tell me? You knot or something around something? Oh, you did. There you go. Get that off there. Is it that this needs to go around here by any chance? Is that what this is about? Okay, just pull that really tight. No being silly, please. Spending a lot of time on you. No silly stitches. Oh dear. And in there. Oh. Go. Yeah. Oh dear. I'm gonna head out now. Have a nice dream. It was amazing you were. No, Pot, thank you so much for popping by. It's always nice to meet more cosplayers. And I hope you consider entering, because it'd be really cool to see you at Amsterdam.
If we manage to get in, to be fair.
Just dropped you a DM. No need to rush read it though. It's just an info.
I like haven't even got to no reason. Oh, that's my mod. I'm sure they'll let you know if that's something they want to see. I think it's from my mod. Do not worry. My mod is, listen, they are a troll, but they are a sweet troll. It's probably, that normally if they send messages to people, it's because they're worried about something security-wise on your stream. Like, my mods have been so sweet at going around and being like, hey, BT dubs, you might want to fix this. Because, yeah. I mean, they did it to me when I first started before they were even mods. So, I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's probably not spam. Oh dear. Would be amazing. Yeah! We just both have to get in. It's so nerve-wracking with competition like this because of course it's competing to even get in. But I'm sure, and I believe in it. Yeah, no, good luck with your cosplay crafting and have a lovely rest of your day. Okay, that looks like it's in pretty strong. Let's tie that off quickly, because I want some new thread anyway. Heck yeah, there he is. There we go, and get that in here. And down the bottom here. Okay, get that out there. Sometimes it just doesn't want to go, but that's alright, we got it. Beep. And... oh, it's... every time I just want to be like, start stacking up the ones we haven't put on yet and being like, and then this one goes here, and then this one goes here, and then this one goes here. That's, yeah. I was meant to have another embroidery there, but I'm not sure if I really want it there right now. I might put it towards the back or something instead. Because, yeah, it's a bit much to have another embroidery in the middle of this when it's already over the top of another embroidery, you know? That's my thought, at least. It's a shame. It would have been nice if it wasn't over the top of the other embroidery, but because I had to reduce the height of the skirt, that's why. Good luck, TT, thank you! Okay, I shall read it. If it is spam, let me know and I'll give my mod a good talking to. I have class soon. Oh, cons! Have a lovely, lovely rest of your day. Yeah, we won't miss too much here. I'm just giggling and putting pieces on my costume, you know? Like a crazy lady. Oh. There we go. That bit next, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'll find somewhere for those other embroideries. I don't send spam. Yeah, it's actually very helpful. Yeah, I was assuming it was probably just something to do with your security or like something to do with your stream, because normally, if the way that they've communicated with me has been of any indicator, they just go around there like, hey, so just heads up. Love the stream, but maybe fix this so that you don't get botted. That kind of stuff. Or sending help with commands. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, right. Where can I hide this? Can I hide this? I don't know that I can. It might have to be not hidden. That's okay. I'll try and tuck it underneath here. It's just a little difficult to, because we're stacking the armor on armor on armor on armor. It's a little difficult to what do you call it? It's a little difficult to start turning it over and keep finding places to hide it all. That's okay. I think it's okay. I think it's fine. Ah.
Right, that's alright. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. It's not too obvious. Discreet, helpful being. Heck yeah! Heck yeah. No, it's always lovely. Oh, Dem, George did the secret message to me the other day. And I recognized it. I saw it. I was like, oh, I know who does this. Dem does this. And this time George did this. And so I could see a secret message while I was live streaming because something had happened on live stream that I hadn't been aware of. And yeah. George did it me. Do you want to be famous? Go to Twitter and subscribe to get more exposure on a stream and become famous. I don't think being on this stream would make you famous. I think most of the time we're all just like craft gremlins. Like, oh, there's people here? Yeah, kind of. We're mainly gremlins, but we are here. He told me he was proud of you. Yay! Oh, I'm so bad with that kind of thing normally, and I was like, yes, I got one. I got one from George, and I did the thing. How long has it taken? Nearly 2 years to notice when mods and stuff are trying to message me during stream. But you know what? We got there. It may have been a slow process, but we got there. Another gremlin. I'm a kobold. Oh, I'm so sorry. How could I? Misspecies you. Sorry, we're gremlins and kobolds, and maybe some goblins actually. I think I remember a few hoarding goblins here. Although it's debatable if kobolds are just dragon gremlins. I mean, well, I think everything. Gremlins, goblins, kobolds, it's all the same kind of vibe, isn't it? There is a gremlin energy from them. I'd actually probably say I'm a craft goblin, because I hoard a lot of stuff. So, I'd probably put myself down as goblins rather than gremlin, but you know. Potato, potato. It's basically the same thing. Same energy, yeah. Oh. There we go. Let's take that pin out because otherwise I'm going to catch myself with it. Plus it's not really doing much now that we've sewn the base in. Small wiggle. That means actually 1, 2, 3. I only have, after this one, 4 pieces to sew in. Maybe I'll just try and tough it out and get them all in today. It doesn't necessarily mean the dress is completely finished because unfortunately I have to go a little bit extra and sew extra sequins and sparkles into it. And there's a couple things that I kind of want to fix, but it's basically done at that point. Okay, that there. And then that there. And then we go over both of them, or no, I'll try and just go through one. It's difficult because there are all these beads and nice lines, and then I sew over them and they're like, wobble! And now we'll wobble everywhere because you put thread over us. And so we will no longer go in a straight line. It's like, why did I even bother? Why did I bother spending all that time trying to get them in straight lines when they just end up wobbling and no longer being in straight lines? Also, can you kind of see like the layering here? I don't know how obvious it is because of all the detail on it, but we're getting there. We're getting that kind of samurai-esque layering. Heck yeah. Oh. And in there. At this point I kind of have to go over these, but that's okay, that's okay. Trying to keep it as neat as possible. Go. And in there. That out there. Oh, you know, I made a new cup of tea and I haven't had any of it yet. I might, wait a second. I'm just gonna drink some of my tea because otherwise it's gonna go cold and I'm not gonna have even a sip of it being warm. Oh god. Sunkoi, welcome again. So many layers, definitely looking more armory. That's kind of how I feel. It's like getting these layers in over the top and then we'll have that big one that goes over the top of there. Just makes it feel a bit more armorish.
fine. Dressy mode, I think it would look gorgeous on me. I think you're right, Riku. I think, screw the cosplay contest. I'm just gonna send you this dress. It's not exactly hot, but you know, it's alright. It's better than having it cold. Ah, send me jelly. You will like the results. Can I compete in it first, Riku? Can I try and enter TwitchCon cosplay contest first? or does it have to be you're the first one wearing it? Oh dear. Honestly, to be fair, I don't know what I'm gonna do with this costume after I've finished because it's heavy. I might keep it around for a while so I can wear it to a few places. I'd love to wear it to some of the local cons. That'd be really nice because then I get to meet up with the cosplayers that I met years ago, and we can all show each other our latest work. I'd love to wear it to some of the more local cons. But after I've done that, you know, to be honest, I like start making a new costume as soon as I finish the first one. So I need someone to go. What's up, Jelly? It's good. Up is good. We're doing well here. We're mainly spending, as we have this week, all getting the armor sewn onto the dress because it's all hand stitching. It does take a little while, but it's worth it because it makes those nice invisible stitches where you can't really see how it's all joined together. It just is. And this, I can stick my hand. Oh, wait, and to people that weren't here earlier, we have pockets. A pocket here and a pocket here. So I can put business cards in here, and then if anyone needs one, just be like, whoa, you. Oh dear. I mean, we weren't going to have pockets, but then I realized these turn perfectly into tiny little pockets that I could put like business cards in. And maybe like a few coins or something. You should start working out. I have strong legs, but not strong upper body. So I need to work up my upper body a lot more. My legs are pretty damn strong, honestly. They're okay. They won't notice it, but my upper body will. So that's the plan. Work out the upper body a bit more. Pockets? It has pockets? Shh, take my money. Pocketses. Look at these pocketses. They don't really look like pockets, but they're in there. And they got like a nice sequin border, so they're a bit more subtle. But yeah, I can just like, you know, grab my thread. Maybe need some spare thread. Just put that in there. Oh dear. I think I'll probably just use it to have a few business cards in if anyone needs one. But yeah, I'm pretty pleased with that, honestly. Pockets. It was not a part of the design, but a happy accident, in fact. Protective, pretty, and practical. Exactly. The thing is, there's a lot of places on this costume that even if I had pockets, I wouldn't be able to use them because I don't have that bigger range of movement. This is perfect. I can reach this. I can't man. She would turn even a Grinch into a happy person. I don't know. I can be a mean bean. I could turn on you and be like, wow, Riku. Wow. Can't think of anything. Your name's still Blue, Riku? Wow. Oh dear, get with the times, Riku. Clearly turquoise is the colour. Have I told you about the news? Oh, what news, Riku? I don't think you have. And I don't think I've seen it in Bateman's either. Probably not. Oh, there we go. I'm getting a new gaming phone. Ooh, wait. What is it? Sorry, I'm really bad with phones, Riku. What is a gaming phone? What? I mean, that sounds amazing, but what is a gaming phone? What does it do? What are the benefits of a gaming phone? Tell me. I have like a 6-year-old phone, and it does its best, but it is struggling a little bit. Sometimes I take photos and it immediately forgets that I have them and won't let me post them anywhere. That's why there's such a big gap between me posting on Twitter and Discord sometimes, because I'll post on Twitter and it'll go through fine, and then I'll go over to Discord and it'll be like, you haven't taken any pictures, Jelly. What are you talking about? I'm like, you literally just posted the picture I took to Twitter. Don't even do that to me, phone. I know you've got it in there. Xiaomi Redmi Pro 10 Note. It has 6 to 8 gigabytes of RAM? Benefits, it'll be amazing phone for gaming till I get a PC. Heck yeah. Oh my god, that's a lot of RAM.
Phones are getting very incredible. Oh damn it, I just realized mine does not have pockets. Or as I have sewn the skirt together, yeah, I will insert pockets into it. There's lots of fabric to hide. Yeah, you got places you can hide them. Unfortunately, I can't really get under this skirt, and there wouldn't really be anywhere else I can put pockets into. But this works perfectly. I love it. It's a perfect pocket solution. Because I don't need a lot in my pockets. Generally, I'm with Shiny, and Shiny can carry most of my stuff. Like, you know, my phone and my ticket. But it's useful to have things like little business cards on you. So, I can do that. I can be like, hello, I'm Jelly, I'm a Twitch streamer. If you like memes, you can pop along to our channel, we make costumes. That's about it. Oh. Go. Do I need that last pin in there still? I'm gonna start sewing over it if I'm not careful. Oh, decisions. Also, why do you have to put the thread there? That's a very odd place for the thread to go. There you go. Get that over there. That's better. Oh. Come on. Come on. There we go. Do 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 do. Do do do. Oh, there we go. Let's take the pin out now, I think, because it's becoming more of a hindrance than a help. Oh dear, imagine not knowing what a gaming phone is. What do you mean? I have a very old phone. I listen. Riku, I'm just an old lady on Twitch. Luna, welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. We have been sewing some parts on for the bodice. Slowly but surely building it up. Oh dear, my phone's 4 years old. Oh, your phone is, and my phone maybe would have gone to school together then. Because they're similar to the same age. To phone school, you know. Oh dear, you'll be a lovely nanny one day. All the kids can tell me all the stuff that I'm behind on, and they're like, why didn't you know about this, and this? I'm like, I don't know. I just don't know. What is it? Go on, tell me. And then I'll be that. Oh dear. Yeah, I can imagine that. I'm already behind. So much technology comes out every year. I just can't keep up. I don't use a phone for gaming. No, I've never used a phone for gaming, but Riku's been telling me about their new gaming phone. It sounds very high-tech and exciting. Ah, dear. Oh, you're exhausting to sew. Oh, dear. There we go. Let me show you this side quickly so you can get a look, and then we'll go and do the other side the same. So you have it like this. I don't have it attached, like, in here. I don't know, I kind of want it floating free. This bit will pull in, but then this bit then has the ability to flare back out again, which is what I kind of want. And also, I don't want it to be too close to the tail. I'm just very nervous about any of the parts being too close to the tail. Amazing story of me being a VTuber and a VTuber for 26 years. Are you planning to become a VTuber, Riku? I don't have made by PC, so I'm doing with what I can. Yeah, I think it's sick. I had no idea that existed. I think that's really cool. To me, it sounds very high-tech. I also want to cut these bits out and flatten them a little bit because they're about to have another piece of armor over the top. So having them this lumpy is kind of a problem, which I didn't anticipate, but I do now. Now I know. I don't know if I'll just cut them out for now, since they are going to get in the way pretty soon. I'll re-sew them back in again. I'll just re-sew them flat. Oh dear, that's what you tell your grandkiddies. I see. You're waiting for a PS5 Pro? I don't think I can afford a PS5 anytime soon. But one day maybe. One day maybe I would like one. Oh dear, it's so textured. Alright. Get back over here. We need to do the other side now. Okay. We have to remember how to do the other side, because I know it's only been a second. I've genuinely forgotten. What did I do? This one. There you go. Right, so we get this under there, but put it over the top there. Just peeking the other side to make sure I'm getting this right. And then that will go on like that. Yeah. And then we have all of my waves on the back.
Sonny, this is so good. I can't. Oh, sorry. Knocked out the park. Thank you. I love it so much. I'm very biased, of course, but I love it. I thought a phone cost more than a PlayStation. I mean, my phone, when I bought it, was £150, and that felt like a lot because I don't really use my phone very often. Mine was £150, but I'm pretty sure the PlayStation is more than that. But then, of course, there are going to be phones that are more expensive than that, aren't there? Like if you're getting like the new iPhone or something like that will always be more expensive. That's not a good place to pin it. I thought that was a good place to pin it. It was not a good place to pin it. I'll pin it back here, maybe. I want it to be about there, I think. And then make sure that we just pin it through this. And then... And then, yeah, that looks good. That looks right. It's hitting the right kind of points. And I just have to make sure that I pin it good. And that looks good. Mine... Oh, damn. Oh, testing! Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. How are you doing today? Thank you very much. You should have the Nokia. Aren't Nokias just known for being bricks? Aren't they just the brick phone that's like easy to use? Thing is, I want a good camera on my phone, but that's about it because that's really all I use my phone for. It's the camera. Oh dear. For a phone? Don't flex. Not a flex. Got it for what I needed. That's fair. I mean, this is the thing, like, that's why my phones are so much cheaper, is because I buy them for what I need. I need to make calls, send texts, get WhatsApp, get Instagram, and take photos. That's it. And I use it barely at all. So I don't really need to spend a lot of money on a phone because it's not really a big part of my life, except for taking phone calls, which I'd hope most phones could do. Ah, don't make me say it. Me and Kid One are getting sick, but I'm still managing to clear my proton pack, so I'm good. Okay, well, I'm glad you're still managing to work on it a little bit. I hope both you and Kiddo get better soon, so you don't have to stay sick too long. That's no fun. No fun to stay sick. Just gonna make sure this looks okay with this part, because there's a shape I'm trying to mimic on the other side, but that looks about right, I'd say. Yeah. Okay, that's okay. Big ears. Oh dear. As long as it's stream safe. If you want a good camera for your phone, go get a Sony A7 or 4. I actually have already found the phone that I'm going to get next, but I can't remember what it is. But I have found it. I talked to some people in phone stores, and I was like, hi, I don't really use my phone, but I want to have a really good camera on it. And they were like, you know, talked me through a few and the benefits and the negatives of all of them. And we found one within my price range that has all the features that I want. I think it's about 170 quid, to be honest, so it's not too bad. And then, yeah, we'll do that. Wig, you don't need a fancy phone either. Yeah, for me, it's just the camera. I like to have the camera because, you know, taking progress pics and stuff like that, being able to post them to Instagram, it's useful for that. But other than that, I don't really use my phone. I'm not really... I haven't got used to the idea of using it a lot. In fact, half the time I don't even take it with me, which is something I'm trying to fix because it's useful to have your phone on you, but, like, I often will forget to bring my phone places. Ah, dear. I don't buy fancy stuff. I mostly hold on to it till it's like 4 to 5 years old. Same. Yeah, I mean, I've done that with my phone. The only reason I'm thinking of getting a new phone now is because my phone is dying, and I don't really see any point in fixing it when I would want to upgrade it anyway. Like, I would want to get a better camera on my phone. Otherwise, I'd just get it fixed. But in this particular case, because I'm actually looking for some better features, I won't bother. But again, I've had it for a very long time. I think I got this right before... Oh, when was it? When I started working out of university? Like, when I just left uni, I think I got this phone. And I left uni when I was 21. And I'll turn 27 this year. So I've got good use out of it.
oil. Go.
My no one is totally fine. I just want one for better gaming and stuff. Well, that's fair as well, because that's your stream, right? You use that for streaming and everything too.
That's very fair. That's also, now it's not just a phone, it's also part of your hobby.
I got mine for portability and the ability to film at, whoa! Whoa! Okay, yeah, fair enough.
You know what? Understandable. Very fair. That's a nice film quality.
This is the thing though, me and you then are pretty much the same. We're looking for like, you know, similar things in our phones. We just want good camera. Good camera. I don't need to be able to film, thankfully. I just need to be able to take pictures, which does make it a lot cheaper. But, yeah. That's all I want. Good pictures. To a 26, you look and sound about 19. Thank you. But now I'm 26.
I'm an older bean. Not that old, but a little bit older than that for sure.
Oh dear. The new one will be able to go for 60 FPS and 4K. Heck yeah. See, this is the thing. If it's going to help you with your stream and stuff like that, then why not? It's investing in a hobby. Not just a new phone at that point, is it? It's also a hobby investment. Very understandable. All thanks to Dr. Jelly's super secret anti-aging cream. No, I don't know. I think I look my age. Like, look at that. I look exhausted. Oh dear. Where can I buy it?
George, you're still here? George, why aren't you asleep? It's late, George. Them's not streaming anymore. You gotta get some Z's.
You're 1926, well you don't look a day over 1500. Oh you. Oh you. Oh dear, good camera is important. Yeah.
And that's basically all I buy a phone for. It's that good camera. But again, it is useful to have something that can send stuff.
My phone at the moment is really struggling with sending images and stuff like that, which is a shame. Because I like to send images to people. Like pictures of costume and stuff like that. Again, it is just my phone. It is just running slow. It's struggling. And we've done what we can to fix it, but sometimes there's only so much you can do. I've had it for a long time. Not that late. As someone who has over 20 cameras, this is indeed true. It's true. Jason is our local camera collector. Wait to the age of 32. Thing is, if I take after Mama Jelly, I won't age too quickly. She looks a lot younger than she is. Like, what was it? She was still getting ID'd when she was like 40. So, if I can even take a little bit after Mama Jelly, then I'll be okay. I'll be okay for a while, because she didn't age.
Oh dear, she had them good genes.
I mean, to be fair, she still looks very, very young. So, like, you know, if I can be ID'd at like 40, I'll take that. She made loads of excuses for it afterwards, like his eyesight was probably bad or this and that, and everyone else was like, yeah, but like, you just look very young. Oh dear. I have never been ID'd. I get ID'd for literally everything. Anything I buy, except for paracetamol at the local places, because they know me now. I'm the girl who comes in and buys the caffeine ones. Oh dear. Oh dear. My brother was giving me instructions to look after his cat for a few days. I never had a pet before, so this will be interesting. Oh, you're gonna have a lovely time, honestly. Honestly, looking after pets for people is such a blessing, and I think you'll really enjoy it. I've looked after my mate's cat. I've never had a cat before, and I went and stayed and looked after their cat, and he was the sweetest little thing. Like, my mates were like, you don't need to stay in the house all the time, just make sure he's fed and stuff, and I was like, I'm staying in the house with the cat. Are you kidding me? I'm not leaving. There's a cat in here. He just wanted to be fussed, like, all day. All day. He just wanted fuss. He was a very sweet bean. It was always lovely to look after him. Unfortunately, I live a bit further away now, so it's a bit difficult to cat sit. But at the time, it was lovely. A very sweet bean. 25. When he was 23, he was being requested to show his ID at the bar because people thought he was 16. Yeah, see, I had the same thing. I don't get ID'd too much anymore, but I get ID'd for things like paints, like spray paints. I think that's about it. Oh, and knives. I always get ID'd if I'm getting a new knife. I think that's about it, honestly. I don't think I get ID'd for too much else. It's just the paints and the knives, I think. Yeah. He's got three cats. Yeah, rule for watching pets. Give pets. I still get ID'd. People think I'm under 18. ID'd at 40 is a limit to where it's a nice thing to hear. Like, she told us, I think she must have been around 40 at the time, because I was a bit older at that point. Maybe she was like late 30s, early 40s, if I want to be like vague, but I'd say it's around 40. And she came and she was like, yeah, I got ID'd at Tesco, and everyone's like, yeah, I can see it. I mean, yeah. Truthfully, we could all see why, except for her. But then I guess you're your own worst critic, right? But she's always looked very young. She still does look very young. So if I can get a bit of her genes, I'd probably be good for a while. Oh dear. The one time I think being ID'd was the week or two turning 18. The cashier was my old classmate and high school. Oh, they knew. They were aware. Oh dear. It's weird. I probably got ID'd a lot less where I grew up than where I do now. Because where I grew up, again, I guess everyone knows everyone, right? So like, you kind of, people know. They know if you're underage, but like, a lot of people didn't care. And so it wasn't really somewhere where you got ID'd, just at all. Unless they wanted you out for whatever reason, you wouldn't get ID'd. But yeah, well, since moving to Wales, I get ID'd a lot more. But that's also probably because I don't live in tiny villages, or like I don't go shopping in tiny villages, I should say. But whereas back home, everyone knew everyone, so. Oh dear, 36 was the last time I got ID'd. You do look very young though, Feathered. Like very, very young. Like I would have assumed you were my age, to be quite honest. So I'm not really surprised. Very sweet chap behind a till. He said he's had his eyes tested recently. I said thank you for the compliment. I doubt very much anyone would try to ID you now. I don't know, Feathered. I don't know. Knives? Yeah, like we invest in our kitchen. We cook a lot, right? Oh, these aren't even. What's happened here? Oh, this needs to go down a bit. Fix that now really quickly. We like to cook a lot, so you know, getting nice knives and stuff like that, it's like a nice treat from us to us, because you know, a nice knife just makes cooking a lot more fun if you could just slice through everything really easily. So we have a couple of nice knives, but we have one really nice one. That's like our go-to knife now, because it's just a lot better than all the others. No offense, other knives. There's one knife that's just really good, but it was like 60 quid. Oh my god, Sonny, you know what else we like? Parties. Always need knives. Always need knives. I always acted a bit older than usual, so Evan gets a few extra years. Neck winkles. We like to party. We like to party. For me, it'll probably be this, but not sleeping. We like to party. We like to party. We like to party. We like to party. The Benga bus is coming and everybody's jumping. New York to San Francisco, an interstate free disco. The wheels are still are turning and traffic lights are burning. So if you like the party, come on and move your body. Oh, they all say thank you, George. We like to party. We like to party. Thank you for the party, everyone. Oh dear, thank you for all the dancing. Heck yeah. Oh dear. Deary me, everyone. Everyone's like, what time is it? It's 3:30 in the afternoon? Heckin', time to party! That sounds like party time to me. Oh dear. Oh. Come on, come on. Don't get stuck like that, that's a pain. Oh dear. Yeah, this one's gonna take a little longer than the next one, but once we've done this one, the next few should go on quite quickly because they're flat. They're flat. They don't have these big waves that take forever to hand stitch in. So we'll get this one in. Although one of them's got a downward wave, I don't think I'll be sewing the bottom of the downward wave, just the inside bit. So I guess that bit might take a little bit longer. But not longer than this one. Well,
one over there. Oh, but then I have to sew those bits into... Oh, okay, actually we have a few bits left. I might then... What we'll do is we'll get this bit on, get the bit that goes underneath it, and maybe stop there for today. And that way I can give my fingers just a little bit of a break. It's still like a little bit to go, to be fair. But that way I can try it on afterwards. And we can have a look at how the majority of the bodice is feeling. B! Oh my god, B! Another person. Why are you awake, B? Welcome in. Do you want to see the front? We're getting there. Woo! There she is. We're getting there. We're building up the layers. Heck yeah. Is that a bee? It is a bee. Oh, and thank you for the lurk, Riku. Take care of yourself. Have a lovely rest of your day. Yeah, we're getting there. She's getting very detailed. And Wampa, good morning. I hope you're having a good morning. I hope it is a good one for you. We are getting the waves sewn into the back. So we have these in. And then they'll do one more layer underneath and then we'll try it on. Because when we try it on, then we'll be trying on with most of the stuff that'll actually be tight. Oh, thank you for the night. Oh, of course, you were having a rest, weren't you? Oh, bless you. Well, I hope you got some good sleep. I remember you came in right at the beginning to have a little nap. Oh, dear. Well, I hope none of the... Oh, did maybe, by any chance, the party just then wake you up? Oh, dear. I was saying it's a difficult stream to lurk to because we get quite rowdy here if one of the alerts goes off. Oh, dear. Oh, also, I should do a shout out for B, since B just popped in. If anyone is looking for a chill vibe place to shout out, to chill out, and also maybe has some interest in Apex, definitely check out B. I'd say even if you don't have an interest in Apex, because personally, like, I had no idea what was going on in Apex when I started watching B. You'd probably still enjoy it over there, because she's got such a chill vibe and welcoming community. You don't need to know a lot about Apex to join in. I knew absolutely nothing. And you can still have a really good time. And B's an excellent mentor. As far as, like, you will learn as you go kind of thing. It's really nice. Since Apex especially is such, like, a intense game, it's nice to watch someone with a chill commentary over the top. Because, yeah, it makes for someone who's a bit more of a newcomer like myself, it makes it a lot more accessible. Otherwise, it's a very intimidating game. Sorry to fall asleep. No! Dem, if you need to go get some Z's, please do. You said you were going to go to sleep a little early, didn't you? So if you need to go get some sleep, go do it. Look after yourself. We're all good here. B is very wholesome. B is very wholesome. George is also very wholesome. You both have very similar vibes in that you play games, but you make them feel quite accessible. Like, I can come in and not know anything about FIFA, but still have a good time in a George stream. Ah, dear. Oh, yeah, and he's also a very damp streamer. That's very important to remember. If you're looking for damp, then you need to go check out George. George? George. I think that's like the 10th time I've called you George, because George is so close to George. Oh dear, wet streamer George. I might have a con on a cruise ship? Oh my god. That's very fancy sounding. Very, very fancy. It all sounds really fun. Cruise ship con. Wow. How'd they get it out there at sea? Oh dear, wait, I might need to change the angle of sewing now. Just a little bit to go around the wave. That's okay. This happened last time too. Oh dear. Oh yeah, and sure, if you haven't checked out Dem raided us earlier, and Dem is one of our mods. They're a very heckin' sweet bean. They'll always be helping behind the scenes and stuff like that. And they do streams on their own channel. So if you are looking to check out Dem, maybe send them a bit of love, do send it to them on their own channel. Go over there and send them a follow. They do a lot of good vibes. Like, I don't think you were here earlier, Dem, but someone mentioned that you'd got a bit angry, like playing Elden Ring, and I was like, that's kind of one of my favorite things about Dem streams. Unapologetically raging, but it's like quiet raging most of the time, where it's just like it's so fun to see that on Twitch, where people are normally either completely hide it or they go over exaggerated with it. Dem's just like like kind of reminds me of, you see in Catch the Pigeon, Muttley, when someone's like does him bad and he's just like oh, it's so fun. I also remember I don't sing. Oh yeah, absolutely, Dem doesn't sing. Excited? I'm not surprised. Oh dear, I cussed out Gravity. Yeah, they were saying you were having some issues with Gravity. Oh dear. Oh, I know, it's very funny. Would recommend. Would recommend for a good time. Oh no, that's a bead. That's why. I was like, why can't I sew through that? Because it's a bead. It's glass. You can't sew through that. Maybe you could, but it's not recommended. Excuse me. Oh dear. Go. Oh yeah. There we are. Get that through there. I think I just sewed that the whole way through, but that's okay. In this particular case, that's fine. It just makes it a bit stronger. I'm not gonna be mad about that this time. What? What? There you go. And then wrap it around the bead at the end. Come on. And then go back in there. This bit at the end is quite important, just because it just holds that last bead in place really well. Yeah, so I just spend a bit of concentration on that. Oh dear. Who is they? I can't remember. And also, even if I could, I probably wouldn't dob them in. But I can't remember. Every now and again, I get little updates on your stream from different people, And that was one of the ones I got sent this morning. That you were casting out Gravity, you're doing a little quiet rage. George, Jelly told me about remembering that thing and how proud he told me. Yeah, it's because I'm really bad with those sort of things, like the little secret mod commands. I'm terrible with it. Like the amount of times I feel like Dem specifically has been like, Jelly, and putting like the little like stuff in it and being like, Jelly, Jelly, Jelly. And I was like, Dem! Oh dear, no, I was really happy that I remembered. Oh, I did. Snitches get stitches. Good job, Jelly. Thank you, Jason. I'm a good bean. I won't snitch. Plus, I want them to keep giving me Dem updates while I'm streaming. so I want to dob them in case they stop doing it. I need my Dem updates. Oh dear. Specifically when something silly happens. That's what I need. Like. Oh dear. There we go. Do it. I'm wondering if it'd be worth just... No, well, we'll get the next bit in. See how I feel after the next bit. If my fingers need a break, I'll try the costume on then and we'll finish it after trying the costume on. But if I can... It's only a few extra pieces! And I'm like, I wonder if I could just quickly push myself, sew those in, and then I could try on the whole thing. Although I would be making some alterations later anyway. Ooh, I don't know. I really want to see the whole thing. It was definitely Dem themselves giving you the updates via Dem, not Dem. Listen, I don't want to dob Dem in like that. I want these updates, man. I want these updates. Shh, don't say who it was. It's secret. It definitely wasn't that account. Nope. Oh dear. Secret. Okay, let's do another little knot just to make sure that's safe. Go, and then stitch that back into here. Oh. The next layer, or actually there's the waves at the back.
There they are. You won't see them very much because of the tail, but they are there. I've seen them. I try not to swear on stream. It's not my fault. Gravity was being a heckin' mother hacker. Oh dear. I also try not to swear on stream too much. I've sworn on stream a few times though, and people are freaked out. I remember like a couple months ago I swore on stream and everyone was like, Jelly, you swear? And I'm like, yeah! Yeah, I do. Oh dear. Not very often, but I definitely swear. I'd be lying if I said I didn't swear. Just not a lot. I'm a very light swearer. Oh dear. Yeah, I swore on stream. It would have been a couple months ago, I think. And everyone was like, oh. It was the funniest thing. Oh dear. I didn't swear for the reaction. I think I swore because something had happened. But like, 10 out of 10. It's so funny. Oh dear. I like the idea that I never swear ever. I'm a very wholesome being. I don't swear. Never, never, never. I would never. Jelly doesn't know swears. Exactly. You swear, Jelly? Yeah. But mainly, not a lot, but like, I definitely probably swear most days at some point. But like, not on stream. Not when I'm in work mode. I think it came as a bit of a surprise to some people. Oh dear. What is it, in PG movies you're allowed to swear like one time? I swear like one time. I'm PG. Oh dear, parental guidance. And there you go. Right, let's get this one in. See how we feel after this one. If I'm feeling like I can do a little longer, get the next pieces sewn together because they need to be sewn together before they're put on here. And then if I feel good after that, we'll sew those last pieces in. I'm taking it a bit slow now because my fingers are a little bit sore. And I don't want to hurt them to a point where I can't work on the costume. You know? Like a little cut's fine, but like wearing them down I have to be a little careful of. But we'll take it carefully. Like I know I'm okay to do this bit. And then we'll just see if I'm okay to do the next bit. Suppose I might hop into bed now. Oh, yeah, I wouldn't blame you. It's getting late. Got to get those Z's in. Very important. I hope you get some good sleep though, Jason. Thank you so much for popping by again. It's always lovely to have you here. Oh, let's pop that in there. And then get that in there. Oh yeah. But not through the rest of the costume. just through there. And then very carefully pull that out and tighten it up. I think. There you go. Good night, Jason. Night touch in the belly. Patience? Oh god. That's terrifying, Jason. Jason, you're making a horror movie out of my stream. Oh god. Oh, sorry, I like bopped my light. I'm not used to having a light there. Okay. And there's a couple stitches I need to do. I also will need to take that back down the center and stitch it in there. Should I put a pin in that? Yeah, probably. Probably should. So like I will need to bring that back round to there. Pin that in like that. There we go. That's kind of important. And then over here we can pin this over there like that. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. Spooky movie. It does sound like a spooky movie. Why are you turning my stream into a horror thing, huh? We're sweet beans here. No horror. Except when we play horror games, I suppose. But like, even then, sweet bean, sweet bean. Sweet bean energy. Okay.
I'm probably going to give in because it's so satisfying watching it come together. I did tell Shiny I might go on a little longer today, depending on how quickly we got stuff done and wanting to try the costume on and stuff like that. Because I wasn't sure if I was going to want to try it on after today's session. But I do. I do. Maybe I should have seen that coming. I do want to try it on. I really want to see what it looks like with all the gold on. And I want to make sure that it still fits as well, of course. Both very important. Ooh. And get that in there. Should be... Oh wait, yeah, if I'm just going through there. Oops. Okay, well... I should be able to use that, shouldn't I, to pick it out? Yeah, there you go. I forget that I can put my hand underneath and it makes it so much easier to sew. Also, I'm so sorry about the lighting today. It's probably partially because there's a window there, but also I'm wearing black clothing, which always, like, makes my camera go blah. I'm very sorry. Oh dear. We have had a storm, now sunshine, and I am wearing inappropriate clothing for my particular camera. It doesn't like it when I wear clothes like this. But I like it, it's comfortable. Oh dear. Go. That out there. Well. And jelly! Oh, I think it knotted before, but I think it's probably because I was trying to pull that knot through. But still, jelly! Anyone want to add one to the thread snap counter? That's another one. Get that in there. Yeah, it looks like it's all knotted, so that's fine. It will be safe, it's just... Make sure that goes through right. Get that through there. Thank you. Jelly Rage. Honestly. I'm here like, do you want me to sew a bit more? Do you want me to do a bit more? And you're here like, snap thread! It's not encouraging, I swear. Okay, get that up there. And then work our way around the outside. Oh yeah. Okay. Have some more tea. I keep forgetting that I made biscuit tea. And it's so nice. Okay. Think. I need to change the angle of my stitches quickly. And just go from this side now. And that'll be a little easier, yeah. Sometimes just swapping around and sewing from the other side makes such a big difference. How did I do it on that side? Yeah, about the same, okay. Just making sure I come for it the same kind of place. And it looks like I am, so that's good. Oop. Put a bird in line with that one. There you go. Yeah, and then just go along here sewing all these lines of beads next to each other, and oh yeah, there we go, and then give it a bit of a oh yeah shift. You get to see the back again. And then in there. This one's so fast to sew on. comparatively to like literally one up. It's shorter, it doesn't have awkward shapes. It just, I mean, as long as the thread doesn't snap, it just zooms. Oh dear. That's why I'm wondering if I do have like the energy to do the next ones, because if I could get all of this armor, sewn in today, that'd be amazing. That'd be so good. Again, I'd still have to make my alterations down the road, but like, I'd get an idea. I'd get an idea at least of what it's gonna look like. And that would be lovely. That'd be so lovely. Oh, I'm a bit hit or miss on it. In case I don't know. In case it takes a lot longer, I suppose, than I think it will. I could always give it a go, right? And if it's taking a long time, just stop somewhere. Oil. As long as I've tied the thread off, that might be a good call. Because I really, really want to go a little bit longer, to be honest. Ah, dear. And then in there. And then I have to take this pin out. Get that out of there. To be fair, I think we have had less thread snaps since changing the thread. Could be a coincidence, but I don't know. I think this thread is a little bit stronger than the last one, and it is knotting a lot less. So, you're off to bed, you're good, Dem. Honestly, thank you so much for modding, and have a lovely, lovely night. Look after yourself, get some good Z's. Are you ready for tomorrow? Or maybe tonight, I'm not sure. Good night, take care, yeah. Get good Z's, Dem. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, is that a knot? Nah, it's okay. It's a bubble, not a knot. Heck yeah. Some mod love. And then there. And under there. And then that is that one sewn in. Although I do need to sew it in at the front a little bit, so with the rest of this thread, I'll just quickly do that. Since this one needs to be flat along that bit we've done in the center. There you go. Put that again, because that felt like it was a little bit loose, honestly. I don't feel like having a loose knot, honestly. Thread, after all this work we put into it, let's not do a loose knot. Let's do a nice tight knot. And then put that back down into the embroidery. So the thread will disappear. Disappear. And we'll sew that in the center. I got a lot on both sides now. We've sewn a lot of pieces in today as well, I should say. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We've sewn 13 pieces in today. It's a lot. I know it might not sound like it, but when you imagine they're all hand stitched and it all has to be quite careful stitching, that's a lot. We've done a really good job of getting all of these sewn in. Sorry, it's so heavy. Oh dear. Like super, super productive today. That's 2 per 30 minutes plus 1. Yeah, probably. I don't know. If we've been going how long? 6. It's probably no. It's 1 per half an hour, right? I think 1 per half an hour sounds right. Only 1 per 30 minutes. Yeah, which might not sound good, but that's like it's really good. That's just yeah, insanely good, honestly. I'm very pleased with that personally. And then what we'll do is we'll just go through these now. Get this bit sewn up through the middle. Not necessary, but it does look better. Especially since it's meant to be behind. That's still a lot, I feel like. Yeah, it is. because they're all hand stitched, of course some of them have taken a little longer than others. Like the one we just didn't take half an hour, but the one before probably took a little longer. So yeah, they still all take different times, but generally having that kind of like, what do you call it, one per half an hour is pretty damn good. That's very speedy. It probably also shows that we haven't actually had that many big oopses or mistakes. Like for the most part, we've been pretty oops and mistake free, which is really good. You don't have to redo anything either. The only bits currently that I want to redo are things I haven't done today. Okay, let's get that knotted from there, I think. There you go. And then put that into there. Right, now to work on the next bit. So the next bits, I'm just going to prop the mannequin up behind me because we need to work on them separately before adding them. Okay, so we'd have 2 large pieces and 2 slightly smaller pieces. So we sew these in before we sew them onto the costume just to make it a bit easier. Because they don't actually get sewn in that intensely into this. They're pretty mild. The only thing that I'm not sure if I want to add is those swirls, and I'm gonna say probably no. I'll show you them quickly. I have these, which I want to put somewhere on the costume, but I don't think I want them on the bodice. It just becomes a bit cluttered, and it's already got a lot of stuff going on, so best to skip out on those, and we'll just put these bits in. Which you can kind of see they hang off there. But I'm just going to have them pinned in 2 areas, which is the very, very front and the very, very back. So I really don't want them heavily attached, to be honest. And I've known that since I made them that I kind of wanted them not very heavily attached. So they get like a few stitches on both sides and then they kind of hang down as a little extra embroidery. I can tilt you down. Ooh, I can tilt you down, I swear. There you go. Sorry, this is like a weird camera angle, but also otherwise you're not going to see what I'm doing for like 20 minutes. I swear I'm doing work. Normally I would do this kind of work on my desk, to be fair, but because I'm not changing the whole setup just to do a couple of little embroideries, here you go, you get a weird leg cam. Oh dear. You also get to see my Lion King pajama bottoms in high res. Heck yeah. High res pajama bottoms. Oh yeah, do not get caught there, please. And sewing these bits on won't take very long. What might take longer is sewing around the whole of this. Again, I'm only going to be sewing around the top half, but still, it's got a big wave on it, so it will take a little bit longer, because all the waves have taken a little bit longer. Should be a good last stitch there. So let's tie that off and then look to do the back a little bit. Okay, and then take the needle, pop it into there, trim it. Legs, Streamer! Streamer shouldn't have legs, don't worry, they're fake. Don't worry, these aren't real legs. Don't look at them, don't look at my legs. Pretend they're not here. Listen, I always told you guys I have tentacles, and I do. I've just put them into, you can't see them. I've just put them into human trouser legs. It's like Octodad. They're in there. Oh dear. Right, then get this bit over here. Yes. How goes the dress? D. Look at it. We're just getting ready the last couple pieces of embroidery to add on to it today. And then that's everything. Averting my eyes from the legs. There's no legs here, don't worry. No need to avert your eyes, for I do not have legs. They're fake, they're fake. It's like a high-res CG leg, you know? Maybe it's all animation. Exactly. I hired an animator to give me fake legs. Not real. Oh dear. Oh. And get this bit in there. That way we have a piece that looks like this, but it's like pretty open. I know that's not going to be what everyone wants, but that's kind of what I wanted. I wanted it to be a little bit open, a little bit poofed. I think it just makes sense because this bit goes around the hips. So it's like, if you think about places that generally you accentuate, the hips you often do if you're looking for like an hourglass sort of figure. So I figured that would kind of make sense. Okay, I'm going to tie a second knot because I don't trust that first one. It felt weird. That first knot didn't feel quite right. Let's just do another one really quickly. There you go. And pull that through there. That's one. And now the other side. We'll do the same thing. Although, what's happening here? Excuse me? Excuse me? Yeah, don't do that. Very bad. So this will just go up into there. Easy peasy. That's about right? Yeah. And then... Oh! Give me my needle back. Stop that. No mucking around. This is serious business. Spent a long time on this. Oh, there we go. How many animators do you need to have live animating moving notes? Oh my god. Either one very overworked animator or probably like a little mini studio maybe. I can't tell you my secrets. My leg secrets. They all have to remain secret, I'm afraid, Sonny. It's like a what do you call it? Like a streamer pact. Can't tell you. Ah, dear. And get that in here. Oh, there you go. It's trying to get attached to the beads, but we're not gonna let it. And go through that, tie that off there. And then we'll use the remainder of the thread to do the other side. An oath. How many asexuals do you need to screw a light bulb? It depends. Is the light bulb metaphorical or real? If it's metaphorical, then I don't think it matters the amount. But if it's a real light bulb, then just one. I'm sure they can screw in a light bulb just fine. Oh dear. I never know with these jokes. I never know. None, they don't screw anything. There you go. I was gonna say... Okay. You did it. Thank you. No, not Jelly ruining the joke. Listen, I'm trying to work it out. I'm telling you my thought processes. Wait, let me do my joke working out. I never get it anyway. I try my absolute best. Thank you for the joke. I appreciate it. Oh dear. I'm sorry that I am terrible to tell jokes to, because they either go right over my head or I'll try and science you out, but that's okay. Fine, we give it our best. Oh dear. I think I'll do another knot on this one as well because I just don't like that first knot. It just doesn't look good to me. Something seems wrong. Do a second knot. You know, that one didn't look so good either, but at least there's two now. So it should be somewhat safe. You do your best, thank you. I do my best. Right, let's turn this back up again. No more weird, whatever these are, cameras. Right, let's bring this a little closer, and we'll look at pinning this in. Oh, okay, we'll start on this side. So what I need to do, first we'll get this all proofed out properly, so I can actually pin it on. I need to sew that to there, but then also sew it to there. I don't know where I want to put it even, because I could do it like that. I kind of like that, actually. Yes. I like that little purple gap in there. Very nice. And then this bit needs to go up to there, regardless. So, let's go in there. And then go up to here and here. Yeah. Pretty good. This is the bit that needs to be flattened. I don't know if I'll take that off before I try it on. Because unfortunately, as it is, I might have to. It's just not quite right. That's okay. There we go. What? Should I just take that off now and put it on again later? Probably, right? Yeah, about halfway to a 12-hour stream. I'm not doing a 12-hour stream today. I just really want to get this on and try it on, you know? No, it's not doing a 12-hour. Absolutely not. Whew. I don't think I could do that right now. How am I going to attach this? Because do I want this to be floating around? I don't think that I do, but I also kind of do. Oh, that's difficult, huh? Let's put it on the other side while I think about it. While I have a good think, we can pin this side on. It just looks so cute. I can't get over it. It's so nice. Oh, dear. I mean, this was a very big project, but love it. Love it. Okay, get that in there. And then I'm gonna take these off because, you know what? I'm gonna have to re-sew them on anyway, and I know they're gonna get in the way while I do this bit. So let's just take these off. And take this one off too. I will re-sew this on, do not worry. But not right now. Right now, it comes off. While I have a good think about it. And it thinks about what it's done, which is mainly get in the way. Okay. Put them back on another time. But now they can stay off. Oh, dear. Oh, you want to hydrate and snack? Thank you. Oh, heck, Nisk! Welcome on in. We're just about to do a snack and a tea break. How are you doing? Oh, Shifty, thank you so much. Hi, Shifty. How goes it? Welcome on in. I hope you had a good stream. Nisk is another maker and crafter on Twitch. They do all your more handcrafts. How did it go? Did you have a good day? Oh, an utterly adorable raid. Absolutely. Always, always. Ah, dear. All the things. Yeah, let me do, when I do the posture check, I'll probably stand up if that's okay. Just because I'm sitting down so much that my legs really feel it. Oh, Cthulhu, thank you for the follow. That's very kind of you. Let me show you guys what we've been working on. Here it is. So you can see the reference image up in the corner. Here is us. I'm just getting these two bottom bits pinned on right now. Everything else is sewn. Oh, dear Shifty. Yeah. Hello, hello. I had a nice short stream with some relaxed crochet. Lovely. Heckin' lovely. 2 seconds. I'm just going to stand up. If anyone is looking for more makers and crafters, go check out Lady. She's a very sweet bean. Oh, there we go. Have a good... Not that I own any legs, but they do need a bit of a stand and a bit of a move. Okay. I feel a bit better now. Sorry. Oh dear. Looking so good. Thank you. I love it so much. I'm very... Maybe that's where I could put it. I was thinking it looked a little bit... Could I put it in there? I was thinking like it looks a little bit weird in the center. Could I put one of them in there? It'd be not symmetrical is the only thing, and everything else is symmetrical. Oh, I could put it up here to be fair, and have it go over the top of that one. It just feels like a bit of an odd space to leave in the center. Whereas I could put them like that. I don't know. I'll think about that. I'll think about that. The twin is the real streamer, has no legs. Yeah, that's it. Right, I was gonna hydrate and stuff, wasn't I? We're actually gonna try this on in a minute. I just need to get this bottom bit sewn in, and I'm kind of trying to decide how much of it I want to sew in and how much I want to leave just floating, because I do kind of like the fact that it's layered and some bits are stitched down and some are not. Well, the legs, I have no idea. I think I will stitch this part in and then up to here in so that this bit at the bottom hangs a little bit. but not too out of control. Like, I can flip it up a little bit, but it's not whole flipped up. So I can go in on these bits and then go around the top. I think that's what I want to do. That's how I'm feeling would be a good idea. So let's use the rest of this tiny bit of thread to do that. And get that little end bit sewn down, and then we'll go all the way around the top. It should actually make this really quick as well, because I'm not going around any of the waves, but that's not why I'm doing it, I should say. If I wanted to do this, I would. But the thing is, there's actually embroideries underneath it. So it'd be kind of nice if they moved a little bit and, like, depending on the angle, maybe the embroidery was revealed. Because, you know, I spent time on that embroidery too. That's how I'm feeling, I think. There we go. That means I'm going to need to go probably through this bit, if it lets me. These end bits really don't like being stitched through, but we'll give it a go. There you go. Get that on there, and then that there, and through there. Should help keep it nice and straight and secure without having to add too much there. Oh, should I do a second knot actually, just to be safe? Let's do a second knot just to be safe. Oh, also I should say, lady, if you need to go get some snacks, look after yourself after stream, please do. I know after stream it can be you can need to look after yourself a little bit, even if it was a short one like you said. If you need to go look after yourself, please don't suffer on our behalf. We're just gonna be here finishing this off. Yeah, I like that. I like that it can still move underneath. You know, I'm trying to keep as much of it mobile as possible. Yeah, I'm in need of some stream tea, yeah. Please go hydrate yourself. And thank you again so much for looking at us as for raiding and entrusting your people with us. I appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll just be here finishing this dress before alterations, which I will probably do off stream because I'm gonna go forward and backwards on them for hours probably. And I'm not gonna make you watch that. I'm not gonna do my Friday stream of just me being indecisive. That would probably not make the best stream. Just Jelly being like, I need to sew in 4 pieces, but I just can't decide. I'm just not sure. Let me think about it. Sips tea. Yeah, I really don't know. Yeah, I don't think that would maybe make the best streams. I won't do that to you all. Let's instead get this bit on. The bits that I am sure about. A little through there. Oh, also around the whole dress apparently. And then, oh yeah, there we go. Get it nice and close by. And then we can go through here. I said go through here. Oh my god, please. Please. You can go through this bit if that's easier. There you go. And then start sewing this bit next to this bit. Oh, it does not like that. That is thick. Crazy how some of these areas do get so thick so quickly. My spirits of people do in fact watch that. Wait, you say you won't watch that mop? Yes, in my experience, the people do in fact watch that. Oh, yeah, I know, but I'd feel bad because we've had so many really like decisive streams in a row. Like, I've known exactly what I'm going in with the goal of. I'd feel kind of bad to suddenly change it to a stream where like, we have goals, but who knows? Who knows if any of them will be achieved now? I like a good direction, if possible. Oh dear. Oh yeah. Not that it always happens, don't get me wrong. We have plenty of streams where I'm just faffing. Faffing and avoiding work a lot of the time, because I know it's going to be difficult. But if possible, if I can be organised, I like to. Also, Mop, I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in. It's just in time for us to put the last pieces on the dress and try it on. And I'm very excited. It would be something if it didn't fit anymore. Could you imagine? Like, we spent all this time putting the stuff on the dress and suddenly, like, because we've added so much, it's got smaller and I don't fit it anymore. That would be something. I mean, it would be kind of hilarious at this point. Like, let me put, like, 600 hours into a dress. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. Oh, dear. Oh, you'd have to laugh. At least I'd have to laugh. You guys could do whatever you like. Okay, what time is it? What? Speedy, speed up a bit, Jelly. Gonna get late before you know it. And then... there's that. I'm just keeping my hand underneath it the whole time. Make sure that we don't accidentally sew through the bottom layer and prevent it moving as much as we want. We want good mobility. Oh yeah. And then keep that going across here. I love these bits where it pushes the beads up next to each other. It just looks really, really smooth. It's gonna be late before you know it. Is a whole mood, yeah. I'm like, I was only gonna do like a 4 or 5 hour stream today because I just didn't think we'd get close enough to finishing the dress that I'd like continue. But then we are like nearly 7 hours in and I've nearly finished the dress. I just don't want to end it without trying on the dress. Oh dear. I feel like this happens a lot. But that's okay. I don't mind it too much. Oh dear, there we go. To be fair, I am trying to do longer streams at the moment, so, you know, 7 hours is a longer stream. Well, down under there. Oh yeah. Sammy, welcome on in. You came in with Lady? Heck yeah, welcome, welcome. We are just getting the last pieces on the dress for the day, and then we're going to try it on. Because we've done a lot of heckin' work. We are very gold now. Very, very gold. But I love it. It's my aesthetic is shiny, sparkly gold. And now we have so much shiny, sparkly gold. Like, how could I be unhappy wearing this costume? Also, hello again. It's been great. Every time I return, I see progress. I'm glad. I'm glad it's been good for the people that pop in and out too. Oh dear. There we are. And then, whoop, whoop, get that under there. And then we need to take this across and start sewing it into this bit, which is a little different. I actually have to put my hand in the pocket instead of underneath to make sure I can still have a pocket at the end of this. Because now that I've got pockets, I don't want to let go of them. I want pockets. I love this. Who needs a disco ball? Exactly. That's me. Just shine a light at me and I shall shine right back. There we go. And this is actually really quite quick. This is what I was hoping that it would be. Because it's all a straight line, it's actually really not that difficult. And I've got places I can put my hand each time to guide the needle. So it's not that bad. There's a couple pieces, like with the waves, where it's been really difficult. Just because I don't have that. Like I can't guide the needle or something like that. But this is not too bad. I'm also just taking that pin out because I would like to push this a little bit down. You can just about see that donut. I sewed that donut in so you could see it. By damn, you're gonna see that donut. I don't care so much for the other ones, but the donut I care about a little. Ah, dear. Oh yeah. It has pockets? It does. It has pockets that are about the size of business cards, which is honestly one of the only things I put in my pockets. So, it wasn't on purpose. This was a happy accident, but yeah. When you can be the disco ball, yeah, exactly. Exactly. I honestly don't know how I'm going to one-up this costume for sparkliness, though. I probably have to choose a fabric which had sparkle in it. Otherwise, I just don't think I could do it. Ooh, you want to make sure that you go in? There you go. There you go. Oh yeah. There you are. In there. And then just get that around to the end of the gold. And then I guess, like, actually no, I'll do it until I hit the woman embroidery. And then I'll stop it there. I think that sounds safe. Do it till I hit that embroidery. We'll take all the happy accidents, absolutely, especially when the happy accident is pockets. Because I didn't think I was going to get pockets on this costume, and I've been happily surprised that I can turn one of the embroideries into a pocket quite easily. I'm not letting that go. That's going to be my pocket now. I'm keeping it. That's mine. Okay, and then we go under there. Through. Oh, actually, I might want to change the way I'm stitching this, mightn't I? Yeah, just so I go back into it like that. But then I need to make sure that actually that this sits properly. 2 seconds. Let me get that stitch through, and then yeah, like that. That's okay. A bit important to check that it will sit okay, because as much as I do want it to move, I also don't want it to be like warped. That'd be a shame. That one in there. Oh, phone, are you okay? What's up, phone? There you go, get that through there. And then get that through there. Oh. I gave up pockets later in life, you did. You'd be surprised how useful pockets are. Especially though in costumes. That's the thing. If you make the costume yourself though, you can add them back in. But if you're just buying regular clothing... Women don't need pockets. What are you talking about? What woman would store something in her pockets? Fine. It's fine. Oh, but if we do give them pockets, we'll give them those stupidly small ones that you can only fit like a £1 coin in. You know how many trousers I had that have fake pockets on them? It's only really a couple of pajama bottoms that I have that have pockets, and they were not even mine. They're like, they were someone else's pajama bottoms, and then they didn't fit them, so I got them, and they were men's. But hey, with pajamas, like, listen, I'll take men's pajamas if men get pockets. I want them pockets, please. There you go. Right. Having gone deep because I wanted the quarter phone pockets, yeah. Like, oh yeah, I can fit my phone in it so that it falls out in 5 minutes. You know, very useful. That's one side sewn in, by the way. Yay. One, and then the other side. Let's switch that over to there. And then, oh, actually, let's change that a little bit. Just so I have a proper, there you go. I want a little bit of purple showing in there. It just looks, to me, it looks really nice. So while it's not in the design, I think I'm gonna keep it. I'm keeping that, it's nice. Yeah. Mama, thank you, I appreciate it. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. It's been very, very fun to make, I should say, but it did take a long time. Ah, dear. I take men's pajamas if the man in question is cute enough. There you go, that's a good standard. Oh dear. I was always part of my pockets and pajamas. Well, but like, listen though, what if you spend all day in your pajamas? Then it's really useful to have pockets. And as somebody who does stay all day in their pajamas, it's really handy to have pockets. Yeah. So I'll just walk around the house pajamas. I'm not, listen, if I'm not seeing anyone, I'm not getting changed. I'm staying in pajamas. Oh dear. So it's useful to have pajama pockets. I think they're just acknowledging the fact that you might not take these pajamas off anytime soon, you know? These are just now your pajamas. Oh dear, right. Get that through there. We've wrapped the thread around it, and then go back into it so we can tie that off. Oh, no, I don't want to go around it that time, to be quite honest. Just want to do that. There you go. And then get through there and tie that off. Go. Very nice. Very nice. There we are. Stay in my kigurumi or kigurumi all day? What is that? It sounds comfortable. I'm assuming if you stay in it all day. I am, thank you, yeah. And thank you so much for the follow. Ah, dear, I tend to go around in bathrooms all day, which have pockets. My bathrobe has pocket too, actually, thinking about it. Yeah, I do have bathrobe pockets. It's quite warm, my one, though, so only in the winter do I normally wear it. I had a Care Bear Kiguri, which was so warm and comfy. It's always a nice choice. What is it? Kiguris are basically onesies. Oh, okay, thank you, Kelsey. Sorry, I'm like... I'm obviously, I'm over here, I'm grandma. I have no idea what you young people are using. Sounds lovely. Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've seen someone with a red panda one before, and I thought it was very, very cute. And it did look quite warm and fuzzy as well. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I saw them in the red panda onesie, and I was like, ooh, that looks like a nice one. And it was like really dropped by the legs. So it had like really short little legs, but like, you know, it was like, obviously it covered the whole body still. That makes sense. Is what I'm saying making any sense? Oh dear. You have a Totoro one? Oh my god. Now I'm conflating it with Amigo. Yeah, it's like the tiny little crochet things. A new brand of onesies. Jelly only recently discovered the internet. Yeah, I'm really new around here, guys. Can you be nice to me? I don't know what I'm doing. Pog. Poggers, guys. Whoop whoop. Oh dear. I have a unicorn one. I think I've seen unicorn ones as well, but I haven't owned one. I'm pretty sure. Who was it that got one? Was it Purple got a purple? Got a unicorn onesie? I can't remember. Do you know what Jinks are? They are Jinkas? I don't know how you ever say it, but I know what they are. They are when you take like a Pokemon and you make it into a person, right? Now I have no idea how you say it, but I know what it is. Yes. It's like when you take something not human and you make it into a human, right? They get that one? I have no idea. Is it like gnomes where you don't pronounce the G? Oh, I'm gonna do it right now. It doesn't have to be Pokemon though, but yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. What are you making then? Sorry, I'm just here like I've seen it done on Pokemon. And maybe Digimon, I think. Oh dear. I mean, we've made a few Pokemon ones, right? We made a Celeste one from Animal Crossing. Yes, we made a few. We've made a few. A minion from Final Fantasy. That's Final Fantasy. Ooh, is that 14? That's 14, right? Yeah, you've done plenty of Pokemon too. Heck yeah. No, they're proper fun. They are. It's nice because it gives you a lot of creative freedom, even though it's based on something. So you have a vague brief. But really, you can kind of make it into anything. Like, it's completely up to you. And I like that sort of freedom when making things that making those kind of costumes does. So I'm going to have to hold this kind of awkwardly, which will block your vision just a little bit. It's just, I need to put my hand in the pocket as I'm sewing it to make sure that I don't accidentally sew the pocket shut. My bad. I'm sorry. I will stop doing this once we get past the pocket. I think then it'll be all right. There you go. In there. This is when it'd be really nice to be proper ambidextrous, right? Because then I could just use my right hand to fill out the pocket and my left hand to stitch. But I can't do that. I do not have the talent. Well. Final Fantasy 14, yeah, the MMO. You started Fernsicle? Oh my god, everyone's being so creative in chat. Heck yeah. Well, good luck with it. I hope it goes well. Like you said, that will help you walk around a lot, so sounds like a really good idea. And that through there. And then there you go. There. And Oh, that's quite a big stitch. Is that gonna be okay? Oh dear. Well, it's in there now. I can probably start just, yeah, doing that so the stitches aren't quite so far apart. And then around the outside. There you go. Very nice. And then spin this around and we'll just nip it to the back. Now, to match it to the other one, we want to put it underneath where the beads are. I'm remembering. I'm doing Gelatin, a little grey tabby cat with back wings and a vest, but I've tweaked the design so it's a cable, vest, and the shorts are poofy, almost like cycling bloomers. Oh my god, that sounds so cute. I'll be honest, I'm a sucker for bloomers in a cosplay. I think they're so fun. I'm making bloomers for this cosplay. It's not necessary, I just want them. I just think they're really cool and a really cool little design and I like them a lot. I think a lot of people that make costumes, right, have their little preferences. I like having bloomers. So I have like fake cosplay underwear. Of course I'll wear underwear underneath them, but they're like my fake underwear. So unnecessary, because no one's gonna see it, but I love it. Oh dear, it sounds adorable, right? It does sound adorable. For balance, yes, big balance. The first cosplay I've heavily made from scratch of things. Got a sewing machine last August, so I've been learning, but I haven't had any cons to go to because of, Panini. One coming up, April! Oh my god, that's not long now. Oh, that's very exciting. I hope you have a really good time cosplaying at a convention. Personally, I think that's always the highlight to my conventions, is meeting other people with similar costumes or just other cosplayers in general, being able to go around a whole event dressed as someone different. It's really fun. I find all that super, super fun, so I hope you have a really good time with it. Heck yeah, I'm sure you will. Sounds adorable. It does. It does sound adorable. The cycling bloomers always look like MC Hammer Pants. It's so damn poofy. The poofier the better. You can't make them too poofy. Just in the same way that you can't make a costume too sparkly, you can't make your trousers too poofy. Or your sleeves, for that matter. I'd say the same rule definitely applies to costume sleeves, or just everyday sleeves. You just can't have too poofy of a sleeve. It's impossible. Your feet are gonna die. Luna, I agree. Your feet are absolutely gonna die, but I bet you'll look great. Listen, your feet are gonna feel like trash the next day, but you're gonna feel fantastic when you get the photos back. I bet. Only thing left to make on this costume is a vest, and I'm nervous. I'm a busty woman, and I gotta work around that. Honestly, I know it probably doesn't look it, but tell me about it. Like, I feel the same way when designing all my costumes. This one has an open front, and I have had to adjust it 2 or 3 times because it was just way too much booba. It was undignified booba. Or booba spillage. Because it's very difficult to add support to some of these costumes, and like I have a built-in bra with this, which is great, but it only does so much. And the character doesn't have that big a booba. So, you know what? That's probably the one place where I'm gonna lag in accuracy. But that's okay. You know what? If the judges make a point of it, I'll make a point of it back. I apologize, judges. Next time I will simply cut off my chest. You're right. I don't think they will make a point of it, to be fair. Yes. I was gonna make my blouse like, because I wanted bishop sleeves, so I bought a blouse with cuff sleeves. I said, that's fair enough. You're a H? I'm close. I'm not gonna say what I am because I'm a streamer, and dangerous territory. It was the one thing I was told coming into it. Why is my finger bleeding now? 2 seconds. I'm all for booba, but it's comfort first. Exactly. And like, I'm also not that confident having that much. Ow. You talk about boobs all the time? Say! Oh my god. Peas in a pod. I do too. But the one thing I was told, I don't remember who told me it, but a friend of mine was like, listen, Jelly, I'm really happy that you're getting into streaming, but don't go telling everyone your boob size. And I was like, okay. Okay, thank you, friend. I will not do that. Because I'm very open. I'm a bra fitter. Like, not only am I a bra fitter, I'm a fit model. So for people that are learning to bra fit, they'll learn to fit on me. So like, I'm pretty open, but then I'm open to a fault. Like, There are some things the internet can just guess. You're welcome to guess, but I won't tell you. I can tell you that you can't find my bra size in stores very easily. I think there are 2 bras I can buy right now. One black, one beige, it's the same bra. Otherwise, everything has to be online. But I'm not telling you what size it is. You're welcome to guess, but I won't tell you. Because I received advice not to. You're just a chronic oversharer. Yeah, I think I'm very, like, numb to it because of my job. Like, my whole job is boobs. Like, that's literally my job. And it has been for years. So I'm very, very numb to it. But because of that, sometimes I'll say things that might be a little bit outrageous by accident, because in my profession, it's very normal to talk about this kind of stuff. But to anyone else, it's not. With chronic back pain. Yeah, I'm actually pretty okay on that. My back is actually pretty good, but I have awful neck. Awful neck, good back. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Ah. Last stitch. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. I have I'd kill for makeup. One thing I've learned from being a bra fitter, from seeing a lot of boobs, a lot of boobs, so an incomparable amount of boobs. Whatever boob you have, you're gonna want the opposite. If you've got small boobs, you want big boobs. If you want big boobs, you want small boobs. There is, no one is happy with their boob size. And I think, of course, there are positives and negatives to both. If you have a smaller cup size, a lot of clothing won't fit correctly because it will be fitting with the idea that you have larger boobs. But if you have big boobs, it comes with the, it's a pain in the ass for your back and your health overall. There's like so many, it's painful. Boobs are a nightmare. Cute bras, but Kelsey, if you're getting into sewing, make your own bras. I have made, do I have any of them nearby? I have been making some really hella cute ones this year. We did a whole Boobtober for breast cancer awareness, and I was making, there's one. Do you like my rainbow over the neck bra? It's got really poofy cups, but it's perfect for pride. I then also had one with like a baby's face on it, but I don't know where that one's gone. Oh dear. But if you're getting into sewing, give it a go to make your own. Because that way, if you can't get them in shops or they're like 80 quid for a custom bra, just make it yourself. Oh. Right. Are you guys ready to try on a costume? Are you guys heckin' ready to try on a costume? I'll get it off the mannequin first, and then I almost just started changing. That would have been a nightmare. Let's not get banned. Right, first of all I have to get this off the mannequin, which is always a bit of a struggle, because first of all the dress is exceptionally heavy, but also the mannequin doesn't like to get out of it. And then I'll also have to take this off of the mannequin too, and we'll put that on me. And why is there a pin in it? That's no good. Oh heck, Kelsey, thank you for the follow. That's very heckin' kind of you. Okay, let's get that out there. Move that. Hide my screen. 2 seconds. Oh, that's a break. There we go. Hiding. Height. Big height. Let's go. But can ladies with big boobies actually make their own? Absolutely. We can make boobs. You make them by making like a fabric boob, or like you can do silicone ones, but fabric's a bit more comfy. I need more crafters and cosplayers on my following page. Oh, bless you. That's very, very kind. Oh, right. Let's get the petticoat on first. And tie that nice and tight. Unfortunately, I won't be able to tie it quite tight enough right now because I need it to have the straps attached, really, to stay up because it's a heavy petticoat. But that's okay. We'll tie it as tight as we can today, and then if it sticks out the bottom a bit, we won't worry about it because, you know, I know that that's going to be fixed over time. I just need to get my straps on here, which I have not done yet. Okay. Ooh. There we go. We can make boob.
Oh dear. Oh, it gave you a quote instead. Oh, that's because only, actually I know why. Only mods and VIPs can add quotes. Yeah, sorry, I was like, oh, I'm surprised I didn't go through. Oh, yeah, wait. Only mods and VIPs. Okay. Oh, that's heavy now. Wait, 2 seconds, I just need to stand up. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. It's hefty, but it's also very, very cute. I like it a lot. Okay, where's my zip? Where's my zip? Let's get that done up. Well, it's difficult now because it's difficult to feel the edge of the zip with the beads around it. Like, I know it's there, but that's difficult. Ooh. Come on. Okay, come on now. I know you're in there. Oh dear. Oh, did the zip move up? That might be why. Okay. Zip, do not move up. Okay, what I'll do then is I'll start doing it up and then I'll shift it around. Because doing this, not being able to see it, is very, very difficult. There you go. And then just, that zips? Okay. I'll shift it back. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And make sure that the petticoat's in there okay. And then slip the arms in. Slip the other arm in. Does it feel tighter? I think it does. But like not uncomfortably so, it just feels a little tighter. Okay, and then my hair out the way, because otherwise that's gonna be a bad time. Up to there. And myself into it. Oh, okay. Oh my god. Oh, okay, I'm going to try and clip the back closed. This bit's a little difficult because it's not meant to clip closed like this, it's meant to clip onto the tail. I'm gonna give it a go. If I can, I can. If I can't, I can't. At least I tried. Come on. Come on. Oh, wait. Am I even clipping the right one into the right one? Oh, I'm not. No wonder that was so hard. I was like, okay, this is going to be difficult, but it shouldn't be this difficult. So, get that bit. And that. Oh. Whereabouts does it go? Is it up here? Yeah. That. There you go, that's one. And then this one. Is that going to go on the same side? Sorry, I'm just making lots of noises and you can't see. But it's a bit, getting into these sort of costumes is a bit of a, what do you call it, a venture. Especially when you can't see your clips. Did I get it? No. Almost. I think the fabric got in the way. You know what, I'm gonna give up on that one. We'll just have to see it when it's not fully clipped up. Are you okay with that, guys? I'm assuming you're okay with that, guys. Because I can't see it. And I don't know where the clip's in a weird place because I think I got it on the wrong one. So like it's kind of at the bottom, which is really, really difficult to push in on. Because I just have to push in on it and it'll open. But where's the clip? Can I do it like this way around? No, I don't think so. I can reach, but I can't clip it. I could go get Shiny to clip me quickly. If you didn't mind waiting 2 minutes, but... Alright, I'm gonna get Shiny to clip me. 2 seconds. Oh, did the music stop? No, it's still there. Okay, 2 seconds. I'll be back in a minute. coming back. Not exactly subtle. Okay. Okay. Oh, we done it. We done it. Go outside and ask a great stranger to do it. Next time. Next time. Okay. Just make sure I am somewhat, what do you call it? There you go. Oh, oh, I got, by the way, there is something there. So Twitch, we're fine. Let me see if I can just change this. Sorry. Oh. You see it? You see it? You see the costume? Yes. Oh dear. I think so. Again, there's a couple alterations to make, but I'd say we're pretty close to the reference. This bit needs a little wire in it so it stops folding back in. But yeah, I'll come back in again now. Oh, it's easier to be sat down. Oh, sorry. It's me. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, oh, we're in. We're in. Holy cannoli. So cute, thank you. I love it. I'm going to try and lean back so you can see it all, but like, it's all in there. Still looking epic. Thank you, Gran. Welcome on in. So awesome, thank you. Oh dear, thank you so much. I genuinely love it so much. I like looked it in the mirror and I was like, Jesus, that's exactly what I wanted. And like, we've got space so I can actually move my arms around, which is nice. Unfortunately, it is a bit cleavage heavy, but there's only so much I can do about that. And the weight doesn't feel too bad, honestly. And it has pockets. Look at my little pockets. I put my business cards in these. And you can't even tell they're there. Oh my god, I'm so happy. Oh, like whenever, sorry, my mirror is like over there. But whenever I look in the mirror, I'm just like, that's exactly how I wanted to look. With a couple of alterations, like adding the wire so that front bit sticks nicely at all times, and adding those bits in that we had to take off. It's exactly what I wanted. And like, I can see it. I don't know if you can. It sparkles so much. It is so sparkly. It is, it's everything. It's everything I wanted. I love it. Oh my god. Bile, welcome on in. You're coming right at the end of the stream. But we finished the dress after months and months. Oh yeah, you can kind of see it if I just move around a bit. It's there. Oh, we got our lace. We got our lace in the collar as well. We got our modesty panel so that we don't get banned on Twitch. Oh dear. And then yeah, just layers upon layers upon layers of gold. But I think if I get the where has it gone? There it is. So this is what we were aiming to replicate as far as the dress goes. I still need to do the arm pieces, of course, and the wings and all that, but that's the dress that we're trying to replicate. And I think we've done a pretty damn good job. Look at all that. Look at all that. Who is the character, by the way? Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. Mateus. Mateus is the name of the character. Ah, dear. Oh, and thank you for putting the link in the chat. I appreciate it. You can see all the sparkles. Good. Good. I thought of Final Fantasy, but I wasn't sure. I mean, Final Fantasy does such intense character design that if you see something with intense character design, Final Fantasy is always a good guess. But yeah. Heckin' done it. It's a server name. Even I didn't know that. Oh dear heck. Oh, I love it. I've got all my dangly bits as well. All over the costume. Loads of dangles. I'll sit further back so you can see. Ignore my Lion King. And it got all my scales as well. Like, can't forget, all these little bits of details took so long to do. And yeah, here we are. And I got my pockets. My tiny little pockets in here. That'll be really useful for business cards, but probably not a lot else. It's the erotic roleplay server. Oh god. Oh no. I guess I can kind of see why. With Mateus is in Final Fantasy XIV. There is a Mateus in that too, as far as the boss goes, and they don't wear a lot. They wear less than this character does. Oh dear. I just want to sit wearing it for ages. Honestly, it's not even too hot. I think because it's very open here and also my arms are open, it doesn't feel too bad. It does feel tight. That's for sure. I feel cinched. but the shape is what I wanted. Like, it's the shape of the character, so I'm quite happy with that. Oh dear. Yeah, just tight. I got my petticoats there. Yeah. Crystal Center is very RP heavy, but this is the horny server. There we go. We'll be the god of horny. Oh dear. Yeah. It's so gold. It's so sparkly. I just feel covered in gold. I love it. And like all of this stuff, it really does shape, I think, quite well, which is nice. Oh, right. Because look at all that. Look at all that. See all that sparkle? You see it all? Oh dear. And yeah, you can see, like, look at that corset. Oh dear. Heck. Right. That's us done for the day. We have been streaming for 7 hours. So we're gonna finish there today. But I got to show you all the costume, which is fantastic. That's all I really wanted to do. I wanted to get it out there. I wanted to show it. I wanted to get it done so I could see it too. Let's see who's live right now. Sorry, I'm kind of unintentionally probably doing a bit too much cleavage. I'm so sorry. It's generally not on purpose. There's not a whole lot I can do. Oh dear. I wanna see all the people I follow, please. Let's see who's live that we can send you into. Oh my god. A lot of people are doing stuff they don't regularly do, which is kind of cool. Oh no, there's a few people. Damn it! This always happens. Yeah, there's a lot of art people playing games today, which you don't normally see, but that's very cool. Let's go into... let's go into Christina's Leathers. Christina's Leathers is a really sweet bean streamer who is just fantastic at leather work. I think that sounds like a good plan. Jelly, new hot tub streams are coming. I don't think so. I like crafting too much. All I want to do is make things, and I don't think I can really do that from the inside of a hot tub. Oh dear. So thank you everyone for joining me. Thank you for all the raids and all the heckin' love. Especially a big thank you for the gift subs and the bits a lot earlier. I know that happened right at the beginning of the stream, but like I can't not bring it up. That was absolutely ridiculous, and I really appreciate it. So thank you so much for that. That was very heckin' kind. And also, let's get the raid calls in chat so that if any of you need one, I can't spell sub raid. There you go. If any of you need one, you can come with me and bring a lot of love with you. There we go. I really want to just... No more. No more for you. Listen, there's not very much I can do about this costume because it's so open at the front, but I'm trying my best to be subtle about it. Unfortunately, there's a lot going on here and down. I'm doing my best to be subtle. I don't want to get banned on Twitch for it, but listen, we're trying. We're trying to be wholesome. Thank you. No, thank you everyone for joining. Thank you for the encouragement over the last 8 months. I really appreciate it. Like, all of you have been so sweet and so encouraging and so lovely throughout all of this, because this is really like my passion project and it's something that I want to make. So I really appreciate it. You're nowhere near TOS, you're fine. Yeah, I'm nervous. Oh dear. But no, thank you so much everyone for being so continuously supportive of the stuff that we do here. It's just me having fun in my craft room, but I really appreciate it. And yeah, let's go send all that love over to Christina's. I'll be back probably Friday, not tomorrow. I'm taking a break tomorrow. It's probably Friday. I'll see you all soon. Take care, everyone. God.